My life flashed before my eyes.
It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people.
I felt like I was going to die.
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger. I was terrified.
When evil resides within the walls of a home.
Felt like somebody was right behind me, chasing me out.
I gotta get the hell out of here.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Evil Farmhouse, Paranormal Survivor, take one. Mark?
It was a very large property. It was a very old farmhouse. We felt like it was perfect because we wanted to be out in the country, wanted to be away from the city and the hustle and the bustle, and we just wanted to be around nature and peacefulness.
The landscape surrounding the farmhouse was idyllic, but it was a different story inside.
When we first moved in, I felt like a buzzing, and I got an instant headache.
Hon, you okay? You okay, hon?
Yeah, I'm okay. Don't worry about it.
Good.
I didn't want to say too much to my husband. We all wanted out of the city. We needed that break, and I thought it was just me being nervous. But it was a dark feeling when you walked in the door, a very heavy feeling.
Little did Julie know that her daughter Emily felt the same way.
When I first stepped in the house, I knew something was wrong. Something was off. But I didn't say anything because my parents seemed to like the house. And what I wanted was for her to be happy.
As the family settled into their new home, Julie tried to put the feeling behind her.
I was home alone, and my husband was at work, and my daughter was at school. I was sitting in the living room, trying to relax, and I heard my name called out. Twice, Julie, and it was a male voice trying to get my attention.
Julie. Julie.
The voice seemed to be coming from upstairs. And you could actually hear someone, heavy footsteps, walking down the farm stairs. Very heavy footsteps, like work boot footsteps. You would hear clomp, clomp, clomp down the stairs. And I walked towards the stairs, and it was like a rush of cold air. It came at me and just went right through me like a big wind. Icy cold. I heard a really loud hey. Very gruff. It was very dark and very gruff, like an old man. It wanted to be heard, like a hey. And something grabbed my arm. And it was the iciest feeling I've ever had in my life. It was like somebody had wrapped ice around my hand. And I flung my arm so hard. I had an imprint of a hand around my wrist. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do.
Emily was having disturbing encounters of her own.
There was this one night that I was laying in bed, and I heard like this weird noise. A giggle in my closet. So I get up. I look in the closet. There's nothing there. And I just see this shadow of this little girl run across my room. And she stopped and stared at me. So I closed my eyes, thinking it was just a dream. And I opened them back up, and she's there, but the boy was with her. They would never say anything to me, but they would giggle and whisper. And they just disappeared. It really freaked me out because I didn't know what they were saying to me, what they wanted. They would always like to wake me up in the middle of the night and try and play with me. They would either tap me, they would giggle in the closet. The kids always wanted my attention. They would never let me sleep. This affected me a lot. I thought I was going crazy, and I thought my parents wouldn't believe me, and everything just started to hurt, and I didn't know what was going on. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat, I didn't want to go downstairs. I thought I had to take care of them. I always felt that I had to be in that room to babysit them or to protect them, like I was their mother that they were missing for years. I went to bed one night, and I think since I wasn't paying attention to them, they got angry at me and they decided to just hurt me. I felt this burn on my stomach. I told you Ow! I lifted up my shirt, and there was just a scratch mark going down my stomach. And I just yelled, "Leave me alone." Leave me alone! It looked almost like 3 claws. Like someone's hand just scratched my stomach. What's wrong? Leave me alone! Emily, what's wrong? I confronted my mom and I started crying. And I said, I don't know what's going on, but I want out of this house. I don't want to be here anymore. Can we just leave? Please.
She was terrified.
It's gonna be okay.
A playful entity or spirit can definitely turn violent if it's ignored, because it's like any other human being. If you're trying to gain someone's attention and they ignore you, then it gets you a little angry.
As the days passed, the activity inside the farmhouse became more frequent.
I smelt him before I saw him. And I heard deep growling hay. And there was an outline of a man just kind of standing there in cigarette smoke. Very haggard, like a worn face, an old worn face. You can see a lot of wrinkles on both sides, darker skin. He had long hair, you could see it go past his ears, and he had some kind of hat on his head. So I acknowledged him, and I told him, I know you're here. I don't want you here. You need to leave me alone! The feeling of the man was almost like a evil.
More was to come.
We were in bed one night, and I smelled the smoke. And it was like it was hovering over the bed. All of a sudden, it was like I couldn't move.
Julie Weinstein and her daughter Emily are being tormented by spirits in their historic farmhouse. And the attacks are becoming increasingly violent.
We were in bed one night, and I smelled the smoke. And it was like it was hovering over the bed. All of a sudden, it was like I couldn't move. Your mouth wanted to make a word, and you couldn't make a word. No sound would come out. And it was like somebody was holding my wrist. So I couldn't turn, and I couldn't twist. You can't move your head. You can't make a sound. And it was like somebody was kneeling on me and just breathing in your face. Nothing but nicotine. I yelled out, "Get off me. Get off me! You're not doing this. Get off me. Get off me!" And my husband thought I was yelling at him. And he goes, "What's wrong?" I said, "It's on me." "He's on me! He's on me!" And it released.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
And I know he felt bad. I mean, it's the first time I've ever seen him cry. Because he didn't know what to do. He goes, I can't protect you. He goes, "I don't know how to protect you. I don't know how to stop it." I said, "I don't either. I don't know what we do."
After the attack, Julie's health started to suffer.
I wasn't sleeping properly, for one. I was so stressed out. I wasn't eating properly. I dropped a whole bunch of weight. I lost my driver's license for 6 months because I was having mini seizures, which added to me being trapped in a place that I did not want to be. And that just made it worse. It made my anxiety worse. I lost my job. Got to the point where I could not leave my own home. No matter what room of the house I was in, he was there. We have to get out of here now before I die. I felt like I was going to die, and that's exactly what he wanted.
Evil spirits love to feed on other people's pain and misery because it gives them great satisfaction and great power, but it also makes the living very fearful. And fear is itself an energy. So if something is evil or malevolent, it loves that energy and uses that energy to its gain.
Desperate and afraid, Julie sought outside help.
I contacted a medium friend that I had. I said, "I need your help." She came in. She picked up the 2 children that my daughter saw. And she picked up the smoking man. She picked up on big ships that brought slaves from the States to Canada that would go through the Underground Railroad, which sadly enough, they became slaves here and put them to work on that farm. She said the smoking man was mean and angry, and he was a drunk, and he was a heavy, heavy smoker. And he was very much used to being in control of other people and telling other people what to do, and that's why he felt he could do that to me. The more pain that he caused me and the more fear that he caused brought him joy. So what she did is she put as much white light over us as possible to protect us.
Protect these souls from the evil of the dead. Protect these souls.
They did a whole bunch of blessings and prayers and said to him, "You need to leave. This isn't your house."
Lead this tortured soul into life.
It wasn't easy, and he fought it, but he did go.
We need to leave!
The medium was able to cross over the spirits of the children as well as the smoking man.
And as of now, he is no longer with us, and he's moved on.
Though rid of the spirit, Julie was too traumatized to stay in the house, and the family moved out.
How's it going up there, Em? My mood's changed in a great way. I'm a better person than I was before. I'm excited for the future now.
It's beyond a relief. I don't feel like I'm being watched every day, and I feel like I'm keeping my family safe.
It's not unusual for a former owner of a home to lash out in anger towards the new homeowners. But sometimes, the evil spirit is so protective of their old house that they'll try to stop any changes to it from beyond the grave.
Paranormal Survivor, Reno Hell, take one. Mark?
I bought the house in July of 2017, and it was a beautiful century home. A lot of character, a lot of charm, a lot of personality. It just needed a lot of work. I was so excited. It was awesome to finally get to own my first home. The first time I went in the house after I took possession, it was pretty late at night, and it just felt like somebody was watching me from upstairs. It felt like somebody was standing at the top of the stairs. Being in the home alone was not the most comfortable experience. It was usually after about 8 o'clock at night. It felt really uncomfortable. I was upstairs getting cleaned up. I'd start to feel nauseated, dizzy. That's when I started to hear things in the house. It sounded like somebody walking around downstairs and moving around boxes and furniture. Hello? I could hear heavy footsteps. So I called out over the railing and I yelled, "Hello, is anybody here?"
Hello? Who's there?
And there was no answer. But I could hear things moving around. And then I heard, sounded like something heavy hit the floor.
Homeowner Brianne Kinraid had been hearing strange noises and mysterious footsteps in her historic fixer-upper.
And then I heard, sounded like something heavy hit the floor. There was no furniture in the house at the time. The house was completely empty, so that's why it didn't make sense to hear furniture being moved around. was frightened going down the stairs to go check that out. So I walked downstairs to see if somebody had come in the house.
Hello, is there anyone here?
And there was nobody there. The doors were still locked up tight. Nothing had been moved. The few boxes that I had in the house at the time were still where they had been. And there was nothing there. It was making me want to put off moving in for a while.
Despite the noises, Brienne was still excited to show off her new home's potential.
I took my friend Ashley there to show her the house. I wanted to show her what I'd done. I took her there not too long before we started the major work, but after I'd started experiencing things, and I didn't tell her about anything that I'd experienced. We walked upstairs. We were laughing and talking and everything was normal.
Together.
And then we walked into the master bedroom.
This is the master bedroom.
As soon as she crossed through the door, she burst into tears.
Ashley, what's wrong?
I don't know.
She said, "I don't know why this is happening. I can't stop crying."
I don't know what's happening.
She just kept saying, "It's too much. I can't stop crying. I don't know why I can't stop crying, but it's just too much."
Okay, well,
We started to feel lightheaded and dizzy and nauseated. Then we heard a female voice call out, "Hi," from the back of the house.
What's going on?
I told her, "We need to get out right now."
we have to go. We have to go now.
As soon as we got outside, she started feeling better, I started feeling better, and everything kind of cleared up, but we couldn't go back in the house.
Though shaken, Brienne wanted to know exactly what was behind all the strange activity.
I had security cameras set up around the house to keep an eye on things inside. Right after setting them up, I went home and I looked at them to see what was going on and see if I could see anything and just hear anything. I started hearing footsteps walking up and down the stairs. I heard somebody whistling and walking around the house. There was nobody in the house, but I could still hear the sounds like they were walking around right in front of the camera. I captured one of the kitchen cabinets opening by itself. The cabinet just swung open all by itself, and there's nobody around. I was terrified. I was very anxious being in the house. It became more and more difficult to get work done because I was always afraid of what was going to happen next. I was putting everything away and I started hearing heavy footsteps upstairs. Somebody walking around, dragging furniture. walked up just to make sure that nobody had come in while I was outside. And I heard a bang. And then I saw the woman.
Brianne Kinraid has endured weeks of terrifying noises while renovating her historic home. Now she's about to find out who's behind it all.
I walked up just to make sure that nobody had come in while I was outside. And I heard a bang. And then I saw the woman. I was going back downstairs. It felt like somebody was right behind me, following me all the way down, kind of chasing me out.
Anytime you're doing renovations, you're changing the ambience of the house, you're changing the energy and flow of the house, and that can most definitely cause entities, spirits, to become upset, to get angry with the changes.
It really took a toll on my mental health, and everything just became overwhelming. I knew I needed to do something.
Brianne decided to seek professional help. Fortunately, it was close at hand. Her mother and psychic medium, Lori Kinraid.
I've been a medium my entire life. I knew there was definitely a lot going on here. I use a specific herb and oil to seal all the doors and windows.
Cleanse this house of negativity.
So we work our way through the house.
Bless this space.
During the cleansing upstairs, it began to feel really intense. Everybody started saying that they felt really sick, really lightheaded, nauseated.
I can barely stand. Okay.
I felt myself like I couldn't even talk. I was so drained and so overwhelmed, and it felt like all of my energy was just going into staying conscious and following people around and not passing out.
At one point, I was pretty much flattened against a wall just to hold myself up. We finished the process of sealing everything. And then we went back to the living room and gathered in a circle to do the crossing ceremony.
Angels, ancestors, protectors.
We create a vortex of energy in the circle, and we ask for everything that's there to be carried through, everything to be removed.
Help us release this spirit into the next world.
My mom identified the spirit of an old woman that was there.
She was dressed all in dark, her hair pulled back in a very tight bun.
She just had a very stern air about her. Very imposing energy that didn't seem to want anybody there.
Help us release the spirit into the next world.
She just seemed extremely angry. She was very territorial about the home.
This is not your house anymore. Cross into the light.
Maybe it had meant a lot to her.
Upon death, sometimes people or spirits are having a hard time transitioning, so they still feel that it is their space. They don't want to give it up, so they're going to fight.
This is not your house anymore. Cross into the light.
It took a lot to cross her over.
Cross into the light.
We felt like someone was trying to fight us. We held our energy, kept our circle strong.
Cross into the light!
Until we saw her carried through.
She just kind of disappeared into the white light and was gone. After the cleanse, the house almost immediately felt better. We felt better ourselves almost instantly. We didn't feel sick anymore. The air felt lighter. It felt like you could breathe. It felt like a home.
It was awesome just to see the look of relief in her face.
My mom said that the spirits felt like they needed to stick around because they were very protective of the house.
They were probably only seeing it as more damage being done to the home that they love so much.
I was so thankful that I called my mom for help.
I'm so proud.
I felt like I had my house back.
Sometimes it's not just the former owners of a home that can spell trouble. Often, it's what's contained within the home's four walls, and sometimes, even in the ground below.
Paranormal Survivor, Vanessa's Evil House, take one. Mark.
The house was just redone. Everything was newly, freshly painted. It was affordable housing, so it was a great price. We couldn't really say no. Everything was great about it.
Vanessa and her son Jonathan moved in, along with Vanessa's boyfriend, Mike.
It seemed almost too good to be true, in retrospect.
The basement, it was eerie. Like, it did feel like someone was staring at you. On the back of the stairs in the basement was all these very weird pictures. There was like the devil, and there was satanic pictures too.
There were very muscular built, demon-like creatures, ram's horns. It was just everything along that vein. If you can think about it, it was in those pictures.
They were actually glued in a collage on the back, right from top to bottom. That was scary. Very scary to see that. It wasn't until a week or so in that things started to get bizarre.
Disturbed by the satanic images, Vanessa asked Mike to cover them up.
And I had this roofing hammer, a true temper roofing hammer, which is a solid steel handle, steel head. I put it down, went to pick up the next 2x4. And when I picked up the hammer, it was folded in half.
After moving into her new home, Vanessa Hurst discovered satanic images in the basement. But when her boyfriend Mike went to cover them up, strange things started to happen.
When I picked up the hammer, it was folded in half. It was bent in the shape of a P.
Vanessa?
At first, It's like disbelief. And then just this, oh my God, I gotta get the hell out of here.
There he was, face just white and drawn, with the hammer in the air and the head bent down. And I was just like, oh my gosh, like, I can't believe it.
She thought maybe I had done it. If I had done it, I'd be, strong man at the circus. There's no way for me to do it. It was a solid steel hammer.
And he says, I'm not working down there anymore. And he walked out of the house. You know when you get that knot in your stomach where you don't want to be there? That's how frightening. But I had no choice. We had no other place to go. So we needed to tough it out.
Vanessa tried to ignore the incident in the basement, but that wasn't the end of the troubling activity.
A couple days later, I was in the tub. And I could feel somebody staring at me. And I thought, okay, well, Jonathan has a tendency to just walk into the bathroom, or maybe Michael did, but I didn't hear the door. And so I whipped those curtains open, and there was a face right in front of me. It was so frightening. I jumped back into the tub, hit my head on the back of the shower, and I just kind of had to take a moment and thought, what was happening?
Soon, the disturbing events started to happen with alarming regularity. Even Vanessa's 5-year-old son, Jonathan, became involved.
One day, I was doing laundry, and I had finished folding, and I started taking it upstairs. And I noticed that Jonathan's bedroom door was shut, which is odd because Jonathan he had a little bit of a separation anxiety issue, so he would keep the door open. I could hear him speaking to someone. He's like, no, that's my car. That's my car, you take this one. This is the one I gave you. And I thought, oh my goodness, who's in the bedroom with him? I opened the door. And Jonathan, popped up on the other side of the bed. Hey, Mom! And I'm like, who are you talking to? And he goes, Johnny. I'm like, oh, well, who's Johnny? And he said Johnny was a little boy that came to play with him. And I told him, well, I'm sorry, honey, but you can't keep Johnny. Johnny has to go. And he said, well, you know what, Mom? He does go when the old man comes, because he doesn't like him.
Jonathan didn't seem to be too affected by his ghostly encounters until one terrible morning.
The creepiest thing that his imaginary friend, and most violent thing that this friend advised Jonathan to do, was to break the leg off his little wooden table and chair set, and he sharpened it to a stake. climbed into bed and sat on my chest, raised it above his head.
Jonathan, stop! Stop! Jonathan! Jonathan! Jonathan!
What happened?
Johnny said I had to do this. That's when my nerves started to come unraveled.
At that moment, all I could think of and what was going through my mind was, I need help. Now they're really coming after my son. I need help.
But before they could get help, Mike's brother and tenant Andrew made a shocking discovery.
Saturdays were generally my day to sleep in. But my brother was banging on my door in a panic. Get up.
Guys, wake up.
You got to see this.
Guys, wake up! Andrew, please. We're trying to sleep. Look! God.
Homeowner Vanessa Hurst was experiencing strange and terrifying events since moving into her new home. But then her boyfriend Mike and his brother discovered something truly shocking.
The wall opposite my bedroom door is covered in what looks like drying blood. And it was everywhere.
The whole wall.
The ceiling.
The wall at the bottom of the stairs was this drippy stuff.
It had kind of a metallic smell to it. I'll never forget the smell. That was something that I could not explain. I could not rationalize. It was indescribable, really. That was the first time I think I was willing to admit that I was scared.
Whenever you're dealing with a situation where a spirit is physically manifesting things, such as an anomaly, ectoplasm, or it could appear as blood, these things are happening to frighten the individual. They want you to run, they want you to leave. They're trying to create that fear.
Vanessa and Mike asked a shaman to get rid of whatever was tormenting them.
He walked right down the basement. He was beating his drum and he was saying the verses that he needed to say. The shaman said that the home was very, very thick of negative energies.
Many souls.
The basement was evil, and there were a lot of buried souls there.
They're here.
When you're dealing with a concentrated area of death, that can thin the veil, that can make a portal happen. So this is where entities can cross from one dimension to the other, and they're able to manifest easier.
The shaman felt that the satanic worship over top of an ancient burial ground had opened a portal and needed to be closed in order to rid the house of any evil spirits.
Be gone! Your house is cleansed.
The energy of the house was tremendously lighter. It was wonderful.
I really want to be a disbeliever in all this, but I can't. I've lived it. I've seen it. I've smelt it. I've touched it. I've experienced it.
My life flashed before my eyes.
Get out!
It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people.
I felt like I was going to die.
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger.
It's not normal to see something like that.
When creatures from hell terrify the living.
It wanted to hurt her.
I was frozen in fear.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Grim Reaper, take 1, Mark.
It was a semi-detached backsplit. Definitely larger than what I had lived in before.
Monica was 20 years old when she moved into her new home, excited for a new chapter in her life. But the feeling didn't last long.
The night terrors started about a week after I moved in.
No. No.
It was people being killed in various forms. Dismemberment, being hung, burned alive, decapitation. I couldn't figure out why I was having these night terrors. I never had anything like that happen to me before.
The nightmares lasted for months. But then, Monica witnessed something truly evil.
I woke up one night. I had seen what seemed like a dark shadow by the closet. I couldn't fall asleep. And then, right at the foot of the bed, I see the Grim Reaper holding a scythe. And on the bed was a gargoyle, almost like alligator skin. It had claws. I was horrified. The gargoyle would turn to the Grim Reaper, waiting for a command as to whether to attack. At first, I thought it was just a horrific nightmare, but then every single night, the Grim Reaper and the gargoyle would be there, just standing at the foot of my bed. I had come to realize this was real. It scared me to my core.
Monica started finding painful reminders of her nighttime terror.
I do remember having some bruises and unexplained scratches on my back. I had no idea as to what was happening, why it was happening. I knew that I was in danger. I knew that I was in serious trouble. This impacted my day-to-day life. I was afraid to go to bed. I was afraid to go to my room. I did not want to be at home at all. It got so bad sometimes where I would actually just go to sleep on the living room sofa with rosary beads and the Bible, just so that I'd feel protected.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I suffered alone. I didn't think anyone was actually going to believe me.
Unable to endure the terror any longer, Monica moved out of her home, and for nearly 30 years, she was free of her tormentors.
Everything was fine. I had never seen the Grim Reaper or the Gargoyle again.
But even after all that time, Monica could not forget those terrible encounters.
That thing with that Grim Reaper.
My mom would bring up the story.
Staring at me.
Certain flashbacks that she would have.
So there was a gargoyle and a Grim Reaper.
That would torture her at night.
I could see it as clear as day.
That must have been terrifying.
It was.
To see her upset, and I knew right then and there that something wasn't right, that it did haunt her.
It's hard to forget.
Mom, it's gonna be okay. It's all in the past.
In 2018, Monica came back from a trip with some unexpected consequences.
I went on a little retreat, just try not to think about work or any undue stresses. However, when I got home, I started to feel horribly ill, both physically and mentally. I was extremely depressed, which is not like me at all. I couldn't sleep, completely restless. And then I heard a voice, very sinister sounding, saying, "Hello." There was nothing there. It was very ominous. I knew that something was really wrong, and that whatever I had experienced when I was younger was back.
She couldn't get out of bed, she could barely eat. Whatever had happened on that retreat, when she had come back, it's a side of my mom that I haven't seen.
Then, after nearly 30 years of looking over her shoulder, Monica's worst fears became a reality.
I went down the hallway into the bedroom and stopped dead in my tracks. Right at the very end of the bed, the Grim Reaper that I had seen when I was younger was standing there. I was frozen in fear. Everything that I had experienced 30 years ago was back. I was petrified. I thought that this was behind me.
It was just a voice of fear.
Almost 30 years ago, Monica Polino was terrorized by the Grim Reaper. She thought it was all behind her, but now it was back.
It was just a voice of fear.
He also stopped dead in his tracks.
What is that?
That's when I had seen what my mom had been describing years ago.
The Grim Reaper was back.
An evil entity is not bound by time or space. Therefore, time is irrelevant. The Grim Reaper is definitely not bound by time or space.
When Alex verified seeing exactly what I was seeing, I was not imagining, I started to freak out. I started to cry. I started to lose it. I said, I can't go through this again. I just can't.
I cannot do this again! Alex!
To see her crying, it tore me apart inside. As scared as I was, I knew that I had to do something right then and there to help get rid of this Grim Reaper.
You're not welcome here! Get out! Get out!
Suddenly, it wasn't in the room. It was in the same form, in the same stance outside.
Like it shifted. It kind of just transformed.
Go away!
And again, I told it to get out, leave, you're not wanted here.
We don't want you here!
Alex was so strong, he stood up to it. Where I, on the other hand, was extremely petrified.
You have to get out.
It wanted to hurt her. It wanted to scare her.
Alex said to me, Mom, you really need to get some serious help. You cannot deal with this on your own.
Archangels,
Monica called in medium Lori Kinraid and her team for help.
protectors of light,
I've been a medium for my entire life.
rid this home of negative presence.
The Grim Reaper has many different connotations. The most common would be the angel of death. I knew we had to move quickly because of what we were dealing with. There was really no time to wait.
Archangels, protectors of light.
Bless this home and protect it.
The whole idea is to make the entire home sacred ground, basically. We need to purify it to a point where it's just uninhabitable for them.
Archangels, protector of light.
Bless this house.
The cleansing proceeded uneventfully until they reached the master bedroom.
Rid this home of its negative.
It just about knocked me over. The energy was so intense.
Bless this home and rid it of its negative energy.
Monica's tormentor wasn't going to leave without a fight.
It would say certain words, evil, hell, blood. Not only have we seen it, but now it's trying to taunt us, so we wouldn't pursue the cleansing.
Faced with such powerful resistance, Lori decided to conduct a crossing over ceremony.
Guides,
When we do the
angels,
crossing ceremony, we call in all our guides, angels, helpers.
ancestors, aid us in crossing over this evil spirit.
We create a vortex of light energy and ask that everything be consumed in this vortex.
Aid us in crossing over this evil spirit.
The team was actually getting extremely ill. Alex and I had severe headaches.
I was getting weaker by the moment.
Guide us in crossing over this evil spirit.
Right at the very last second, right before we're about to close the vortex, the Grim Reaper appeared a couple of inches away from my face to try to scare me one last time.
You can't get rid of me. I'm with you forever.
It was extremely terrifying. I had never seen it that close before. Lori told me that we need to be strong. Otherwise, everything that we had done, the entire clearing, everything, would have been just a waste of time.
You don't belong here! Archangel Michael, rid me of this evil spirit!
It's very important to stand your ground, even if it is risky. You need to be smart about what you do, but you need to be firm. If you don't take control of your space, you will lose it. If you don't take control over yourself, you could potentially have this thing attach itself to you for the rest of your life.
You don't belong here! Rid me of this evil spirit!
Once he had shown himself to me, he had gone up, and I had visually closed the door.
Monica actually stayed very strong. I was proud of her. She was able to keep her focus. This was not going to take over her life anymore.
I was proud of myself for being strong.
I remember my mom just kind of looking at me in awe. It was more of a relief. like a huge weight had been lifted off. I was extremely proud of her.
Thank you.
The exorcism was successful, and Monica was never visited by the Grim Reaper again.
I honestly hope I never come across another story like this, where someone's been haunted like this twice in their lifetime.
Alex!
I felt so much better after the exorcism was actually done.
Now it feels just so much brighter already.
The house felt a lot lighter. The illness and the sickness that I had been feeling, gone.
See you at dinner.
You bet.
I can't express in words exactly how grateful I am.
Creatures from the other side can take on all forms, shapes, and sizes. Sometimes they can be a recognizable entity, but on other occasions, creatures will be like nothing their victims have ever seen before.
Paranormal Survivor, Story 5, Lizard Man, Take 1. Mark?
I moved into the house 2015. I was very excited. The children were excited. And it was just a very happy time.
The house was nice. Still a good feeling. I was really excited to move in. It felt good.
Summer Boudreau and her 2 daughters loved their new space, but soon an eerie and unsettling energy descended upon the house.
And about a month later, I started to feel a little off. It was just like somebody's watching me. I just felt I'm not supposed to be in there. That's just the feeling you got, that you weren't welcome.
Summer's unease quickly turned into way more than just a feeling.
I was sleeping. It was the middle of the night. And I just woke up all of a sudden. Something had come across the bed. It crawled. It crawled across like a lizard. It looked like the body of a human, but the head of a lizard. I've never seen anything like it before. I thought it was gonna eat me. It wanted to hurt me.
Summer Boudreau had found what she thought was the perfect home for her family. But not long after moving in, she was attacked by a creature from hell.
It wanted to hurt me. I didn't know what to do. I was so scared. I felt like my heart was gonna pop out of my chest. I was just petrified. And then it was gone. Everything was normal. I definitely thought, did I just dream that? Did that just happen? I went back to bed and laid there, scared out of my mind.
Down the hall, Summer's daughter Tia was having problems of her own.
My room was freezing. No matter what I tried, heaters, more blankets. I started feeling uneasy. Felt like someone was watching you. It just gave me a really bad vibe in my room and a bad feeling. I'd wake up and see a shadow or someone standing over my bed. It looked like a figure, big and black. I didn't know what it was. I was just scared out of my mind.
Please go away, please go away, please go away.
I just turned around and closed my eyes until they were gone.
Please go away, please go away.
It would affect me a lot because I wouldn't sleep, and I usually would have to go to school the next day, so I'd be worn out. One night I woke up and I felt burning on my leg. So I looked and I had a big scratch. It was deep and it was long. The scratch would burn and it was painful. People would see the scratches and bruises and I couldn't explain it to them what was going on. I don't know how I got it. I was pretty freaked out.
With the paranormal activity increasing in severity, Tia's nighttime visitations took an unexpected turn.
I started seeing what looked like my grandfather in my room. He was clear as day. Me and my grandfather were really close, and so like after he died, I was just heartbroken, and so seeing him, I felt safe, and so I was happy to see my grandfather again.
The comforting presence didn't last long. Tia suspected something wasn't quite right.
He was just behind my door. He wouldn't come out, he wouldn't talk to me. He'd just sit there staring at me. After a while, it did take a big toll on me. I felt sad. After I saw my grandfather, I just realized how much I missed him, I guess. He was there, so sorry.
Summer had no idea who had been appearing in her daughter's room, but eventually Tia couldn't keep it a secret any longer.
Hey, honey. I told my mom that I saw my grandfather behind my door.
I keep seeing Grandpa in my room.
Honey, what do you mean you saw Grandpa?
Well,
I told her he was hiding. It looked like he was hiding. I don't know if it's actually him
or something else.
I believed it wasn't him. I don't think he would have scared her and hid behind the door. Right away, I didn't feel like it was him.
I don't think he's your grandpa.
My mom told me not to talk to it just in case if it was something evil and I'd be letting it in and it could do worse stuff.
I don't want you to talk to him anymore, okay?
I felt it was something sinister. I didn't feel comfortable, and I just felt that it was an evil spirit trying to manifest as my father. Let us welcome it in so it could stay with us.
You can stay away, okay? Evil spirits and demonic entities are notorious for shape-shifting and mimicking. They are definitely more than capable of manifesting into somebody that the living would trust. Any form of communication is an invitation. Believe me, they are just waiting to infiltrate.
I was scared of being in the house. I thought something in there was gonna hurt me, or my little sister, or my mom.
With Tia now wise to its plan, the lizard entity starts to prey on the youngest member of the family, 3-year-old Ashley.
Come over here. I have a surprise for you.
One day we were playing in Ashley's room and she said, "Mommy, the monster just went in your room." And I said, "Well, what monster?"
Look! Mommy, look at the lizard.
Well, as soon as she said it, I thought about that night that I was freaked out. I wanted to cry. Like, I just wanted to pick her up and get her out of there. Whatever it was targeting my daughters. What is this? You know, what is this thing that's in my house? You know, it's not normal to see something like that. It was gonna hurt her. I couldn't protect my daughters. I needed outside help.
When Summer contacted me, I was very worried for her and her children. I wanted to get in there as soon as possible. As a psychic medium, I feel out any energies or entities in the home, and from there, we'll conduct an investigation. I can see spirits, I can hear spirits, and I can pick up their emotions. my assistant, and I brought EVP recorders, spirit boxes, and began to investigate. I was drawn to Tia's room. I could feel a temperature change, and I could feel the energy becoming dense.
There's something about this room.
Katie could sense a dark energy start to envelop the home.
Immediately, the EMF equipment was spiking dramatically. I knew something was about to show itself. I immediately got a burning sensation on my side. Felt like hot pokers. As soon as I pulled up my shirt, I could see a 10-inch gouge along my side. There was blood coming from it, and immediately I started to freak out. I knew this thing was not nice. Spirits have to be extremely powerful to inflict pain on someone. They also have to be malevolent. This is something that is trying to get your attention and not in a nice way. All of a sudden, the lights were flickering.
The ghost box just went off like crazy.
There was a lot of chatter coming through it. They were speaking and screaming through it.
The activity was becoming alarming, and Katie realized that the evil entity could potentially harm everyone in the home, but she had to investigate one more room to make sure.
We were all terrified. We knew at that point that there was something there.
Oh, the attic doesn't feel good at all. It feels like something is gonna come at you. It's not a welcoming feeling. All of us felt really freaked out.
I went down one end of the hall. Summer and my assistant went down to the other end. I walked the rooms and there was nothing there. I knew something was hiding. And as I turned around to walk back, I see this big, dark, reptilian shadow figure staring back at me.
Summer, stop!
As soon as she said that, you heard loud, "Get out."
Get out!
After months of torment, Summer Boudreau called in psychic medium Katie Turner to rid her home of an evil lizard entity. But it wasn't going to leave quietly.
Summer, stop! Get out!
The voice sounded dark and demonic.
I panicked and ran out of the attic. Katie's assistant was right behind me.
Where's Katie?
Katie! Katie! I was left on my own, in the dark. All I could hear was this voice.
Get out! Katie, what are you doing?
And that's when I decided, okay, it's time to get out of the attic.
When Katie came down, she looked physically scared and shook up from the experience. I was definitely worried seeing Katie like that. She does this all the time. You know, what's in my house? And what has got her so spooked?
In all my years, I've never seen what I saw that night.
Get out!
The entity in Summer's house was most definitely evil. It was malevolent in nature. It was demonic in nature. This thing only wanted to wreak havoc. If this wasn't taken care of, people could be harmed or even killed. I knew right then and there that I had to cleanse the property. I immediately got my cleansing salts and holy water.
Be gone! Evil spirits, be gone!
To cleanse negative energy and bring in positive energy.
Darkness, you are not welcome here. Only the light of the higher powers welcome here. Salt the doorway. Darkness, be gone! Evil spirits, be gone!
We cleansed the whole downstairs, but none of us wanted to go back into the attic. So we put a line of salt at the top step and hoped for the best.
Salt is a very grounding mineral. Salt also has a vibration that dispels negativity.
We will often use salt in doorways, anywhere that we can set up a perimeter so that the negative energy cannot return.
Spirits, be gone! Only the light of the higher power is welcome here. Be gone, evil spirits, be gone!
Oh my God. Immediately after the cleanse, you could feel that the air was lighter.
You did it.
Summer immediately felt better. Any malevolent or negative energy died completely. In all my years of investigating, this by far was one of the scariest cases I've ever come across.
After Katie did the cleanse, the house felt, it was like a relief. The activity just stopped. There was no issues.
After Katie was finished, the house felt better. Like I didn't feel like someone was watching me everywhere I went. I felt like I could actually go and have a good night's sleep in my bed. I felt free, I guess.
I was happy. I was really happy. I felt like I had done what I needed to do to rid our home and my children of this entity. I didn't have to worry that something was going to attack my daughters.
There we go!
Some of the most terrifying and dangerous creatures from hell are demons. For their victims, the dangers of being possessed or seriously hurt can become all too real.
Paranormal Survivor, Demon at the Door, take one. Mark.
I moved into the house with my mom. I was 18.
You to see everything.
I love it.
Very nice environment, like happy.
It's beautiful, Mom.
Quiet, still, like nothing out of the ordinary.
It wasn't until Brittany and her mother started to settle into their new home that they began to notice that something wasn't quite right.
I started hearing noises in the beginning. It was very, very subtle. I almost thought it was just the house noises. At first, it sounded like as if you picked up like a glass marble and you dropped it a couple feet, and then it fell on hard wood and bounced. Like it would be rolling freely, and I'm like, what is this?
Probably just the pipes in the house, love. Did you hear that, babe?
It was as if someone was just like knocking inside the walls. Felt like it was building up.
It's getting
It felt like there was something looming over me every time I set foot in the house.
The unexplained noises and knocking in the house were soon joined by something much more bizarre and disturbing.
I had stepped out of the shower one night. I'm drying myself off, and then I looked in the bathroom mirror, and on the wall, there's a face. And I'm like thinking to myself, that's not makeup or paint. It just appeared like black goo seeping out of the wall. And that's the part where it really blew my mind. And I'm like, this isn't mold. Mold can't create faces. This is something else.
After 18-year-old Brittany Robinson moved into a new home with her mother, she started to have strange and troubling experiences.
This isn't mold, this is something else. It started to change into a more detailed, evil-looking face with very pointy, just looked very menacing.
Then, Brittany noticed something else.
I would smell death. It was putrid. I had to get rid of it. I reacted very swiftly, trying to stay calm. It was a good 2 hours of scrubbing. So difficult that it was starting to hurt my skin. At one point, it went right all into my palm, and it burned. The more I scrubbed, the more I felt freaked out. Like not myself. Like I'm scrubbing something off, I'm shaking it off, but it wasn't leaving.
Shaken, Brittany tried to get some sleep, but she was plagued by terrible dreams.
I was coming out of a nightmare, but I couldn't move. I was there, like, looking around. I could only use my eyes. I couldn't even breathe. Feels like your heart's gonna literally explode out of your chest. You still have that nightmare feeling when you wake up, but now you can't move at all. And you feel completely vulnerable to whatever's happening.
When we sleep, we tend to be the most vulnerable. Our subconscious opens up completely. It can also be a portal, so things can easily come in while you're in your dream state.
My dream was trying to tell me that it was something extremely dark, maybe ancient, and evil. Terrifying. It was all night, hours. And then I moved a little bit, and I got my body back.
That wasn't the last time Brittany was paralyzed. Soon, it started to happen every night.
The night, I'm not sleeping. It was hell.
The only thing keeping Brittany sane was her relationship with her boyfriend, Curtis.
My relationship with Curtis at the time was still a new, blossoming, budding relationship. Very happy.
But the sense of peace wouldn't last long.
When I first met her, there was a few things that she was telling me about, but I kind of wasn't believing. But then things started to happen that I noticed.
Curtis and I were messaging on the computer. It was after school, and he was at his mom's.
Within the conversation, I noticed a few things started to kind of feel weird.
I had started returning messages to him in huge paragraphs of just random letters.
It didn't feel right. It didn't feel like something human was sending it to me.
It kind of went fuzzy, almost as if I blacked out.
Out of nowhere, she kind of just left the conversation. I'm like, where are you? It felt disturbing. I felt like just a weird presence.
He received a message from my end saying, "You're not gonna see her, she's mine now."
Then it just says, she is gone, and I have her.
In a panic and worried for Brittany, Curtis rushed over to her house.
I had blacked out. I had a splitting headache, as if it was splitting the entire half of my head just right open.
I was trying to get her attention through the window. She seemed like she didn't really see me, just not really herself at all. It looked like she was under something else's control.
I felt odd, like I was awake, but I wasn't me. And then that rancid, putrid smell is in the air again.
By this point, Brittany was fully possessed by something evil.
I was just like, I'm gonna hurt this guy. But I don't know why. I would never think that. I would never want to intentionally stab him or cut him up. That's horrible.
When someone is possessed, an evil entity has taken over their mind, their body, and their soul. They're completely unaware of what's happening to their physical being at that moment in time. Whatever the evil entity wishes to do, it'll do. And sometimes it'll even lash out and potentially kill someone.
When I had reached for the door handle to unlock it and let him in, I felt for a split moment that, oh my God, he's gonna get hurt.
I knew, oh my God, like I could probably die if I opened this door.
Brittany Robinson has been possessed by something lurking in her home. Concerned, her boyfriend Curtis has rushed over, putting his own safety at risk.
I knew, oh my God, like I could probably die if I opened this door. I still decided to do it anyway. I had to help. But I was really scared. I thought the worst.
But the moment he rushed in over the threshold, I felt warmth again.
What's wrong?
When I came out of it, I felt stinging, burning pain. My stomach was littered with scratches.
Oh my God!
In groups of 3, like choo, 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 cross, cross.
She was bleeding all over her stomach.
How did that happen?
It didn't make sense how it could have happened. Her nails, there was no blood or anything on them.
I didn't see anything.
I'm assuming it happened when I blacked out. It's freaky to talk about that part. I still have scars.
We gotta get you cleaned up, okay?
Okay.
Come here.
Terrified by the brutal nature of the attack, Brittany and her mother began the process of cleansing the house.
Started doing research into this type of occurrence. I realized that this could be something very, very bad. My mom and I went through each room, saging. We had our crystals in our hand. We had sigils on the candle for protection. We went full detail on this. I had laid down purified white salt at every door, threshold, every windowsill. The entire perimeter. The salt is to help prevent anything from entering your space. It's not foolproof, but it does help a lot.
The cleanse worked for a while, but the worst was yet to come.
One night I'm laying on the couch, and the moment I open my eyes, I see a big black mass, but not human. Blacker than black. There were no definite facial features, but skull, neck, bones, in the shape of a male figure with really long, creepy hands, fingers. It kind of burns in your brain.
The demon was trying to find a way to get past the salt defenses Brittany and her mother had set up.
I heard knocks on the glass, like it's just waiting, with sharp, sharp talons. My heart was imploding. Boom, 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 boom. Like I was prey, and it was the predator. Something out there looming right over you, and you can't move. Very, very, very frightening. It felt as if my life literally flashed before my eyes. As if I'm going to be stuck with this thing my whole life.
Paralyzed, Brittany could only watch in horror as the demon tried to get inside for over 8 hours. Brittany's salt defenses held firm, and when the sun rose, the demon vanished.
I felt a sense of relief, but if you're gonna be willing to wait outside the window for hours and just watch me, what are you gonna do next time?
Afraid to spend another awful night in the house, Brittany decided to move in with Curtis.
This experience has made me aware of the true ferocity of these things.
Just can't get out of here fast enough.
I'm hopeful for the future that this won't continue to happen to her.
All right, I'll see.
And that she's gonna continue to heal from it mentally and physically.
This is gonna be good.
Yeah.
After fighting through it together, we felt stronger together as a couple, having to deal with something that crazy.
Currently, I feel like I'm a soldier, preparing for my next battle. Don't know when or where, but I'm ready. My life flashed before my eyes.
Get out! It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people
I felt like I was going to die.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger.
When the voices of the dead haunt the living.
Shut up!
I thought something was trying to kill me.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Dark Shadows, take 1. Mark?
We had previously been renting, and I wanted to own something of my own, so we bought this house. I felt like we were starting a new chapter. It was myself, my son Jordan, who was then 12, and my daughter, who was 10. My daughter hated it. The first time I brought her here and pulled into the driveway, she wouldn't even get out of the car. She said that she had a really bad feeling about the house. She didn't like it. She didn't want to go in.
Eventually, Amy was able to persuade Emily inside. Soon after settling in, Amy started to share Emily's apprehension.
I would be standing at the kitchen sink doing dishes or at the stove cooking, and I could feel like somebody was directly behind me. Nobody was there. It felt very negative and intimidating. I would catch something out of the corner of my eye, and when I looked, there would be nothing there. Maybe somebody walking past a doorway is what it appeared to be. There was never anybody in there. I assumed that I was stressed from moving, trying to start over, and just the stress was getting to me. The noises would happen whenever, wherever, throughout the entire house. Just like the sound of like the door latch jiggling and opening the door.
I thought, it's just a new house. Everybody goes through this. Well, they have their adjustment period. I thought everything's gonna be fine, but it wasn't.
The strange activity became impossible to ignore when it started affecting Amy's children.
Mom! Hi, guys. The kids had just gotten home. They walked through the front door, through the living room, and when they came in the door, they saw a shadow. I went out to see what was going on. At that time, they let me know that they had seen a shadow.
Well, there's nobody here, guys.
There was?
There was, he was right there.
They described the shadow that they saw as very, very dense, tall, thin, approximately 6 to 7 feet tall. They thought there was an intruder. I was worried about their mental well-being most of all. At this point, nothing physical had happened. I didn't know what to do. I felt defenseless.
A lot of times spirits want to make themselves known because they're trying to show you that they're there. They're trying to get your attention. They're trying to either warn you or trying to communicate with you or trying to make you fearful.
It's fine, okay?
I knew that I had made a big mistake in buying this house.
With nowhere else to go, Amy and her family were helpless as the activity increased.
Jordan was sitting on his bed reading, and he saw the apparition. He saw the apparition of a young boy, what he described, probably 7, 8 years old, just standing there looking at him. The little boy that he saw just seemed very void. And the little boy was gone just as quick as he had appeared.
Emily was having terrifying encounters of her own.
Emily came to me one day and told me that she had woken in the middle of the night and saw the shadow figure standing in her doorway watching her. Just standing and watching. She felt fear. She described it as feeling frozen. She couldn't move. She felt like something bad was going to happen. She described the figure in her doorway as tall, thin, masculine, intimidating. Stood there and watched her for probably about 15 to 20 seconds and then disappeared. I was very stressed out. I didn't know what to do, didn't know where to turn, didn't know what this thing was, what it wanted. I really, really felt defenseless.
Amy's fears would horribly come true.
As I was getting ready for bed that night, I felt like somebody was watching me, following me everywhere I went. Just felt very, very intimidated. I had went to bed anyway, was able to finally fall asleep.
Amy Fight and her 2 children have been plagued by shadowy apparitions in their new home. Then, the activity took a dangerous and violent turn.
And in the middle of the night, I woke up to being held down to the bed and I couldn't breathe. As I was being held down, I had a sense of pure evil in the room. It was cold and very, very frightening. I couldn't breathe. No, I couldn't scream. I couldn't make a noise. Nothing. There was nothing I could see that was doing this to me. There was nobody else in the room. The pain was so intense, I thought something was trying to kill me in my sleep. When it finally let go, I sat up and was able to catch my breath, and that's when I saw it at the end of my bed. There was a figure, most likely the same thing that the kids had seen. It was probably the most feeling of pure evil I've ever experienced. And when I blinked, it was gone.
Evil spirits act aggressively because they are just that, evil. It's the fiber of who they are. They act aggressively because they are trying to control you. They're trying to scare you. They're trying to intimidate you.
At this point, I didn't know what to do. I was just totally terrified. I stayed up the rest of that night, and I couldn't go back to sleep. At that point, I had decided that I couldn't take anymore. Something had to be done.
Desperate and terrified, Amy called in paranormal investigator John Campbell.
Amy seemed scared, distressed, and sounded like she needed help.
I knew that there was probably a risk that bringing in investigators would sort of agitate it, but I felt at that time I was willing to take that risk just to know what we were dealing with. I felt like I had no other option.
My game plan going into this was to first find out, to validate for Amy that they weren't crazy. That's number 1 on the list. Number 2, try to find out who they are and why they're here. And then final, try to get rid of them.
Let's start downstairs.
John decided to begin the investigation in the basement.
John was using a digital recorder to try to get some EVP responses. Mostly John was asking, who's here? What do you want? Why are you here? Is there anything we can do to help you?
Who's here? What do you want? Why are you here? Is there anything we can do to help?
Caught an EVP of a growl or a hiss, which, to be honest, is kind of scary. Anything that's friendly is not gonna growl at you or hiss. I believe the growling, the hissing, is the big shadow person that Amy's been seeing in her bedroom. Sounded to me very menacing. I believe was a non-human entity. And that means it could be anything demonic.
John moved the investigation upstairs.
Out of the corner of my eye, I seen an apparition. And I happened to look up, and it was a little boy looking through the banisters. When I saw him, I reacted shocked.
I'm scared.
I feel like he kind of wanted to be seen, let us know that indeed he is here and was communicating with us.
I'm scared.
I caught the little boy saying he's scared on an EVP. It just sounded like a little boy terrified. I reacted to that EVP pretty shocked and worried for the little boy.
John had a theory that this little boy was possibly looking to me for protection because of the other entity in the house. When John saw the boy at the top of the stairs, part of me felt relieved, just knowing, okay, there's a professional who has gone through numerous investigations. He's seeing the same things that we've seen. He's validating the things that we've experienced. It really, really was a relief.
I'm scared.
John decided to cleanse the house to remove the evil entity.
I smudged the house using sage. I go to every room. I have the sage lit. It is believed that sage will help cleanse and get rid of evil spirits.
He did advise me at this time that it could possibly make the situation worse, but that was again, a risk I felt I was willing to take just because we were so desperate to figure out what was going on and get rid of it.
Spirit of light, protect this home and rid it of evil spirits. Spirit of light, protect this home and rid it of evil spirits. Spirit of light, protect this home and rid it of evil spirits. Spirit of light, protect this home and rid it of evil spirits.
After the smudging, I could not really tell much of a difference. And to me, it felt just as dark, and I believed it did not work. I believe the entity was too strong.
I truly felt that whatever this thing was wanted to be here, wanted to terrorize my family, and it wasn't going to go quietly. I felt hopeless.
When the activity returned, Amy was forced to take drastic action.
The activity in the house got so intense that we ended up leaving the house to go stay at my mom's. I had felt like I never wanted to come back to the house again. I wanted to sell it and just be done with it. The other part of me felt that this is my home. I don't want to let this thing win. I'm concerned that this entity could possibly just be hiding, that it's not fully gone, that at some point it will possibly attack one of us again. A part of me is still scared that it's gonna come back. Sorry.
Some spirits can't let go of the material world. These entities will often demand to be heard and reclaim what they feel is rightfully theirs.
Paranormal Survivor, Victorian Nightmare, take one. Mark.
We moved into the house in November of 2016.
I need you guys to put the pillows over in the couch, okay?
When we walked in this house, we kind of instantly fell in love with the charm and character of it. The house is a Victorian. It was fully restored to period. It had a lot of history with it.
I was excited about being here for the first time. It was an amazing, big, new home that we just haven't seen before.
The initial feeling about the house when we bought it was just kind of happiness, happy to have such a great home.
Lee, Jennifer, and their boys loved the space, But it didn't take long for that feeling to change.
You would be woken up by someone saying your name repeatedly. It was a female voice. There was almost something wrong, or that they were trying to get your attention. You would be woken up by a woman crying and looked out in the hallway. There was nothing there. It was completely empty. Just sobbing kind of uncontrollably. And we heard it, and the hair on the back of your neck stood up. It was that sobbing where you could tell that there was a loss. It was uneasy being, the man on the, you want to protect those who live there and your kids and that. And there was just that unknown of, is there someone in the house? Went to check, and there was no one out there. The kids were asleep.
That's Chase.
Lee Bailey had moved his family into what he thought was the perfect home. But soon after moving in, Lee was haunted by a mysterious voice.
That's Chase.
Then, the voice called out the name of Lee's youngest son.
I heard a woman whisper in my ear, "That's Chase." And it stopped me to the point where I had to turn around and see if maybe he was talking to me. It was clear. It wasn't, one of those where you think you hear a whisper. It was very clear that they had said, "That's Chase." When it happened, I was scared.
Sometimes spirits make themselves known because they have something to say, or perhaps they want to make sure that they tell the family members that they're protective, they're aware of the people that are living in that particular place.
We did hear voices. It was pretty much constant. Every night there was noises up there. When you were upstairs, you always felt like there was someone else up there with you. You never really felt alone in the upstairs.
The activity then turned its attention to Lee's son, Bailey.
Bailey, his room is probably the most active.
I started hearing knocking probably within the first week. It sounded more like footsteps, people walking throughout the attic. I felt like I was being watched, but I couldn't see the person. They were out of eye shot. So I felt like someone was sitting in there where I can't see.
So with Bailey, you could tell that there was some unease with him. We had all seen kind of some shadow figures darting back and forth between rooms, and it would always be into his room.
My heart would start racing. It feels like someone is watching me and trying to get to know me without me noticing that they're there.
As the days passed, the activity in the house grew in intensity, and Lee's wife, Jennifer, had a terrifying encounter.
My wife was at home working, and she was down here on a break and heard some movement in the parlor and kind of peeked around.
Hello? Is there someone there?
She saw in the mirror above the fireplace a man standing there. And when she looked away to see if there was someone there again and looked back, it was gone. After that had happened to her, she called me within just a few minutes of it and was, trying to explain it of what she had saw and kind of rationalize, but you could hear the fear in her voice.
I'm so scared! I saw someone!
Later the same day, Lee had a scare of his own.
I was coming in from a run, and I was going upstairs to go ahead and take a shower, and I passed by Jen on the stairway. I walked down the hallway to the bathroom, and she's standing right there.
Hey.
You were just on the stairs. And that's when I stopped in shock and started kind of yelling, "You were just on the stairs. How did you get here?"
In certain instances, spirits are able to manifest as somebody else. It can be considered a doppelganger. In most circumstances, it occurs when they're trying to get your attention or they're trying to trick you.
I saw the spirit walking down the stairs, which I thought was her at the time. That day is when I started looking to see if maybe there was someone that could help us.
Lee called in paranormal expert Carlo Zuzik for help.
Good. When you walk in, it was like walking into history. Everything's like original. It was really neat, but you also had this uneasy feeling like someone was watching you.
So what kinds of things have you been experiencing? Apparitions?
The biggest red flag going into this investigation were they were actually seeing apparitions. A spirit has to be very strong to manifest. I always feel they have some danger going on because, again, you don't know what you're up against. A spirit could lash out at any time. They still dominate this place. They can get violent. Talking to Lee, he had mentioned that there was a family that used to live here, and there was a gentleman that he was very prominent to the area, a very well-known businessman. Knowing what the history was helped us, with the investigation. Lee had mentioned that a lot of the activity upstairs where the boys' room is, we decided to start the investigation upstairs in that area. We started off doing an EVP session, and we started asking questions. Who are you? What's your name?
What's your name?
Hey!
Homeowner Lee Springer and his family have been tormented by spirits.
Let's chase.
Fearing for their safety, Lee called in paranormal expert Carlo Zuzik.
What's your name?
Hey!
And next thing you know, we hear, "Hey." And we looked at each other, we're like, "Did you say that?" We're like, "No." All the equipment started lighting up. You know, the K2 started lighting up. But then a few minutes later, we heard what sounded like a woman sobbing. You know, when you hear something like that, you know, the hair on your arm stands up. And then all of a sudden you see the shadow run by. We're kind of in shock for a minute. Like, we just see that and we ran into the next room and there was nobody in that room. You could feel that energy, the presence of what was actually there running by. We decided to move to the kitchen area to investigate it. What we use sometimes is a flashlight, and we have spirits use that to talk to us in real time. They'll manipulate it and turn it on and off for yes or no.
Are you comfortable with us being here?
And we asked, you know, the spirit, are you comfortable with us being here? Do you not want us to leave? And the flashlight turned on.
Do you just want us to stay up here with you and talk to you because you finally have a voice that you can talk to people and communicate?
It just told us it actually liked us being there.
Can you turn it off?
And we asked her to turn it off, and it turned it back off. So the spirits, I think, didn't find us a threat.
Carlo presented the evidence to Lee and Jennifer.
After hearing what he had to say and hearing the evidence and seeing what they had caught, there was shock and relief. Shock that this is really happening in the house and what we've experienced is true. But then also relief too from, all right, I'm not going crazy and we're not going crazy as a family.
Carlo had some surprising news.
I don't believe anything here was negative. And what I believe was behind it was the old family that used to live here at one point. You know, the wife and the husband. And I believe they're still guarding history.
The information changes Lee and Jennifer's opinion of the haunting, and they decide to try to live with the spirits.
I believe Lee refused to cleanse the house because of the history. It is very possible to coexist with spirits. Respect them, they'll respect you back, and then just treat them like regular people.
After all this has happened, for me, I feel comfortable in the house again. We've kind of taken it back, but I know that we're not alone.
Spirits who are in pain, haven't found peace, or are doomed can sometimes be stuck in a permanent limbo, and their cries of anguish can end up terrifying the living.
Paranormal Survivor, Wandering Spirits, take one. Mark?
I broke up with a girlfriend of 7 years. It was a low point in my life.
James was in a vulnerable place after the breakup, and that vulnerability opened a door to the spirit world.
I was just on my couch, and all of a sudden, I'm thinking I'm hearing something. It started real slow. Sounds like locusts. A singular hum of thousands of them at one pitch, constantly. I looked around the house, I checked every room, I checked every space. I thought maybe, you know, mice in the walls. I searched everywhere. I found nothing. Nothing at all. It's very deafening. I am totally thinking there's something wrong with me. You know, I've got a brain tumor. No explanation. Nothing for the noises.
Shut up!
In Ohio, homeowner James Creechbaum was experiencing a mysterious and deafening sound inside his home.
Shut up! Shut up! Stop!
Sound of those locusts, it was like 24/7. So you couldn't sleep. I really thought I'm losing my mind. I really thought I was losing my mind. I really felt sick, like flu-like symptoms, but the thing was I didn't have the flu. My whole body just felt sick, like a poison had gotten into my body. The headaches would start in about the base of my neck, and they would just radiate up through my head, pretty much like that noise. It would start like at the middle of the back of my neck and radiate up and outward. And they were just nonstop. I was just another thing adding on, stacking on top of misery.
And the strange activity only got worse.
It got to a point where I would see flashes and streaks and look like spirits running around my house. I could see them. They'd be real fast and like shadow looking. It was very strange because I'm thinking, I'm not seeing this. I'm sleep deprived. I'm hallucinating, or my mind's playing tricks with me. I would hear simultaneous noises from different parts of the house. I would hear something from my living room, sometimes from my bathroom, something from my kitchen at the same time. I could hear like a kitchen cover open and shut. So I kind of smart aleckly said, you know what, if you're gonna open the cabinets, shut them.
If you're gonna open the cabinet, shut them.
I got to a point where I was frightened. My anxiety level was through the roof. It was through the roof.
After weeks of unrelenting activity, James was physically and mentally drained.
I was trying to go to sleep, trying to get myself in relaxed mode, which I could not relax because of, days of not being able to sleep, exhaustion.
Purpose. Where are we? Purpose. Where are we?
And I got my eyes shut, I'm almost asleep, and I can feel what feels like 2 or 3 people doing this, trying to wake me up, trying to get my eyes open, shake me.
Please, help us.
Where are we?
I opened my eyes and I could try to adjust my eyes. I'm really sleep deprived, and I'm thinking, I'm not seeing this, because it looked like 2 ladies and a couple guys. They look like late teenagers, early 20s.
Please, help us.
Where are we?
And they were trying to tell me something.
Where are we?
Please, help us.
Sometimes spirits are very confused. They may have left without understanding why. They may have unfinished business, or perhaps they're confused and don't know how to move on. And in that particular moment, they can reach out to the living to ask for help.
Please, help us.
In my mind, I was getting things like, help us, we need help, can you help us, where are we at?
Where are we? Help us.
Very scary. I was very scared, thinking there's something wrong with me. Maybe I'm gonna die.
Leave me alone!
After enduring months of weird sounds and troubling shadows in his home, James Creechbaum had been pushed to the breaking point. But when he was confronted by 4 undead spirits, it became too much to bear.
Leave me alone! For the love of God, leave me alone and let me sleep!
I got so frustrated, I yelled, I said, look, leave me alone. For the love of God, let me sleep. Leave me alone. Please.
Just go away! For the love of God, leave me alone and let me sleep!
But they just evaporated right in front of me. It's very scary. It's like knowing you're going to die and no way to stop it. It's a very empty feeling. It's doom, hopelessness.
At the edge of sanity, James reached out for help.
Tanya, she was my friend, and she was a psychic medium, and I knew she knew a lot about those stuff. So I called her and asked her, and I told her everything that was going on.
Using her psychic abilities, Tanya could trace James's haunting back to the split with his girlfriend.
The breakup made me kind of vulnerable in a way. I was kind of depressed. So it opened me up to spirits.
With James's defenses down, a paranormal entity pounced.
Are you all right?
I can feel the spirits.
Tanya told me the spirits were just drawn to me because I was going through a rough time in my life. They were just feeding off my depression and making me more depressed. It was like a vicious circle. She thought someone were looking to cross over, or they were drawn to me, just all different reasons, whole different reasons. Some of them wanted to tell me messages, some of them wanted to tell messages to their loved ones, some of them wanted to cross over or help crossing over. But I didn't know all this, you know, and they were desperate to get my attention because I was putting off a big light to them, so to speak.
We need to perform a crossover ceremony.
Tanya said she would help me with this crossover ceremony to help me cross over this spirit that was attached to me.
Isn't that dangerous?
I asked her, I said, isn't that a dangerous thing? She goes, it is, but you know what? You've got nothing left to lose. Sometimes you've got to take a risk for big things to do big things. And I had nothing left to lose, so let's go for it. I'm ready. When she told me that, I was like, there's hope. There's hope. There's real hope.
Tanya helped James prepare for the crossing over ceremony.
Are you ready?
When you have a crossing over ceremony that involves 2 mirrors, that are facing one another with a candle in the middle. That's an incredibly powerful crossing over ceremony. The two mirrors that are facing one another, what they do is they create a vortex of energy. You invite whatever it is in your environment to cross over through the mirror into another level of existence.
Send your holy warriors to take this evil spirit from me, from my home, and bring it to the light.
Bring any spirits who wish to cross. Send your holy warriors.
I did include in prayer not just the attachment spirit, but any other spirits that you need. This is your chance to cross over. When the bad spirit attachment that was on me, when it left, it literally felt like the hand of God went in my spine, around my tailbone, went like this, and ripped it out. One motion.
To cross. Bring any spirits who wish to cross.
It was amazing. Totally amazing. Instantly, I felt better. Honest to God, the house was just lighter. I mean, it just was. It felt lighter. It felt better. I felt better. And it was incredible. It was no words to describe it. I literally, I slept for a day, almost a whole day after that was just totally wiped out. And it was amazing. Like, I woke up, I was just felt so great, mentally and physically. The activity, it actually stopped. There was no more. Like, that was it. I literally had to thank God for putting Tanya into my life and just making it through it. And I thank her this day. I truly say she really saved my life.
My life flashed before my eyes.
Get out! It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people
I felt like I was going to die.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger.
When shadowy spirits torment the living.
I saw a large shadow figure.
I just remember waking up to just pain, and the pain was just ramping up.
I had no hope.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, House of Terror, take one. Mark.
I moved into the house with my fiance Drew and our 5-month-old baby Ellery, October of 2017. It's a 2-story, 3 including the attic.
Hi, honey. Hey. How's it coming along?
It just felt like a place that you could call home.
I think she might need a nap, but yeah.
Soon after moving in, Blake found something the previous owners had left behind.
We were taking stuff upstairs, and there was a wedding dress sitting right there. And it was up on a hanger, the veil and everything was just up there. It had like a yellowish tint to it, so you could tell that it had been an older dress. It looked like the dress was from the 1900s. The dress made me feel like it was not supposed to be there. Kind of made me uneasy of why somebody would leave something that important behind. It kind of gave me a creepy vibe.
Though concerned, Blake could not bring himself to get rid of the dress.
I decided to keep it because it has a story of its own. And my first question to myself is, why would it still be here? Why would you leave something that meant so much to you?
That wasn't the only strange thing about Blake and Drew's new home.
My buddy Josh came over, and me, my fiance, and him were just hanging out, having a good time. Drew put our daughter to the bed.
I just put the blanket over Elle.
We all of a sudden heard a scream from my daughter Ellery upstairs, and it wasn't like one that you'd hear every day. You knew something was wrong. We have never heard that type of scream from her prior to that night.
I put Ellery down for bed and she was facing that way, and then I had the blanket on top of her.
Her blanket was actually laying on the side of the crib. The blanket was folded.
The blanket that she was actually laying on was draped over the side of the crib. So when that happened, we knew that something was wrong.
Elle would not have been able to lay the blanket over the crib. She was at the time only 4 or 5 months old. I was panicked. I saw that and I was like, that was not me. Who was in here? Who was around my child? What's going on? Which is when I picked her up and I left.
My buddy Josh and I checked all the bedrooms.
Yeah, you go there.
And when we realized that there was nobody there, we started asking questions of what could be doing this. When Josh and I got back in the room, we felt uneasy. Our stomach started to ache. I immediately started getting a headache. He felt drowsy.
Fearful something paranormal may be involved, Josh began to say a prayer.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
When Josh started saying the prayers, I got an eerie feeling that came across me, a very sudden feeling, and it made me very angry.
Yo, man, you all right?
He said that when he looked up at me, my eyes were black. I could feel myself being consumed. It was like a dark feeling and pressure that comes across you.
What's wrong?
It took me over. I couldn't move.
Snap out of it, man.
I could still hear everything, but I could not speak.
Josh was kind of in like a panic. He was yelling at him, hey, you know, snap out of it. Come on, Blake, what's wrong?
I looked really, really mad.
Bro.
It did scare me to hear that. That something is that powerful that could overtake you.
Suddenly, whatever had taken over Blake let go.
I have no idea what just happened.
Drew and I were very worried for Ellery's safety. If it could do that to me, what could it do to an innocent child? After that night, we decided to move her into our bedroom.
That didn't stop the troubling activity.
We've heard creaking in there as somebody's walking around. As if you're just walking in a room, walking around. I heard banging on her crib, and I just heard her crib rattling. That kind of spooked me. I saw a fairly large shadow figure standing beside my daughter's crib. All you saw was just a black, hazy figure. It was probably 6 foot. Is that what was messing with my daughter Ellery that night? Maybe that figure's the one that woke her up and spooked her. Went back and it was gone.
A shadow figure is usually an interdimensional being. They can morph into different shapes and sizes, and sometimes it can be a malevolent spirit trying to intimidate you. They're trying to make you fearful. They are going to use the energy of the home to manifest.
I was very terrified for my family's safety when all this was happening.
Blake was on edge, fearful of what could happen next.
We were just hanging out, and we immediately started hearing growling coming from the air vents. So me and my buddy Josh went to investigate. Started getting eerie feelings, asking each other what we're doing. And then we saw a very dark creature staring right back at us.
Blake Conyu had found what he felt was the perfect home for his family. But not long after moving in, he was confronted by a demonic spirit.
The growling was coming from the basement. So me and Josh went to investigate. We saw a very dark creature staring right back at us. It had red eyes. It was very dark, very tall. It had horns. It was like a leathery, scaly type. It was looking directly at us. It just took off. It was very scary. Josh and I immediately looked at each other and said, this is a more serious thing than we thought.
I was terrified. It's just very scary to know that he's seeing things and you're just like, what do I do? How do I handle this?
This very much so was my breaking point. I figured when we called John Hines in that he would possibly be able to give us the answers and the help that we needed to figure out what was going on.
When I got the phone call from Blake, what I heard was what sounded like a nightmare. He was pretty scared. When Blake told me about the bridal dress, I wanted to take a look at that as soon as possible, because old things like that, this was a really old wedding dress, a lot of times there can be something attached to it.
Always, please. I'm gonna pass me the thermal scanner.
We were aiming a remote thermometer at the dress. At one point, we asked if it's in your power to do it, could you raise the temperature in this room 10 degrees? The dress warmed up, and it warmed up 10 degrees. Seeing the temperature change, especially after we asked if an entity could do that, tells me we were dealing with an intelligent entity of some kind.
As he continued the investigation, John and his assistant sensed a demonic presence in the basement.
Once we went into the basement, then things did start to feel heavy and definitely oppressive. It almost felt like you were walking through this curtain of static electricity. And as we were asking questions, trying to find out who's here, can you tell me who you are? Can you tell me what year it is? It was like someone had come up behind me and just smacked my elbow. I was very surprised to look and see there was absolutely nothing behind me. Whatever it was that hit me definitely felt aggressive. It wasn't just a tap. What I felt was a full-on hit.
Let's get out of here.
And I think what was going on was whatever was down there was wanting to try to get us to stop investigating.
But this was nothing compared to what the team would experience next.
When we started the investigation in Ellery's room, what we saw was just astonishing.
There's a little boy in the bed.
What looked like a child in the crib.
You saw the arm immediately stretch all the way out to me. And then the big step came. John asked me to try to get him out. I started talking to him, telling him everything was going to be okay.
And we're watching on the camera as he's reaching in, and then all of a sudden, he pulled and it came out. It wasn't in the crib anymore. Now it was on him.
You could actually feel him attaching himself to you. You could feel the arms going around your neck. You could feel his body or the entity's body on top of yours, kind of like your body's going to sleep very slowly.
We just couldn't believe we were seeing. I mean, I've never seen that before. And at almost that same instant, we saw a dark mass of some kind pass by the camera lens. I started thinking about that dress upstairs because it almost seemed like what I would expect if somebody went up to a baby's bed, picked up the baby, and the mother wasn't happy with it. I wonder if what we were seeing was some kind of a maternal instinct to protect her baby.
It is not uncommon for kind spirits in a home to be protective of the living, especially, let's say, a baby. They would go to great lengths to protect a child from a more malevolent being within the space.
It just makes a lot of sense to me that a mother would have some kind of a tie-in with that wedding dress upstairs.
What's it?
John offered to cleanse the house, but warned them if they got rid of the evil spirit, the good spirit would most likely cross over as well.
What it looks like to me is you have something that's pretty negative down in the basement. You have something up here that almost seems in opposition. It's almost like a mother figure. And his feeling was, well, I don't want to banish it.
We understand that the entity that is in my daughter Ellery's room is there to protect her, not hurt her.
We left it open-ended in case they do need help from us later on.
Much to their relief, the good spirit prevailed, and Drew and Blake have not been revisited by the demonic entity since.
I personally feel now at my house, I feel very welcomed. I don't feel like I'm having a big problem. I feel safer.
Now that we have answers and we know what's going on, things are good. This experience has changed my life. It's made me a stronger person.
The haunting has impacted me and Drew, kind of brought us closer together after it all happened, and it makes us feel a lot safer.
Shadowy entities are often protective of the spaces they inhabit, and when disturbed, they will manifest their anger, tormenting their victims at every turn.
Paranormal Survivor, John's Haunting, take 1. Mark?
We were dating at the time. It was 2 years, and it just didn't make sense paying 2 mortgages, 2 hydro bills, 2 phone bills, all those different things.
Lisa asked John to help renovate her old home.
We started the renovations together.
To work, and I'm gonna get going.
We were going to renovate her home so she could get more money for resale.
John had no idea that the renovations would unleash something beyond his worst nightmares.
The house creeped me out from day one. I always felt like I was being watched in that house. I was constantly looking over my shoulder because I felt like someone was behind me. I got that sensation in spades. And I also eventually, the more I was there, started to see little flashes of black at the peripheral of my vision. I'd see shadows out of the corner of my eye, these shadows that would make you turn your head real quick, like you saw the movement of somebody moving, but then when you look, it'd be gone. It was never a comfortable feeling to be there by my own.
The more John worked on the house, the more intense the strange activity became.
I'm preparing to drywall the walls. Brought in all the tools you'd need, trowels, the screws, screw gun, all that kind of stuff, and measuring tapes, of course. The previous day, put everything in a pile. Measuring tape's gone. Couldn't find it. I remember tearing around the house. And then finally, on the upstairs bedroom, that's empty and no one's been in the house but me the day before. My measuring tape is in the middle of the floor. Every single time I'd show up, what I would call it the tool of the day would be gone. Whatever you were doing, whatever job you were doing, the tools began to disappear.
I couldn't explain it. I just couldn't explain how tools would go missing. I didn't know what to think at that point.
I tried every real-world explanation. I could not find it. I could not find a real-world explanation.
One day, the strange events escalated into something terrifying.
All of a sudden, you can start hearing banging like somebody was slamming doors, and it sounded like somebody was slamming every single door. Closet doors, bathroom doors, bedroom doors, all slamming at the same time. And it was all like bam, 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 just going. I was totally intimidated by it.
Stop it!
John Kewen has been renovating his girlfriend's home, but the construction seems to have set off a chain of unnerving activity.
Stop it! Stop!
I got really mad, and I ran up the stairs. That sound went on nonstop, every door. Just like bam, 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 bam. And then just picture someone slamming a door as hard as they can out of anger. That's what it sounded like, and just kept going, would not stop. I said to myself, like, this is ghost, this is otherworldly. And I'm not gonna lie, it scared the hell out of me. How do you explain that? That something could do that, slam 5 doors at the same time, that loud, that long.
Some spirits love to torment the living because it's what they like to do. They like to get attention, and they like to perhaps let the person know that they're entering an environment that belongs to them and not to the living.
I called it a day. I just said, you know what, enough, and locked the house up and left.
Back at his own house, he hoped that his life could get back to normal.
I was over the moon. I was thrilled I didn't have to go back in this house ever again. Without exaggerating, 2 to 3 days after her house was completed, I was sitting in my living room, and I literally had said it in my head, like, thank God this is behind me. And within seconds of saying that, I watched this massive shadow man walk out of the wall by my TV, walk into the middle of my living room. It looked like a man, but he was all black, and he was huge. This is a 7-foot-plus man who's in the 350 to 400 pound range. And it would be like a massive, massive man if this was a man. And when it first walked in, it was intimidating as hell. Every step that it took, you could hear my hardwood floors creaking. When it walked by light, it blocked the light. You couldn't look through it. And it turned and faced me in the middle of my room. This thing is just completely, totally black. And it just stood there and it stared at me for 20 seconds at least. And I want to leave the room, but where it's standing is the exit. I was not thinking. I was in panic. I remember I was actually afraid to run to the stairs. I didn't understand how this thing that is not real could block the light in my room. And then it just turned and walked into a wall and was gone. I felt fear. I don't think I slept at all that night.
He seemed agitated. He seemed really upset by this. He didn't know how to explain it or what it was.
I really thought when I finished that house, all of this crazy stuff that I can't explain would go away. I was really concerned to say anything, especially to Lisa. We have a new relationship. She's taken a big leap and she's moved into my home, and now her home is not accessible to her anymore. What's she gonna say? It was like my own personal hell.
The shadow figure began tormenting John regularly. Then, it turned violent.
So I was seeing this shadow person in the house, and I remember I opened the fridge door and I leaned to look in. And then I got punched hard in my back. Hard enough that like pushed my head into the fridge. And I spun around, thinking I got some guy in my house. There's nothing there. And there's no way that somebody could have come in, done it, and left. And I knew it was paranormal. To have marks on your body, and how scary that is to you, that's stuff that's out of like horror movies, right? And all of a sudden now, I feel like I'm in my own personal horror movie. And it was a horrible feeling. It was terrifying.
An entity would have to be incredibly strong and have a really forceful energy in order to physically hurt someone, to punch them, or to cause them physical harm. If a person experiences physical harm from an entity, then they really do need to be on their guard. They really need to be very aware that something is going on and need to protect themselves.
I was concerned for his safety. It was happening to him. And, I don't want to see him hurt or anything. It wasn't happening to me, it was happening to him.
The paranormal activity took a toll on John.
Then I'm not sleeping. I'm going to bed at crazy times because I didn't want to go to bed or I was afraid to go to bed. I was losing so much sleep. One night, I'm sleeping on my back, and all of a sudden, I just remember waking up to just pain. And my foot's in the air, and my first reaction is to pull it back, and I can't. Try to pull it down, I can't.
Ever since he renovated his girlfriend's house, John Kewen had been plagued by a shadowy entity. Now, it had turned violent.
And then I started to scream because it started to hurt. It's just like somebody took the end of your foot and just began to squeeze all your toes. And the pain was just ramping up. And I was screaming. I'm screaming, stop, stop, stop.
That was the night that he woke up screaming, just stop, stop, stop. I guess that must have woke me up, and I said, what? And he grabbed his leg, and he was in a lot of pain.
The minute Lisa talked, just boom, it stopped, let go of my foot.
Then I thought, something's very strange. Now I just don't know what to do. I believed what he said.
Sometimes violence will escalate with an entity because they're not getting the desired effect. They're not receiving the attention that they want, so they will lash out in many different ways, and sometimes in violent ways, more violent ways, in order to elicit a response from a living being.
It's okay.
My breaking point was when my foot was in the air because I felt totally helpless. That was frustrating. That made me angry as could be. And that's when I said, I got to find a way to make this stop.
Brought to his limit, John turned to a paranormal investigator, Dan Hammond, for help.
My first take on what was haunting John was definitely a strong spirit. I believe that this was someone that had a connection to Lisa's home that they were renovating. And once he started to renovate the home, he upset the spirit and he took his frustration out on John.
When the very first time Dan came to my house, he said, "Wow, this place feels heavy." He described it as he feels like you're walking in water. It felt really heavy. So he wanted to capture evidence. So he did some electronic voice recordings, trying to capture what they call EVPs, electronic voice phenomenon.
The reason why a spirit would attack somebody is if you're a bully in life and you like to inflict torment and pain on someone when you're living, then why would anything change when you're dead? I just think he was a bully, arrogant, ignorant, and he took pleasure in tormenting poor John. When we asked the spirit if he knew John.
Do you know this man beside me? Do you know John?
And we heard a voice reply, yes.
The spirits that were there, or the spirit that was there, the one thing they said that stands out to me to this day was Dan said, "Why are you bothering John?"
Why are you bothering John?
And the response came back, "Kill him." The EVPs that we heard were quite creepy, quite chilling.
Give me the sage.
So John and I finally took it into our own hands to get rid of the spirit.
And the way we cleansed the house, we just went all through it with sage, and we were just demanding that whatever is here is not welcome, and you are to move on.
Spirits, you are not welcome. We demand that you leave this house.
We demand you leave this house. Spirits, you are not welcome. We demand you leave this house. Spirit.
After we saged the home, the atmosphere was definitely lighter. Felt a lot better inside the home. You can actually feel the air change. It gets thinner. So we definitely were successful.
Feels lighter.
For the first time in a long time, it was just completely loose, and I just felt relaxed. And I knew that we had done something that is making a difference. House feels great. Everything's great. I'm doing really good. This experience, without a doubt, changed my life.
Get cozy.
In the beginning, it changed it for the worst. And now, having been through it, I feel like I can deal with a lot more than I ever could before. I'm a lot more resilient than I was before.
Just to have all those answers, it made me feel more relieved that he was content and happy.
My eyes are open now.
Shadowy figures don't like to be provoked or disrespected, and when they are, these beings will torment the living, even at the expense of the innocent.
Paranormal Survivor, Deanna's Terror, take 1, Mark.
Me and Doug moved into the house in 2015. I wanted a house really bad. I'd never had one, and I'd always been in an apartment. I had a yard, a fenced-in yard that we fixed up. I was excited about the house.
Almost immediately after moving in, Deanna began to feel something was wrong.
When we first moved in, I felt very ill, kind of flu-like. Headache, foggy, tired. I thought it was a cold, so I took cold medicine. Doug had fallen asleep earlier than I. I was having an uneasy feeling. I wasn't comfortable. I tossed, I turned. But then when I opened my eyes, That's when the figures were around the bed. They were black figures. They had like hoods. They all had their arms outspread towards me. Like they were just like all coming in towards me, pointing at me. I even tried to wake up Doug a couple times, and for some reason he wouldn't wake up. I was flipping out.
Please leave me
I believe I even cried.
Please go away.
I prayed to God, and I literally asked him to leave. Please leave me alone. Please go away. So I hid under the blankets, but I was that scared.
Eventually, the spirits vanished, leaving Deanna shaken.
I tried to brush it off. I tried to blame it on the cold medicine. I was hallucinating. You know, the cold medicine had a bad reaction.
Deanna would soon learn that medication had nothing to do with what she was experiencing, as the frightening activity in the home escalated.
I started hearing footsteps up and down the steps, walking upstairs. I'd hear them upstairs. I'd hear them walking up and down the steps. The footsteps were loud and clear. You could hear the floor creak, 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 creak. And I would see dark figures.
In Ohio, homeowner Deanna Dunkel was being tormented by dark spirits.
I would see dark figures in the side of my eye and my peripheral vision. I would see them come out of a room and go to another room. I'd see them on the landing. It happened every day, all day throughout the day, the night. It was just a regular occurrence. When I finally told Doug and talked to him about it, he thought I was loony. He thought it was loony. And to this day, I haven't told many people at all. At all.
Despite dismissing Deanna, Doug had his own issues with the spirits.
Deanna, have you seen my hammer?
No. He had a workbench and a tool shop in the basement. And I didn't go in the basement because I have allergies. So that was his little man cave.
Well, where did it disappear to?
His tools were coming up missing. And he would come and yell at me and we would argue.
What?
It would move his tools. We'd find him upstairs.
What's this doing here?
Or we'd never find them. But it caused us to argue and fight. He and Doug had had a fairly good relationship till then. He really thought that I had taken him and that it was me. And he started taking his anger out on me.
When spirits remove or move tools around or other objects, could be because it's their space and they don't want it there, or it could be that they're trying to cause conflict within the home, creating that negative energy.
Things just got really, really bad really quick.
If Doug still doubted the paranormal activity, his opinion was about to be changed in dramatic fashion.
I think he tried to brush it off, but he knew something was going on. He knew that something wasn't right. More tools went missing.
How can that be?
After a while, he was frustrated. He didn't like it. And as he would walk through the dining room, the pictures would come off the wall, fly out right behind him and land on the floor. Doug, when something would happen to him especially, he would curse them out.
You think you can intimidate me?
He would yell and scream at them, call them names. He'd cuss them out.
Yeah, don't scare
And I kept trying to tell him that he's making them mad. You know, they're gonna continue to take it out on you.
It is never a good idea to be aggressive or start swearing at spirits. Essentially, all you are doing is being confrontational. And at that point, you're just making it angrier and you're making it a lot harder on yourself.
I was always concerned after he yelled and sweared at them because I thought he was making them more angry, and I thought that things would get worse or they would do something more harmful, either to him or I.
Doug had antagonized the spirits, but it was Deanna who would pay the price.
I was sitting there watching TV and I felt something burning across my side and lifted my shirt, and there were a couple scratches. The scratches were long in length, 4 or 5 inches maybe, just a red line that had welted up, almost from a fingernail or something. I didn't have anything that would scratch me, and there's no reason why they should have been there. I hadn't moved, I hadn't gotten up.
Leave me alone! Please! 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 Leave me alone!
I felt like I really needed to get some help or to tell somebody what's going on. I had no hope.
Deanna called in paranormal investigator Sean Gilmore and his team.
When I first spoke with Deanna, I felt a lot of despair coming from her. I felt a lot of anxiety coming from her. And also I felt hopelessness.
They've been there, and they've been there.
And she even expressed that she felt helpless and she felt lost.
I was hoping that they would tell me I'm not crazy. I was hoping that they would tell me that they could help me.
As I walked through the house, I felt a lot of frustration. I felt a lot of anger coming through the walls. As an empath, I don't see spirit, I only feel it. I did not feel welcome in there. I felt like that was someone else's space. We decided to start our investigation with an EVP session in the bedroom because that's where Deanna had a very profound experience. And we were asking questions like, are you the spirits that surrounded her? Are you angry with her? Are you upset with Deanna?
Are you upset with Deanna?
And that's when we captured an EVP that said, no. That confirmed to me that the spirits in the home weren't upset with Deanna.
Sean and his partner Eric continued their investigation in the basement.
We were asking questions about the tools being moved. And we also asked if they were upset with Doug.
Does he upset you?
And that's when Eric was struck.
After months of being terrorized by dark entities, Deanna Dunkel called in paranormal investigator Sean Gilmore and his team. But now, they've become targets themselves.
You all right? What the hell was that?
He was just very shocked over this experience that he had.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we should head upstairs.
Yeah.
Sensing the spirits were angry at Doug's antagonism, Sean and Eric try to calm the situation.
When you have a spirit in your home, you have to remember that's their home. You're in their space just as much as they're in yours. So when you're disrespecting a spirit or upsetting a spirit, you are asking for a reaction. That's why it's so important when you are interacting with spirit that you are respectful. You don't want that negative attachment following you around. I apologized for Doug's actions.
Spirits, please hear our apology for the insults rained upon you.
I apologized for the hurtful things that he would say to the spirit.
Please accept this apology.
We really wanted to let spirit know that Deanna didn't mean any harm.
Please.
We really just wanted to press the fact that Deanna isn't the one who was being disrespectful and wished harm upon anyone. Our conclusion is that there were spirits that lived in the home before Deanna and Doug. I believe that these hooded figures was a way of the spirits trying to scare Deanna, because the house was empty for so long before they moved in. Now all of a sudden, there's strangers in their home. They weren't happy that they were there.
The investigation brought me a lot of comfort. It was just nice having answers, some kind of clue, you know, rather than always thinking it's in my head. It was a relief.
Although the spirits had become quiet, Doug and Deanna's relationship was beyond repair.
There had been so much damage to the relationship and all the bad memories and stuff that me and Doug, we separated and went our separate ways. The paranormal activity stopped. I got healthy. I got a job. I got out of the house. I made friends. I now have a very fulfilling life.
After the investigation, I reached out to Deanna. I wanted to see how she was doing. And she seemed to be doing a lot better. I could tell there was a pep in her step when I was talking to her. There was more energy in her voice.
I believe if they had not have come, I may not have a life or the life I have now.
My life flashed before my eyes.
Get out! It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people.
I felt like I was going to die.
Reliving terrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger.
His hand just went on my stomach, trying to feel the baby.
When dark dreams haunt the living.
They truly wanted to hurt me.
Who are you?
That fella was pulling me right off the bed.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Hannah's Nightmare, take 1. Mark?
I first moved into the home December 22nd, 2017. It was my first time owning a home, and I was just really excited to have something of my own.
Hannah and her boyfriend Michael couldn't wait to turn the house into a home.
We were moving in and getting ready to start a family.
But their excitement soon gave way to a more troubling feeling.
Most of the time we heard footsteps. They would be upstairs above us, walking through that front bedroom.
Felt like it was heavy. You'd always hear something, you know, noise, a creak.
Michael?
I would walk upstairs and all of a sudden I'd hear the door handle like turn and then open up.
Michael?
And then I send Michael in to check, and like we shut it every time, check to make sure it's shut and it doesn't open when you push on it or walk by it, just is shut.
And you can shut it, but it'll still open up, you know.
There's nothing in there.
Oh.
Hannah tried to ignore the activity, but then more strange things started to happen.
My aunt had given me this figurine, and it's of a pregnant woman.
What is it?
And I showed it to Michael, and he's like, "Oh, is that us?" And then we put it in the hutch. And the first night, I noticed it had turned from how I put it.
Michael?
What's up?
And I blamed Michael for it.
Why did you do that?
I didn't.
I gave him heck for it. And he said, "I didn't touch it." It turned so the pregnant lady was backwards, like so you couldn't see her.
Michael!
After the first time that it turned again.
Figurines moved countless number of times. Every time we turned it back, it moves.
It really scared me, like made my hair stand up. And like I feel like it's trying to like push the baby away. It made me feel like it was evil.
Then the activity started to invade Hannah's sleep.
I was like sleeping, and all of a sudden I hear this woman yell my name.
Hannah.
She said it like almost right in my ear. Woke me right out of it like a dead sleep. Freaked me out at first, but I tried to think maybe I was just dreaming. Then like a month later, I was awake and I was in the hallway going from the bathroom to the bedroom. And all of a sudden, the woman says my name again.
Hannah.
Loud and clear. No one else was home, just me and Michael.
There's nobody downstairs.
That wasn't the only time Hannah would feel the presence of the old woman.
I was in the kitchen and I was cooking at the stove, and this hand just went on my stomach, like trying to feel the baby.
Spirits are very attracted to pregnant women and unborn babies because the energy within them is very bright and it's very new. So often, malevolent spirits especially will be interested in that particular energy. It's new, it's bright, and it's very powerful. So they wait for that energy to be born so they can harness that energy to do their bidding.
Yeah, it just felt like a hand just like placed right on my stomach. And it really scared me. Like I didn't want anything touching the baby or trying to feel the baby.
Who are you?
With Hannah constantly on edge, Michael began having terrible night terrors.
I had a nightmare, a couple reoccurring nightmares that something was trying to drag me into the back bedroom. It was more of a demon-like spirit, and it would get closer and closer every time. The demon was a tall black figure with long black arms and long black dagger-shaped fingers, pointy fingers. It felt like it was pulling me right off the bed.
Homeowner Hannah Carmen was being tormented by a ghostly apparition, while her boyfriend Michael was suffering demonic nightmares.
I woke up from my dream and I had actually felt like something was grabbing on my ankles. Something cold and bony was grabbing, pulling me off the bed.
So he jumped out of bed, in a panic. He was so freaked out and just shaking, scared.
It made me feel weak, inferior, I guess scared.
Soon, Hannah began having exactly the same dream.
There was this big black, really tall demon, and he had long black fingernails, like knives. It was just big and dark, all black. I was really scared. It seemed like real life.
She described it without me even telling her anything. And then I was like, wow, really? Because that's my exact demon.
It's very possible for a demon to appear in different people's dreams, because once a demon appears in your dream, they're able to permeate your consciousness, so they know everything about you. They know who you deal with. They know who's important to you in your life, and they can then make the trek to those people's states of consciousness.
And it would go between the two of us. He would have a dream, then I would have a dream. And in his dreams, it was dragging him out of the room and trying to get to him. Each dream it got closer and closer to him. And finally I found a knife and stabbed the demon. And after that I woke up, and then we both stopped having the dreams for a while. I was like, okay, we really need to figure out what's here and is it bad? So we called Kevin to come and investigate, to try to figure out who's here and what do they want.
Hannah called in paranormal investigator Kevin Hart.
Hannah? Yeah. Kevin.
When Hannah contacted me, and I could hear her voice trembling, and I knew that she was very frightened. She relayed to me that she was concerned about her baby. And I remember she was just distraught. She was shaking.
Michael didn't want to be a part of the investigation because he was afraid something would attach to him and possess him.
Enlisting Hannah's help, Kevin began with a spirit box session.
I'll ask some questions.
Okay.
I asked, where in the house are you? And this woman just responded back, I'm in the basement, in the basement.
Is there any spirits in the kitchen right now?
Right away, my impression about who the spirits were in the house, they had something to do with the baby.
Hannah and Kevin headed upstairs to where most of the activity occurred.
At one point during the investigation, I was going up the stairs and I said, we're going upstairs. And a voice had said, I'm following you.
So it didn't seem like the spirits were afraid of us. They were really wanted to interact.
Are there any spirits here?
What does it want with me?
What do you want with Hannah?
I was a bit nervous during the investigation, just scared.
Are you here to hurt her?
And I just told these spirits they have to get along with this couple and show respect.
Spirits, leave them alone.
I feel better.
I don't feel any darkness in here anymore.
Thank you.
Although the demonic dreams stopped, Hannah and Michael continue to experience the occasional spirit.
She's so beautiful.
Like, there's still things here, but they're not harmful to us.
Yeah, I've pretty much come to terms with knowing that there's something here and I just have to coexist with it.
Let's check it out.
We've kind of made a truce and just decided to, live here with them, and we don't bother them, they don't bother us, kind of thing.
When paranormal entities use the dream world to terrorize the living, the results can be terrifying, violent, and potentially dangerous.
Paranormal Survivor, Haunted from Beyond, take 1. Mark?
The house that I lived in was a 2-story house. My bedroom was upstairs, right next to the stairway. Life for me when I was 14 was very good. I had a good friends, good parents, good support system.
Carly grew up in a devoutly Christian home. But as a teenager, she began to have doubts.
The summer of 2010 for me was a little rough. I had been questioning my faith. I had it my whole life. So questioning that was a huge challenge. This was just a regular day when I was doing my laundry, and I heard a very loud knock on the door. I was too afraid to investigate the noises. As I was pulling clothes out of the dryer door slammed shut on me.
When teen Carly Hall started to question her faith, disturbing things started to happen.
That would be one of the first times I had experienced activity in the house. And I heard a very loud yell of my name and just get out.
Carly, get out!
I thought I was crazy, and I felt like I couldn't tell anybody because they wouldn't believe me.
The strange activity in the house would only escalate.
I felt like my bedroom was my safe space, primarily because that was where I spent most of my time. It was my personal space, and I had thought that nothing really could get into there to hurt me. We had one hallway light on in the stairs that made me feel safe. It was always that same light that turned off. No, I did not see anything doing it at the time, and no light switches were flipped off and on either. I was feeling very scared during this time.
Carly's experience with the hallway light was nothing compared to what started to happen in her dreams.
I had gone to bed, and I had this very vivid dream.
Hello?
And I noticed that one of my childhood friends had walked in, and she looked very concerned.
Hello?
She said, I need to talk to you. Your grandfather is outside, and he needs to warn you about something.
He needs to warn you. Grandpa?
When I got up to him, I gave him a hug, and, I hadn't seen him since he was alive. He had just passed a few months before. And he looked very concerned, and he said, "You're in danger.
You're in danger.
These things are after you, and you need to use your abilities." And I was very confused because I had no idea what he was talking about.
You're in danger.
He turned me around, and I saw two figures. The two entities looked inhuman. I was very scared when I saw these two entities. They were not anything that I had come across before.
If Carly thought it was all just a dream, she was wrong.
The moment I woke up, I felt a choking pressure on my neck. The pressure on my neck was so strong that I couldn't get up. I saw the short figure and the tall figure at the end of my bed in the doorway of my bedroom. I started flailing in bed. I tried to get away, but I couldn't. I could tell that these two were the same from my dream. When I saw them, I was very, very scared for my life. I tried to scream, but nothing would come out. And they were smiling at me, and so they probably were enjoying the fear that was coming off of me. After a few moments, they did eventually disappear.
Creatures from nightmares can present themselves in any way that they wish. So if they appear in your dreams, they can absolutely appear in your waking life. They can manipulate their environment.
When you're sleeping, your subconsciousness is open and you're vulnerable to attack, whether it be a spirit or a demonic entity. These things use that vulnerability to attach to you, and from there, they can torment you. They can start to cause physical pain.
The sleepless nights from that point on were tormenting. Every time I tried to go to sleep, the two entities did reappear after that as well.
The figures became a nightmarish part of Carly's everyday life, tormenting her constantly.
I would feel the oppressive feeling before I would see them. These two entities would follow me everywhere. I felt like there was no way to escape them. During certain periods when I believe the entities were around, they created a very negative cloud that was very suffocating, and it would make me feel physically sick and very depressed.
As the attacks on Carly continued, they became more physical.
In the morning, I would wake up with random scratches and random bruises everywhere. The scratches that I would wake up with were 2 or 3 lines, like across my stomach or across my legs or down my back, and the bruises were commonly on my legs. I would not explain the injuries to people around me. I hid them as best as I could. I would wear sweatshirts and long sleeve shirts and pants all the time. After a while, I would conclude that these things were demonic because of their evil nature. They truly wanted to hurt me. I would say that this was my breaking point.
Pushed to the limit, Carly decided to take a stand.
Get out!
I became very angry. I was very frustrated. I decided to stand up and yell at these entities and tell them that I've had enough.
Get out!
Get out! This is my house! Leave me alone!
I tried to make it clear, you need to get out and leave me alone. You can't hurt me anymore. I'm done with this.
This is my house! You get out!
This is my bedroom. This is my safe space. You need to get out.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me
Carly Hall's dreams have been plagued by terrible demons, and now they have started to terrorize her while she is awake.
Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Leave me alone!
It was pretty scary. I felt like no matter how much I fought back, nothing would work.
Often spirits will encourage causing fear in the living because it's energy to them. They really want power, and power is energy. So if they can incite fear in a living person, they can use the energy in that fear to do whatever they want.
Carly endured almost an entire year of constant torment.
It was just another normal night of dealing with these two entities, and I was very tired, and I decided to just go to bed anyway, and try and get as much rest as I could. And I had another vivid dream. I noticed this tall figure. He did not look intimidating at all. He seemed very gentle. I knew right away that he was going to be gentle because he seemed to have a soft appearance about him. He looked very kind. And he did not seem familiar to me. I had never seen anybody like him. And all he said was, "It's going to be okay." and I woke up after that. When I woke up after that dream with the tall man, I felt a sense of relief immediately. I felt safe for like the first time in a very, very long time, and I actually truly believed him and felt like everything was gonna be okay. Harley! After the dream, the activity started to die down. I did stop seeing them.
Carly's mysterious dream guardian protected her from the demonic spirits.
I believe that these entities attached themselves to me because of all the negativity that had been coming across my mind regarding questioning my faith and all of the challenges of being a teenager. They just used that as a door to walk in and stay. The tall man is always near me, and he watches over me when I sleep and makes sure that I'm protected. I feel very lucky that he's come into my life. I feel like I had been given a second chance, and it renewed my faith. I saw that no matter how dark things can get, light always finds a way.
When dark spirits are intent on terrorizing the living, they can use the dream world to ensure that their victim can get no respite from their torment.
Paranormal Survivor, Ivan's Torment, take 1, Mark.
I was living in a nice house, 2 bedrooms, big kitchen, big living room, big master bedroom, walk-in closet. It was nice. And there was no bad energy to the house when I first moved in.
Ivan Latandris enjoyed a quiet life and was fascinated by the spirit world.
I've always been interested in paranormal. I don't know what fascinated me about it. I would go into old abandoned houses, like abandoned factories, like really dangerous places, and just hope something would happen. I'd have my friends be like, oh, I think my house is haunted.
Hey, I just got your email. Yeah, sure, I can help you out.
So I would go and investigate their house.
Yeah, I'll be this afternoon.
There was one that went horribly wrong.
Ivan arrived at his friend's home, curious to see what he would find.
Thanks for coming over, Ivan.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a seat.
My friend reached out to me because they were having issues and they knew I was interested in the paranormal and they wanted to see if I could figure something out. All I knew was that my friend was experiencing like scratching on the wall and like footsteps. That's all I was told. I went over one day and just to do like an EMF reading, just to see if there was anything that was easily explained away.
EMF, electromagnetic frequencies, are telltale signs of ghostly activity.
Me and my friend did a complete walkthrough of the house. And then we stopped at the bedroom that he had mentioned he felt most of the activity was in.
Oh, I got something here.
There was high EMF in the closet, which I found fairly strange. All of a sudden, out of nowhere, I felt this burning in my back.
Amateur paranormal enthusiast Ivan Latandris was investigating a friend's house when he was attacked by something unseen.
Like if a cat scratched you type burn. And when my friend checked it, there was a scratch that was bleeding.
Man, you got a huge scratch.
So I realized that I couldn't have done it myself and nothing else could have. It was just, that's when the heaviness came, like something was saying, yeah, you're right, it wasn't you. And then making its presence known. Doors started opening and the cupboards. We got out of there quick.
Come on.
I was nowhere near experienced enough for this.
Ivan escaped his friend's house, but what he didn't realize was that his nightmares had only just begun.
Within the first week of being home after that night, I started hearing unexplainable footsteps. Scratching on the walls and ceiling. Nothing was making sense. I started to think that I was going insane. That's when I realized I had brought something home with me. One night, I was just watching TV, and you could see into the kitchen from the living room. And I just saw this big black shadow just slowly go through the doorway. And it scared the crap out of me. Like, I froze. And then to my left side, about 10 feet away, my good friend appeared. As someone that had passed away a long while ago. It looked like you could physically touch it, but it was, you could still see through it, kind of, but it looked solid. I was in complete shock. I couldn't look away. And then he said something to me that just made me realize that it wasn't him. He told me that I needed to be like him and be with him.
Be like me. Be like me.
Which he would not have said that ever. Because he had killed himself. So I knew that he would not advocate that for anyone.
The shock had grave consequences for Ivan.
I ended up having a heart attack and leading to a triple bypass before I was 34. After I'd come home from the hospital, I started getting more intense, vivid nightmares of the most horrific things you can imagine. And every one of them was unexplainable. see more of my friends and my relatives that had passed away, which made things hard because I missed them.
When you're asleep and dreaming, your subconsciousness opens up. In a physical sense, dreams can act as portals. Basically, they're conduits from one dimension to the other. So entities can use that to transfer into the physical form and start affecting you.
It was them, but it wasn't them. I think that's why this thing was using them. It was trying to build up a false sense of security, make me drop my guard.
Evil spirits love to control. And in order to control, they have to confuse. So they're going to manifest into something that is comforting to you and trying to trick you into thinking that it's something that they're not. And they do this to gain control.
The figures started telling me that I should hurt my loved ones. I think it was just to mess with my head and weaken me mentally because it had already weakened me physically.
Ivan's nightmare had left him frightened and confused, but the horror would only increase as the spirits now manifested in real life.
These things would come just to keep me down and weak so they could feed off me or whatever they were doing to me.
Spirits love control. Evil spirits, demonic spirits, malevolent spirits, they love control. So they often will want to overtake someone and try and convince them to hurt themselves.
The entities that were tormenting me wanted me to hurt and kill my friends so they could have their souls. Once these entities realized that I wasn't going to do that to my friends or my loved ones, they started to turn their attention on getting me to do it to myself.
Do it. Kill yourself.
Ivan Latandras had been terrorized by dark spirits, telling him he should hurt his loved ones, and now they wanted Ivan to take his own life.
Do it. Kill yourself.
Obviously didn't work, but it messed with my head a lot. I was at a point where I couldn't leave my house. My health was so bad. I wasn't sleeping. I was barely eating. That's when I called Michelle for help. I couldn't do it on my own.
Desperate, Ivan enlisted the help of paranormal investigator Michelle DeRoche.
Hi, Michelle.
When I saw Ivan, his energy was low. He didn't have a strong energy because he was tired, he was defeated, and he was weak. When I first went into Ivan's home, I could not believe how heavy it felt. There was definitely a very strong presence there, and it was pretty much in control.
Tell me, when did this all start?
Michelle believed that this evil entity had attached itself to me from my friends and was attacking me and weakening me and eventually was going to kill me.
So what else can you tell me, Ivan? Ivan?
The demonic are notorious shapeshifters, and they can change their voices. I knew that something was shapeshifting and literally mimicking his friends.
So I have a plan, but I am gonna need your help for it, okay?
Okay.
When somebody tells me that they have a spirit in the home that wants them to harm themselves or somebody close to them, that raises huge alarms for me.
Michelle taught me how to make this spray out of sage and cedar oil that would help with the negative energies that were in my house.
It's a liquid smudge. It's a cleansing tool.
You ready?
We went room by room, and I taught Ivan that it is the power behind the words that you use. And it is the power behind your intention.
Leave. Get out. Leave. Get out of here.
So Ivan did that, and it gave him that strength, that inner strength that he needed to be able to go through the process.
Get out of here. Get out.
Kill yourself.
Leave.
The cleanse worked, and the spirits that were tormenting Ivan vanished.
It worked.
When Michelle left, she told me to be vigilant. Once the negative energy felt like it was basically done, gone, is when I moved. After I moved out, I felt great. My health started improving, and I moved quite far away, like 2 hours from the city, and the drive was just, I think I smiled the whole way. I hadn't done that in a long time. I learned a lesson never to mess with the paranormal. Don't even dabble in it unless you're very well trained. It could kill you.
My life flashed before my eyes.
Get out!
It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people
I felt like I was going to die.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger.
When the living are tormented by a sense of evil.
They want you to know that they're there.
Felt like they were gonna eat my face.
Very scary then to see that.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Missy's Misery, take one, Mark.
My childhood home was pretty cool. At first, we were excited about moving there. It was in one of those neighborhoods where the houses were right side by side. A lot of kids in the neighborhood. I liked the house, it was pretty. So I was excited about moving there. There were 5 of us that lived in the house. It was my sisters and both my mom and dad.
We were happy there until all these crazy things started happening.
When I was 14 is when I really learned that there is bad things out there that your parents can't always control for you. It was scary. It was scary.
Missy had an unexplainable sense that there was something wrong in the house.
The energy made you feel like you weren't welcome there, you know, and I wanted to run right up the stairs and be the first one to pick out the room, you know what I mean? And even headed for the stairs just slowed me down. I would feel like there was something either going to push me or hit me.
Missy's feelings were confirmed shortly after settling in.
It would sound like there was somebody in the bathroom. Like, literally the toilet would flush. You would hear the sink turn on. The lights go on and off. I would open a bathroom door.
Okay, I'm coming in.
And there would be nothing. Nothing in there at all. You know that there's nobody there and you're feeling something real, even if you can't see it.
The strange activity soon escalated into something much darker.
Sometimes at night, I would see a shadow go by my bedroom door. That's when I realized that it was a ghost. I saw that figure, and it was big, and it was black, and it was scary. When I saw the ghost walk by for the first time, it was terrifying. It stopped my heart completely. I could feel the entity approaching my room. So I hid in my closet. While I was in the closet, I felt like the closet was shrinking around me. It was suffocating. And I felt like even though I was terribly scared to step out of the closet, I felt like being in the closet was going to be more harmful than facing the ghost on the outside. I had to suck it up and run because I felt like I didn't have any choice. It was just such an intense feeling that I got from there that, yeah, I'll still get nervous and shaky when I talk about it today.
Though terrifyingly real for Missy, she was the only one experiencing the activity.
I told Missy that she was hallucinating or had a bad dream and stuff like this, but she didn't buy it because she knew she wasn't dreaming. It's a real bad situation, you know, when your kids are scared to death and there's nothing you can do about it.
Missy's abilities to sense spirits could not be discounted.
A sixth sense when it comes to the paranormal or seeing spirits means that a person is sensitive to the energetic fields around them or to the subtle changes in the energetic field around them.
I explain it like a radio. So just because you don't hear a radio on at the time and you don't have a radio player going, doesn't mean the radio waves are not in the air. Psychic energy is the same thing. When you put your antennas up, in other words, you open yourself up to that psychic energy, you're going to be able to receive that energy and start to see things, feel things, hear things, and sense things.
One day, Missy's father found something that made him think maybe she wasn't imagining things.
One day I was in the basement. I looked up and there was a small edge of the paper hanging over the beam. So I reach up to get the paper. And that's when I found the suicide note. It was written by the man that committed suicide in that house.
I think that house was sort of a hotbed for paranormal activity. My dad found a suicide note while working in the basement. So I think maybe that was part of it.
Then one day, the whole family got proof that Missy's sixth sense was for real.
We had just got back from a trip to Kentucky. When I sat down the suitcase, I heard this crackling noise. I saw a little mirror come flying right from the fireplace, which was 5, 6, 7 feet away from where I was. And that mirror came off of that fireplace mantle and dropped right in front of me.
Get back. Hey, are you okay?
Get back.
I tried to explain it away, but there was no logical way to explain it.
The incident left no one doubting the house was haunted.
I knew something was going on in that house, but I had no idea what.
He was like, okay, something is going on. I can't explain this one, so we will get the help.
Bless his house.
We called the pastor for help.
The Spirit of God is with you.
The pastor blessed the house and said prayers.
My Lord, you are all powerful.
When he was done, he sat in the kitchen and talked to my mom for about a half hour or so, and then he said something to the point of, I better call the missus and let her know what's taken me so long. He went to reach for that phone, and it flew off the hook and met his hand.
Teen Missy Hornbeck was the focus of a terrifying haunting. But when her father brought in a priest to help, the activity did not stop.
It flew off the hook and met his hand. But it was screaming. It was loud, like speakers loud, like stereo speakers loud.
It was shocking and scary. I mean, how could a phone scream at you? But it did.
He realized that the blessing didn't work. He left right away.
Father! Father! Father, come back!
After the blessing, things got a lot worse in the house. It didn't make any of it better.
More sensitive to the activity, Missy endured the most horrifying encounters.
One night I was in bed sleeping, and I was woke up by something. I knew I was awake, but I didn't open my eyes because I knew there was something there too. It was that feeling, that tingly, threatening feeling that I got. I opened my eyes, and on the ceiling, there was this face. It was a bald man, and he was screaming, and he looked like he was in agony. I couldn't scream, I couldn't move, I couldn't get up, I couldn't do anything. It came right down to my face, and like right before it got to my nose, it just disappeared. And as soon as it did, there was already another one up there waiting to come down. They were all screaming. They all looked like they were in agony. I just felt like they were going to eat my face. Because they're coming at you with their mouth open and screaming, and I was just sure I wasn't going to have any face left when it was done. It sounded like somebody was being ripped apart. It was horrifying. It was horrifying.
For God loved the world so that he gave his only.
I remember saying John 3:16, and I was praying until it stopped.
Demonic beings manifest in many different forms, and they're going to manifest in an intimidating way, but they're also going to try and overwhelm you. So you may start to get visions, you may start to physically see these apparitions, but ultimately they're there to scare you. They want to frighten you and gain control over you.
Melissa was very afraid. She was scared. She was almost hysterical. It made me feel terrible for her because I wasn't there when she desperately needed me.
That's when I got scared of being there.
Please, Daddy, I want to leave this place. I don't want to live here anymore.
I begged him to move away. I didn't want to live in that house anymore. I just didn't want to be there anymore.
It's gonna be okay.
In order to protect the girls and my wife, the only thing we could do would be to leave and move out of the house.
I just felt like it was never going to end. I just felt like we were living in a haunted world and our world was going to be haunted forever.
We got out as soon as we could.
When we moved into the new house, I felt like it was a new beginning. It was a chance to start over. It was behind me now. Before I left that house, I wrote a warning note to whoever had to have that bedroom after me to say their prayers at night so that they didn't have to see that stuff. I hope they found the note before anything bad happened.
Some possess the ability to communicate with the spirit world, but in the wrong hands, or for those sensitive without the proper training, the communication can get out of hand and even invite dark entities into their world.
In touch with evil, take 1.
"13-year-old Paige lived with her parents, Stacy and Sean.
There was just something about the house I just didn't like.
Most of the time, it just didn't feel right. It didn't feel like a home to me.
Paige was a very quiet child. She was always calm, happy.
Do like what the tutor said.
As Paige grew older, she developed an unusual ability.
By the time Paige hit 13, that's when she could fully hear the voices.
I found that I was a lot more sensitive than the other kids. No one else could see them. Like normal people, they actually don't see them the way that I do. It's like if you run into somebody and somebody understands you, of course you're gonna want to talk to them about everything, and that's how they feel. When I would hear the voices, it was a lot different. It sounds like my own voice inside my head, but it's actually them talking.
You're worthless.
It basically sounded like something you never want to hear, like something like off of a horror movie. Basically that I'm worthless, that I shouldn't be here.
You're garbage.
I felt really crazy.
You're worthless.
Like I wasn't even in my own body.
Sweetie? Yeah? You okay? Yeah. Okay.
The voices would soon be joined by things the whole family experienced.
Things started happening in the home where I was in bed and Paige was in her room.
The door literally just slammed.
13-year-old Paige had started to hear mysterious and disturbing voices in her head. Soon after that, strange things started happening around the house.
The door literally just slammed. And the windows were closed, everything was closed, and my mom even heard it. And she got up and came in my room and she's like, "What happened?" I'm like, literally the door just slammed.
And Paige was already sitting up in bed and she just looked at me and her face was white. And she said, "Mom, the door literally closed."
It's all clear.
That's when things had started.
Paige's experience with the door was nothing compared to what happened next.
Paige wanted to go take her bath. She got into the tub. She wasn't even in the tub 10 minutes.
And all these letters started coming up. And they just literally kept popping out of the tub.
Mom! I ran into the bathroom.
Sweetie, what is it? I'm like, look.
And when I looked, all these letters were popping up in the bathtub. As I'm scooping them, more just kept popping up. The expression on her face was like, oh my God, where are these coming from? It was unbelievable.
How's that even happen?
Already frightened, the spirit voices in Paige's head became darker and more threatening.
No. They want you to know that they're there. Pay attention to me kind of thing, but it's not just that. Sometimes they also want you to be scared of them, like they want to feel like they have power over you.
When you have an attachment to the spirit world, it can be extremely taxing.
It's like having a radio on all the time that you can't turn off.
It can draw your energy, it can drain you, and it can make you physically ill.
I would get really anxious, and I'd feel like I want to throw up. They would make it like basically hell.
The activity escalated again, and Paige started to see things that were truly horrifying.
I went to bed and I just kind of fell asleep. I felt something, like this really dark, eerie feeling, like something isn't right. I opened my eyes and then I saw it. It was really big, like something that can almost cover up half a room. It has like big muscles and it has really big horns. Its face looked more like a triangle, but it was like rounded. It started coming closer to me and it just kind of got on top of me and pinned me. I remember like I was trying to scream and I couldn't. Like I felt my tears going down my face. And it was just gone.
The demonic attack had a lasting effect on Paige.
I woke up and I had 2 bruises on my arms. and they were like right perfectly beside each other. It looked like somebody really just took their 2 fingers and pushed into your skin for a really long time. They were like big and purple and like yellow mixed into it. It's honestly really scary. No one should ever have to go through that.
Demonic beings tend to attack and are very violent with the living because they want to exert power over the living.
They are trying to create a fear, and through that fear, they feed off of it and become stronger.
Honestly, I didn't feel like I was protecting her as much as we are trying to protect her. How can you protect her from something you can't see? I need to find somebody. I need help.
Stacy called in paranormal investigator Michelle DeRoche.
Stacy contacted me to try to help the family, especially Paige. They want to try to figure out what was there and hopefully hoping that we could remove it all together. Turns out Paige was very intuitive, and I think she just needed to be taught how to manage her abilities. She seemed to be surrounded with spirits, and it was stressing her out. She just didn't know how to say no. She didn't understand why they were coming around.
Michelle coached Paige about her ability and how to protect herself.
She told us that Paige can speak to the spirits. She connects with them. Michelle told Paige we had to sage the house twice a day, every day.
Has something been happening in your room back here?
We picked up that there could be a demonic presence on site. I did not want to take any chances.
What's wrong? What's wrong?
She felt that we needed to have a priest come in to bless not just the home, but us as well.
Michelle felt that a priest needed to come and bless the house as well because of how much negativity and chaotic it was.
His area of expertise is exorcisms, pre-Vatican exorcisms. So it's a very old rite, and it's a very effective rite.
My room was actually the worst for them. It was the most negative, and like they literally stopped at my doorway and they could feel how impulsive it was.
Paige's room was cold and it had a bit of a darkness to it. I was asking,
is there somebody here?
And this voice came through and went, "The girl." Which sounded a little bit on the sinister side. And then we went on and caught recordings of growling. Hearing the growling in the recordings absolutely confirmed that there was a demonic spirit in the house, and we would have to proceed with the exorcism and the blessing of the house.
The priest asked us to recite this prayer with him to get rid of this attachment.
In the name of the Father.
In the name of the Father.
And of the Son.
In the name of the Son.
And of the Holy Ghost.
In the name of the Father.
13-year-old Paige is sensitive to spirits, but after she was attacked by a demonic beast, her mother called in paranormal investigator Michelle DeRoche and a priest to exorcise it from their home.
In the name of the Father.
In the name of the Father.
The Son.
In the name of the Son.
And of the Holy Ghost.
In the Holy Ghost.
Amen.
How do you feel, sweetie?
Better.
The exorcism proved to be a success, clearing the demonic entity that was wreaking havoc on Paige's life.
After the cleanse, I felt a lot better.
I felt an instant relief. After the cleanse, Paige seemed a lot better. She looked and felt good. When Michelle left, there hasn't been anything. The house has been quiet. I haven't heard, I haven't seen anything. It's been good.
I'm really thankful, especially for my mom, my dad. I feel like I do have more control over it. It showed me a whole different side to life, to actually know that this can happen, to let other people know that this can happen and that things do get better. It just takes a lot of time and effort.
The ability to communicate with the dead can bring comfort to those who have lost loved ones. But not all interactions with the spirit world are positive, and some can end up being truly horrifying.
Paranormal Survivor Season 5, The Afterlife, Take 1.
We purchased a house in Howard Beach in 2011. I was excited about buying it because I'm also a builder and a designer, and it was the first time building for myself, designing it, and doing something for me and my wife.
When Rocky moved in with his family, he found the house contained some troubling surprises.
When I always went from the first floor to the second floor, I felt always a coldness going up that staircase, on my back only. Deep, deep cold, like a crackling cold, like an ice cold. And I felt that something was always behind me. And never thought of anything. Other events started happening in the house. I hear a crash. I hear my wife running across from the top floor, thinking that she thought maybe I fell or something. And we got into my daughter's room, and we seen that everything that was on the shelf above her bureau has fell to the floor. They were collectibles from when she was a baby. Miniature statues and stuff that I have bought for her throughout the years. It looked like somebody actually swiped it right off and it went straight to the floor. We couldn't figure out how it happened.
What happened in his daughter's room was very strange, but it wasn't the part of the house where Rocky felt the most uncomfortable.
When I would go towards the master bedroom, I felt a lot of activity there. Somebody was watching me. I didn't feel comfortable at all, and I kept this to myself for a very long time.
The feeling would only escalate.
Michelle and I were watching TV.
Show.
I started feeling different. And I hear music in the dining room. One of my cousins just passed away, and I hear my father in Italian, "Johnny, come on, come by us." Johnny, that was my cousin Johnny that passed away. That wake was that day.
Hey, Johnny, beauty queen.
My father passed away 23 years ago. I could feel that my dad was always there. I do talk to him. I believe in the afterlife. And that evening, I heard my father call his cousin over.
Oh, Johnny, get it quick.
And it sounded more of an Italian feast going on. I can hear him say, Johnny, come on over.
Johnny, Jenny.
I was close to him. I love him. I do miss him. I feel like I still have a connection with him.
I miss you, Pop.
Often we feel that we can still communicate with past relatives, a father, a mother, because we have a connection with them. And we're very aware that even though their physical body may not be here, that their soul or the essence of them remains.
Rocky's connection with the spirit world seemed to be growing stronger, but only for the worse.
The bedroom was cold that night. We were laying down again in the bed. I could feel that something was going to happen. I happened to turn over to put my arms around Michelle. I looked in a mirror and I seen the mirror from left to right go into darkness. It started dark and then it started going across the mirror and it started turning clear again. I seen a shot. And I remember him taking the phone. I took a picture to the main entrance door of the bedroom.
Rocky Primiani built his family a dream home, but after moving in, he started hearing the voices of long-dead relatives. Then, he began seeing a shadowy apparition.
And I remember him taking the phone. I took a picture to the main entrance door of the bedroom. I looked at the picture and I see a white light coming towards me. When you blow up the picture, then you could see the background of somebody's skull back there. I was surprised to see that picture. I was chilled to the bone to see that picture, that I actually got it on camera. And you just don't know who or what, if it is a good spirit, a bad spirit, whatever it was. I wasn't sure if this was just running through my mind or whatever, you know, and who am I going to tell who's going to believe? Maybe I was going crazy, whatever. It's not something that you would just go out and tell anybody, you know what I'm saying? I guess from there I started believing.
The strange nighttime activity would only intensify.
I must have fell asleep. I felt coldness coming to me again, and I just get this feeling that something's gonna happen. I seen a shadow. This can't be, I'm saying to myself. I see a silhouette of a lady, and she was just standing still, looking out towards the balcony. Very scary then to see that. Later that evening, I hear Michelle.
Michelle.
It was like a crackled voice, like somebody was in a tunnel, like a very deep voice, you know, but you could hear Michelle, 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 Michelle.
Michelle.
I wake up, Michelle.
Do you hear that?
Somebody's calling your name.
Michelle.
You must be dreaming.
and we hear Michelle in the master bedroom, then Michelle again in the dining room, and then on the third time, Michelle actually heard it herself. Michelle! She was scared that she heard it for the first time. She knew what was happening. Michelle!
What the hell is that?
She gets out of bed.
Michelle!
We were so confused, we thought maybe there was people outside. She opened the front door. And there was nobody there. I was convinced then that, yeah, it was a spirit, but that night when I heard it, I actually lost it.
What do you want from us? Leave me alone!
I had enough that night. That night was bad. That night was really bad. I would sleep with the lights on. That's what I would do, is get it through the night. We needed to get help.
When you're experiencing paranormal activity and it is elevated, in other words, you're receiving this energy extremely fast and it's all the time, it can definitely become overwhelming. You can become drained and it can physically start to alter your life.
Rocky called in paranormal investigator Brian B. to help.
Rocky seemed terrified. He was under a lot of stress at the time.
Brian also brought in psychic medium Virginia Centrillo.
I'm a liaison between the living and the dead. I'm able to speak with the dead and help them cross over if needed. When I first arrived to the property, I felt a heaviness, almost like, don't come in here. We don't want to be bothered with you. We're not leaving.
He did a lot of renovations. And in any older house, anything you do renovations will definitely stir up the spirits.
Brian began the investigation by using a spirit box, a modified radio that spirits can communicate through.
We started to ask questions, say who was there.
Who's there?
Can you talk to us?
Tell us your name.
And at one point, Rocky said,
Dad, is that you?
And the name Carlo came up.
Carlo was the name of Rocky's father.
I asked my father, Dad, where are you? Are you okay?
Where are you?
He said to me in Italian, I'm dead. I moved on, he passed on. I heard my father's voice.
Sono morto.
I believe he was trying to let Rocky know that he was there. Maybe to try and alleviate his stress he was having to find might this be. So I think it might have helped Rocky a little bit knowing his father was there.
I started to realize all his family members were there. He was communicating with them on the other side.
Satisfied Rocky's family meant no harm, the investigators moved on to the master bedroom.
What signaled to me as soon as I walked in that there was a woman in the room that wanted attention.
Hello?
This person was very confused. I believe they died of Alzheimer's or dementia and was very confused and angry.
Rocky Premiani was experiencing disturbing paranormal activity in his new home. Investigators discovered some of it was being caused by Rocky's long-dead relatives, but the rest was the work of something much darker.
This person was very confused. I believe they died of Alzheimer's or dementia and was very confused and angry.
You all right?
There's definitely something here.
You feeling it?
And that spot right there felt very heavy. Someone was there, so that was a spot we wanted to also investigate.
100% there is a portal. And I believe this is where this entity was coming through. And it turned out to be this woman who was just very confused and angry. Like, what are these people doing to my house? Why are they changing this? Why are they touching things? Why are they moving things around? This is my home.
Virginia knew they had to cross the female spirit over.
Spirits, open the portal and let this woman through.
Spirits, open the portal and let this woman through.
Spirits, open the portal to let this woman through. Louder.
Spirits, open the portal to let this woman through.
It took a while to convince her that she was no longer on this earth plane and that she's safe to move over into the light. So it was kind of a struggle. I had to actually bring her back from dementia, so I had to go back a couple of years with her and work with her and keep repeating to her, you've passed over, it's time to go into the light, your husband is waiting for you.
Spirits, open the portal and let this woman through.
And as we began working with her, there was no longer a death look in her eyes.
Spirits, open the portal and let this woman through.
All of a sudden, I see this hand, and this nice-looking gentleman came through.
Walk into the light. Your husband is waiting.
As he took her away, the energy started to shift in that room. We all felt it. And also, the portal became brighter and lighter. And then they disappeared.
After the spirit was gone, Virginia and Brian cleansed the house.
It felt good. It felt more calm, quiet, and the house felt better after the cleanse.
Now Rocky could concentrate on the positive aspects of being able to communicate with the spirit world, and especially his late father.
I believe the spirits really focused on Rocky and not Michelle because Rocky was so open. I believe Rocky's family was there trying to protect him and trying to help him with this woman and the fears that Rocky had.
The loving spirits is our family. A lot of loving people that protected me and Michelle. Knowing that it's my family, it felt okay. I'm okay with it now.
Here's to you, Bob. I miss you.
My life flashed before my eyes.
Get out!
It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people.
I felt like I was going to die.
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger.
When territorial ghosts haunt the living.
This family means you no harm!
There's a lot more out there than what you were raised to believe. I thought I was gonna die.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Bonnie's Terror, take one. Mark?
I moved into this house in November 2017.
It's an 1840s farmhouse on 20 acres. Beautiful property. Much bigger house than what we came from. I love the house, and I couldn't wait to start making changes. We are just having fun with it. This is just something I always wanted.
Bonnie and her husband Steve had left the city and were hoping to enjoy retirement in what should have been their dream home. Their excitement didn't last long.
I was just a little off about sleeping upstairs, because first few times I did, I would hear, you know, typical sounds. I figured it's a newer environment.
What is that? Steve?
The sounds I was hearing above the master sounded like somebody walking in the attic, walking around above the bedroom. Floorboards like creaking.
There's noises.
Holy!
5 o'clock in the morning, we woke up to all the smoke alarms going off in the house. I thought something was happening with the house.
Turn off the alarm!
I picked up cigarette smells, cigars. You know, no one smokes here. The smoke detectors are hardwired, so there are no batteries. And they went off at the same time in different areas of the house. And they stayed on. I couldn't find any valid reason why they would have gone off.
Bonnie tried to put the strange events down to the quirks of an old and unfamiliar house.
5 minutes into reading, I heard a loud crash. The wrought iron grate built into the fireplace just fell right out onto the floor. It's a heavy piece of metal. It just popped out onto the floor. I immediately jumped up to see what caused this, and I just can't, it doesn't make sense how it could just on its own pop out of the wall. I asked a question. I said, is there anyone in this room with me? I was surprised to hear a voice back saying, in a low whisper, me, a male's voice. It was a low whisper saying me in a long E sound. It only seemed to happen to me when I'm by myself. That startled me.
The unexplained activity made Bonnie nervous to be home alone. So when Steve had to head back to the city for a few weeks to sell their old home, she was full of dread.
Do you have to go?
I knew I was going to be here by myself until my husband could sell the other house.
I'll see you soon.
I felt much safer when I wasn't in the house by myself. There's a few times when I feel like people are watching me, or something's watching me. Because it is the fear of not knowing what's there or who's there. I was settling into my bedroom for the night. You know, I just felt something there. The temperature in the room would change. I'd feel cold. I remember looking towards the wall area, and it was as if somebody was standing there.
Death to you!
And said, death to you, in a loud voice. And it wasn't a dream. It was very loud and clear.
Death to you!
3 words, death to you. That made me very upset. That scared me. Because that's, right away, that's a horrific thing for anyone to hear. This was looking to cause harm to me. Ultimately, just what he said, death to you. This entity or whatever does not want me here. That scared me. Do I have to watch everywhere I go? Is this like a warning? That's how I took it.
If a spirit yells death to you, that's absolutely terrifying and disconcerting. That is a warning to the person living there that they have now become a target for a specific entity.
From that moment on, Bonnie was too scared to sleep.
Night terrors, panic attacks. I would wake up middle of the night, panic and anxiety. It was just uncontrollable. My biggest concern and my biggest fear, I was afraid someone was going to push me down the stairs because I felt that whatever's here does not want me in this house. It made it quite clear.
Bonnie's fears would soon be realized as the activity became physical.
I was doing some minor cleaning. This coffee table we have. And I just fell forward as if I was pushed.
Bonnie Shakovsky and her husband had bought their dream farmhouse, but not long after moving in, Bonnie was being targeted by a territorial ghost who was getting increasingly violent.
It happened so fast, I thought that was it. To protect myself from falling, my hand went through the glass. My hand was cut up very badly. I definitely believe that I was pushed into the table. I believe it was calculated. Whatever wanted to push me into this was trying to hurt me. I was scared. I was scared for my life. Desperately needed help.
Afraid, Bonnie begged her husband Steve to come home. And then the pair sought the help of paranormal investigator Kevin Hart.
When Bonnie first contacted me, and she told me some of the stuff that was going on, and the thing that concerned me was the possibility of physical harm. That's when I was concerned.
Is this fine to set up right here? Sure.
It wasn't long before Kevin got a taste of what Bonnie and Steve had been enduring.
Is that normal? You guys hear that a lot? Whoa. You hear that?
When you can hear the floorboards creaking as if someone's like shifting their weight, and the doorknob rattling.
There's definitely something here.
Shocked at the intensity of the activity, Kevin used an audio recorder to see if he could communicate with the spirit.
We're gonna be doing some audio recordings. Is there someone here?
And we started asking questions. Why are you here? Just trying to get a name.
There's someone here? Maybe someone who lived in the house before? Would you like to talk to us?
What got me was when Bonnie asked the question,
do you like what I've done with the kitchen?
And you hear, get out.
Very, very firm voice, very angry. No, get out. It's very upsetting, yes. Very upsetting.
It confirmed what she was going through before. This was the definitive proof.
And I felt validated that there is something going on here.
My conclusion was there wasn't something demonic going on here, but the spirit was a previous owner and he did not want anything changing. He didn't want anyone bothering him in his home.
Some ghosts get angry that people reside in their homes because they believe that that home still belongs to them.
Sometimes in death, a spirit doesn't necessarily cross over. And so they're still occupying that space or that location. And they feel that you're intruding on their space. And they're going to get angry and they're going to try and get you out. It's their space and they want it back.
After confirming the presence of a territorial spirit, Kevin tried to let it know it no longer had a claim to the house.
This family means you no harm. It's their house now.
I believe I was the target, being a strong female, making big decisions on the house. Upset one of the owners or whoever is in this house, and that didn't like the idea of a female making these decisions and was letting us know that he was not happy with it.
This family means you no harm.
So I just sternly talked to the spirits, and I just basically said, look, you got to accept Bonnie as the new homeowner, or you're going to have to leave.
This family means you no harm! This is their home now! Leave them alone!
Get out!
The spirit had gone.
Thank you.
And Kevin left Bonnie and Steve in peace in their dream home.
After the investigation, I did notice that the house was quieter, less stressful environment. There was a sense of peace.
We do coexist with spirits. They're all around us. There was no reason for them to be harmful.
Yeah. Since that time, nothing has happened. We haven't had any incidents. I respect the house. I always did, the property. I'm certainly not going to make any changes, drastic changes to this house. Try to do anything that would upset or cause us to start again. I've always believed in the paranormal, but now that I've actually lived it and I've experienced it personally, it's just a different feeling when it actually happens to you.
Spirits don't want to share their space with the living. Some don't understand that they no longer live in the physical world. On other occasions, a territorial spirit will actively target those it sees as intruders until they are frightened away for good.
Paranormal Survivor, boy in the red parka, take one. Mark.
The house was big. We had about 1.5 acres of land, big 2-story house. It was amazing.
When Chris was just 18, he and his family had moved from the city to start a new life in the country.
Me and my family were very excited to move in. My mom opened the boxes, she unpacked all of the dishes because my mother was actually very critical on where she put the dishes so that everything could be put together for cooking in the mornings. The first night we were in the house, strange things happened almost immediately. We heard just really loud, just bang. I was startled and scared. You know, you hear something like, it really could be anything. I mean, we just moved into a new home. I mean, shoot, I don't know anything about this home.
I didn't do this!
All the cabinets open, all the dishes stacked all in a row, right in the center of the table.
Chris Houston moved to the country with his family, but on the first day in their new home, strange things began to occur.
I didn't do this!
All the dishes stacked all in a row right in the center of the table. It's a terrifying situation. You have no idea what happened, but you also know the reality. And the reality is every one of those dishes we witnessed going into those cupboards and being put up.
Stay here. Stay here.
The door was open in the front at that point, so my mother had decided, well, you know, maybe it's a prank. We've been here the first day. We don't know anything about the local kids. Maybe they're just pulling a stunt.
Kids. Let's put this back in.
I did feel uneasy after that.
Spirits can manifest things, and they're going to manifest things to get your attention. Things such as dishes or things on a counter, they're going to use that to let you know they're there. So they could stack them, they could move them, they can manipulate them in many ways to basically get your attention.
The troubling events in Chris and his family's new home were only just beginning.
About 2 weeks out,
Hello?
we heard my sister wake up and scream.
What's going on?
There's somebody in my closet!
Where?
I saw somebody!
She thought 100% this is a ghost. She was very avid about it. He was watching me. I think he wants to hurt me.
There's nobody in here.
I swear there's someone there! I saw somebody! I saw someone!
Okay, look, just calm down, okay?
I think he was observing her. At that period in time, I did not think that there was any harm, though I did believe her 100%.
Just go back to sleep, okay?
My sister was terrified after the first 2 weeks, so she had mentioned that to Mother and myself and said, I don't want to stay there anymore. In the back of my head, it came off as there's something in this home, and it's obviously watching us.
Chris would soon realize his suspicions were correct.
I was raised in a household where electronics was pretty common. I got fascinated with how it worked. So tearing apart and putting things together again became kind of a fascination of mine. I had the privilege of getting a broken receiver, and I had some brand new speakers. Of course, the speakers weren't connected yet. At the moment in time that I was working on that, the first thing that happened were the lights flickered and dimmed. And it wasn't just, you know, something you could explain. And the moment the light goes off, I'm hearing noises out of the speakers. I heard thousands of whispers coming out of the speakers that weren't connected, repetitively going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. So I picked up the speaker and I put it up towards my ear and could identify that these whispers were here. And then I dropped it, scared to death. I was terrified. I had no way of explaining it.
It wasn't long before Chris got a glimpse of what was tormenting his family.
Now, our kitchen in the backyard has a small window by the sink and then a large window down by the dining table. And I looked outside and I saw this little boy standing at the end of the yard in a red parka. He was just standing there. The boy was literally just standing there staring at me. When I looked at him, I felt hatred. I felt that he kind of hated me. He didn't want me here.
A spirit will give you the sense that you are unwanted in a home if you've wandered into its space. A spirit in any age can be territorial, even the spirit of a young boy. That doesn't change just because they pass away, just because a body ceases to be. If it's a characteristic of the individual in spirit, they're still going to carry that into the afterlife.
It seemed as if this was his place. This was his land. Go away. I don't want you here. And I will act out. And that's what I felt right off the bat, just by staring at him. And then he just vanished. Right in front of my eyes. Just gone. And that again was a very scary thing. Now you have affirmation. Now I know there is a ghost or something else on my property, in my home.
Chris got the disturbing feeling that the boy in the parka was watching him from the shadows.
I constantly felt anxious. I had a lot of trouble sleeping. I would consistently wake up, stay up for the rest of the night, actually. It was in the middle of the night sleeping, and all of a sudden I felt the bed sheets tugging. It was almost as if something grabbed it and just started pulling it. You could see where it picked it up and pulled it off. It was a startling moment.
Teen Chris Houston was being hounded by the spirit of a young boy who didn't want him or his family in their new home.
Then right after you get up and you're scared, I could hear the little boy giggle. You hear him laugh. I got more scared when I heard the giggle.
The terrifying nighttime activity started to become a regular occurrence.
I heard a noise, woke up. Then I watched the lamp fly across the room. Then, of course, again, little boy giggle. As if to say, hey, I'm here, so I'll do what I want, when I want. I was terrified, I was shaking, I was frozen in place. There's nothing I could do. At that point, you go past startled and annoyed to frustrated and scared at the same time, because we're invested in a home, we're stuck here, and no matter what happens, you can't control this.
Terrified to sleep in his own bed, Chris turns to the couch, but there's no escaping the spirit of the boy.
I heard him enter, I heard him come in. I knew he was there. I think that's all I needed, to be honest with you. You could tell that there was anger and hatred in the room. His demeanor was menacing. I was terrified. I woke up terrified. It was a adrenaline moment, I guess you could say. I was scared. I didn't know what was going to happen next.
Pushed to desperate measures, Chris confronted the evil presence.
So I reached out to touch his arm. And when I got to the arm, the easiest way to explain the feeling is almost as if you've been slightly electrocuted, I guess you could say, kind of like a static electricity. And he grabbed me. Its grip was stronger than anything I've ever ran into. I was physically thrown on the ground, pushed down, And then he turned into this really dark, massive, unexplainable existence. I guess a mist, a shadow. I thought I was gonna die. I started saying, I am God's child, you cannot hurt me.
I'm God's child, you cannot hurt me! I'm God's child, you cannot hurt me!
And I heard an incredibly unimaginable scream. It was a cross between an animal and a human being. I don't know how to explain it.
I'm God's child, you cannot hurt me!
Chris's incantation worked, and the spirit of the boy disappeared.
The air lifted, the whole environment just changed. You just knew that whatever was there that was causing that was gone.
The ghost may have gone, but it had left a painful reminder of their confrontation.
You could see scratches. Looked like somebody literally took all 5 fingers and just ran it right down my arm. The attack was the final straw. It was kind of a, okay, I'm done, I've had enough. You win, I'm out. So the house went up for sale, it won.
Now fearing for his life, Chris urged his family to move out.
When I moved into a new home, the paranormal activity did stop. Knowing that you can walk away from a situation and not have it occur again and live a normal life is a wonderful thing. Even though I've done many, many things throughout the years, I don't think that would have happened if I would have stayed in that home.
Hey. Let's go.
When I researched the area, I did find that there was a little boy, did pass away, and it was of hypothermia. He died middle of the winter. You can hear these stories 1,000 times, but until you live through them, you don't know. And once you live through them, your eyes open up. They make you realize that there's a lot more out there than what you're raised to believe.
Spirits can become so attached to a home where they previously lived that the slightest change or renovation can unleash the full force of their fury. But when the territorial entity is truly evil, the consequences can be terrible.
Paranormal Survivor, Laurie's Cursed Farmhouse, take 1, Mark.
When I first saw the house, it just seemed to be everything that we were looking for. It had the creek, it had space for animals, it had space for us. It seemed to be a perfect fit. I agreed to take it right off the bat just because it was okay to bring the animals.
The home seemed perfect, but after Laurie and her family moved in, she had a surprising conversation with the previous owner.
I actually contacted them because they live down south.
Hi, I had a few questions about the house.
And she did warn me that the house was haunted. They had seen little kids outside, noises on the stairs, footsteps, that kind of thing. But I didn't really think too much about it at the time. I was skeptical, but I'm one of those people where unless I see it for myself, I don't really necessarily believe it. I was just in such a hurry to just go somewhere that I was willing to overlook everything just to move in.
When Laurie started renovating, she got a terrifying taste of the activity the previous owner had warned her about.
I was in the room that was going to be my youngest son's room, painting. I was on a stepladder trying to reach the ceiling, and I felt pushed off of the ladder suddenly.
Laurie Davis and her family moved into a farmhouse that seemed ideal at first glance. Then, she found out it was haunted, and now she was being attacked by an unseen force.
I looked around, I didn't see anyone. I felt very uneasy about it. Decided I'm gonna take a break.
Anthony?
And as I walked out the door slammed really hard behind me. I was very creeped out, but I was really just desperately trying to rationalize this in my head as something else. You know, I must have just slipped off the ladder, there must have been a breeze, something like that.
Lori tried to forget about what happened, but the activity continued.
I would spend a lot of time at home alone with my husband at school. The kids were at school. I was left mostly to run the farm. I started hearing weird things that I couldn't explain. And I kept hearing, "Mommy, Mommy." You know, sometimes you just get used to that from having kids. And it just kept on. So I finally turned and I said, "What?" And I got no response. It sounded like that it was crying or whining or someone that was hurt.
Anthony? Anthony?
So I started to walk towards Anthony's room because that's where it sounded like to me. And I got halfway through, I looked in his room and I realized that the kids were at school and I was home by myself. I couldn't find any reason for that voice.
Anthony?
The eerie activity in the house only escalated.
I would be downstairs in the living room, the doors upstairs would start slamming.
Hon?
Then it started with the footsteps on the stairs.
Hon, are you home?
You could hear someone going up and down the stairs pretty loudly. I heard something being dragged across the floor. I went up the stairs and I heard a man's voice, sounded like a grunt. I was actually hoping that it was an intruder instead of a ghost, but I got to the top of the stairs and there was absolutely nothing there. I immediately thought that maybe this was a mistake coming here.
The activity was getting to Lori, but that was nothing to how she felt when it started affecting her son, Anthony.
Mom! 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 Hey. You okay? Hey, what's up?
He started complaining that he was seeing black shadows going from his room out the door and into the other room.
Don't worry.
But then it started happening every night.
Mom! Mom!
He told me they look like people, like a man, but really tall.
I saw something in my room.
And that one was standing in the corner watching him, and as I came into the room, it disappeared.
The terrifying activity even started to affect Lori's health.
I started getting bouts of mononucleosis, which is not common in people my age, to the point where I would be laid out for a few weeks. Oh, this was taking a big toll on all of us. I just didn't want to admit it.
Did you leave the horse gate open?
No, I didn't leave the...
Definitely close it.
Lori's husband, Josh, wasn't his usual self.
The horses get out? Like,
No, that's not the point.
He was just very irritable.
Pay attention to what you're doing, Lori.
Okay, I didn't...
Things that were not a big deal before became tremendous arguments.
And you're just sitting around the house being kind of lazy, so...
We never argued like this before.
Yeah.
I've been doing everything in this house.
This was not like the person I knew.
A territorial spirit can definitely cause conflict within the family. If they're trying to get you out of their space, they could definitely start causing conflict within the household, get everybody arguing and fighting, stirring up negativity, which is stirring up energy, and that sort of energy helps to energize the spirit.
I haven't seen any housework done this week.
Because I've been sick. I have to get better before I can actually do it.
I've still done
It just became nasty. Like everyone had some kind of issue going on, and everyone's personality had changed at that point.
Today, what do you think I've been doing to have to be better to actually fix the house? No! I'm sorry, baby. Oh, God.
What is it?
Oh!
I felt a burning sensation in the back of my neck.
Oh.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, my God.
I had 3 claw marks on the back of my neck. They were really deep. They were deep enough that they drew blood.
Okay.
There was no explanation.
Are you okay, Mom?
It was a terrible time.
I don't know, baby.
I didn't really see a light at the end of the tunnel.
Be fine.
Things just got to the point where I knew we were just gonna disintegrate. I was scared for the family's safety, but I was trying to not let them know that.
But the activity kept getting worse.
We had animals just dying left and right for unknown reasons. 3 dogs, 1 horse died, 2 horses are deemed broken. I lost a lamb. It was just one thing after another. Once the deaths just kept coming and coming, I mean, you can only make up excuses for so many things. I had just had enough. It just got to be so overwhelming. Nothing good ever happened to us when we lived in that house. There's something going on here. This is not just a series of bad events.
Desperate for help, Lori called in paranormal investigator Michelle Wagner and demonologist and ordained minister Steve Culls.
I am a full-time psychic medium. I was briefed about Lori's case. It was an extreme cry for help.
Must be Lori. This is Steve.
This, honestly, I can say in 22 years was the most extreme case that I've worked on.
Both Michelle and Steve felt the negative energy inside the farmhouse almost immediately.
When I stepped foot into the house, a dark shadow scurried up the stairs. I really believed that there was something dark and present there.
Michelle.
You better take them outside, okay?
I asked them to leave because at that point, I knew something was in there.
A lot of times I'll stay outside and have the other person on the team go in because sometimes the demonic like to hide from the demonologist.
Michelle was left inside alone.
The master bedroom was probably one of the heaviest feelings I got. I saw that dark shadow go flying around. I said, "Who are you? Why are you here?" I was getting growls. "Are you a spirit? Are you a demon?" And as soon as that question was asked, it was like a lightning bolt.
Since they moved into an old farmhouse, Lori Davis and her family were being terrorized by something evil. Lori called in paranormal investigator Michelle Wagner. Now she was having a terrifying encounter of her own.
Are you a demon?
This was not human. This was going to be something that we'd had to do a deliverance or an exorcism on. At one point, I said, "I know who you are." And at that moment, there was a huge bang. It felt like the house was actually lifted up and dropped. I have never felt anything like that in my life.
It sounded like a boulder had hit the house. It was a big crash. At that point, it was definitely something demonic.
Steve and Michelle know they must perform an exorcism to remove the evil spirit from the house.
We did is what's called as a deliverance, and that is basically done on a home or on property. It's a blessing to cleanse and to bless the land, to keep the people that are living on safe. Steve started reading the rite of the blessing.
I command you, unclean spirit, now attacking the servant of God.
By Jesus Christ, in the name of the saints, in the name of the Holy Spirit, we try to force it out and we command it to get out, and returning the property to the state of holiness.
He was actually using holy water to bless the room.
Holy water, please, holy water. By the coming of our Lord for judgment.
During the time the house was being exorcised, I could hear low growls.
In the rite of deliverance, we not only tell it to get out, we tell it never to bother people, the animals, everything across the board.
Steve took his cross and put it on Lori's forehead, and right away I could see Lori becoming very uncomfortable.
I suddenly just felt super hot.
Lori? Lori had started to feel a burning sensation on her forehead.
Lord Jesus Christ, it's okay, Spirit. By the coming of our Lord.
At one point, I even said to Steve, in the middle of the blessing, look at Lori's eyes. Her eyes became very, very dark. The pupils of her eyes became very, very black.
Spirits will go to any lengths to try and get you out of their home if they feel that you're occupying it. So, I mean, they can scare you, they can physically manipulate things, they can harm you, they can actually cause death. If they really don't want you there, they're going to do anything they can to get you out of that location.
The chances are we probably have been dealing with something that was attached to her. I think it was partial possession.
Lori's not here.
Because she had been beaten down for so long.
It's more.
Since Lori was the focus of the attacks, they try to cleanse her too.
There was definitely some growling, some knocks. My job is to work through that, continue on with the rite, because that's what it wants to do. It wants to stop me.
By Jesus Christ, in the name of all the in the name of the Holy Spirit, be gone! In the name that is all is holy, be gone! Be gone!
You could actually physically see on her forehead a red mark.
Lori?
Josh, what happened?
Lori, are you here? Are you here?
I am.
Josh was tearing. I mean, I had seen that man go through all kinds of things, and I had never, ever seen him cry like that, ever in my life. It was pretty scary.
When we had finished and completed our blessing, you could actually see the weight lifted off Josh and Lori's shoulders. It was very emotional. When something like that happens and you're finally able to let that go, you know you've done your job.
I was hopeful that this was over with for us and that we could move on.
Due to the intensity of the demonic possession, Michelle advised Lori and her family to leave the home.
This would probably rate on one of the highest scales that I've dealt with. So the best advice that we could have given them is to get out of there.
We were out in a day. For everyone's safety and sanity, it was best to just get out.
My life flashed before my eyes.
Get out!
It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people.
I felt like I was going to die.
Reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger.
When the living unwittingly bring ghosts in.
I was scared for my home. We were in a lot of danger.
This is my home!
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, The Fear, take 1. Mark.
My home is a 3-bedroom, beautiful, nice for us, perfect. I loved it. You know, it was our first home that, you know, we owned, and it was nice, it was comfortable. It was ours. When I first moved in there, I was in the backyard and, you know, digging up, planting flowers. And I came across a ring. You know, silver ring, Confederate. It had a Confederate flag on it. You know, it was old. And the second I picked it up, I instantly, I felt like I just wanted to drop it. I didn't want it. But for some reason, I felt compelled to keep it. It belonged to a soldier, you know, and it was something that to be proud of. So I took a little teacup that I have and put it inside of it, and I forgot about it.
Felicia didn't realize it at the time, but soon after she found the ring, strange things started to occur in her home.
The first time that I actually saw him was in the basement.
Anytime you acquire an object, a piece of jewelry, a piece of furniture, and you bring that furniture home or that piece of jewelry home, you're in essence bringing that energy with it. And if it is attached to a negative entity, this entity may very well come home with you and start causing havoc in your home.
I felt cold just shoot right through me. It's just ice cold, ice cold. And I turned around and the spirit would just shoot by. That's when I knew, you know, this is not a good one. In my basement, we have a toy car. It's kind of big where you can actually ride on it. Well, it just started moving and it went like almost right past my legs, like by me. And then it just stopped. You know, it's a heavy car, it's a heavy toy car. There's nothing can make a car move that fast and that long and then just stop for no reason.
Felicia's daughter, Olivia, also started to have troubling experiences.
I would hear scratching. It sounded like between like fingernails and like a cat scratching. I would hear knocking in my closet. Sounded like somebody was banging on like door, like if somebody banged on your front door, that's what it would sound like. Sometimes I would hear like little whisper sounds and you could never really make out what it was saying. It sounded like a man. It was always really deep and you just could never make it out.
Are you afraid?
Felt like he was angry and he was trying to tell me something. It sometimes would never stop. There would be no breaks in between and it would happen just constantly. Well, usually I would lay there and I would start to cry and I'd pull my blanket over me. It just kept getting worse, progressively.
Soon the activity escalated, and Olivia started to see, as well as hear, something terrifying.
But I remember seeing him in my room. He would stop and he would stand in front of my bed most of the time, and he would stand there and he would stare at me. He was tall and he had like black stringy hair, and he had a head on it and it had like a little flower in the side. The flower was always light blue. It made me extremely scared, and I don't know how else to describe it, but fear. It was just scary. I would run past him and he just like followed me with his eyes. He would turn and watch me.
A spirit would target a young person mostly because of the fact that young people are vulnerable. Their energy is very attractive to them. They're a weak link, basically. They're easy to manipulate. Therefore, they would be a perfect target.
Mom! Oh my God!
She was so scared of the spirit that she did not even sleep in her own room. You know, she slept in my bed with me.
It's all right, sweetheart. I was afraid he was gonna hurt me. If I made him mad, I was always scared that he was gonna hurt me.
The spirit then set its sights on Felicia.
I would start hearing, you know, strange scratching noises. It would almost be like it was 5 fingers, you know, like nails, like, you know, really long, sharp nails. Oh, the kitchen, there's always banging of the pots and pans. And I would just hear banging, the loudest banging on the glass, like somebody was there to break in, you know? I don't know. It was scary, very scary. I would get a baseball bat. And then when I went to the kitchen, nobody was there all the time. And I would swear, I'm like, okay, but they took off. I went to get a bottle of water. And as I'm closing the refrigerator door,
When homeowner Felicia Sills found a mysterious old ring, she had no idea it would spark a troubling chain of events. A menacing spirit started to torment her daughter, Olivia. And now, it was coming after Felicia.
I'm just stopped by the spirit, and he attacked me. I feared that, you know, he was going to hurt me. And it was almost like I hit a wall. Took my breath right out of me. I was frozen. I couldn't move. This thing had me.
This is mine!
Felt like I walked through like the most thickest cloud. Almost felt like I had spider webs all over me.
Stay away from me and my daughter!
I started cussing him out and told him, you know, I would not allow you to harm my child, to harass her, to stalk my child. This is our home, not yours.
This is my home, not yours!
I could feel it around me. You know, it felt like it was like a coil, almost cold, wrapping around me. And I couldn't breathe, and it hurt, like it knocked the breath out of me. And could not move until I finally said no more, you know, and I got myself to take a deep breath. It was almost like, yeah, like I was, you know, breaking it apart. I had pains in my chest, and it's almost like it's just one spot, and it shoots right through my back, and it burns. And instantly, whenever that happens, my mind goes to the spirit. Okay, this is the way he died. Somehow that this was the way that this man's life was taken. You know, that he was either shot or stabbed in the chest. You know, because I could feel it, the burn, almost like he wanted me to feel that pain that he felt.
A spirit who has been, for example, shot while they were living life might want to project that onto the living to give them a sense of what it feels like, why they're feeling anguished, why they are angry, why they are stuck. They just want you to know where they're coming from and why they're behaving the way they are.
The near constant terror took a heavy toll on Felicia.
I was emotionally drained. You know, I would get in my car and I would drive. That's the only place where I felt like there was nothing. You know, it was my safe place. And when I would just cry, you know, I would just cry. I felt emotionally drained, emotionally lost, physically, you know, just tired. You know, I felt pain. And then and then my daughter, you know, how do I help her? You know, keep her out of the house? No, this is her house, you know, and so I didn't know what to do.
While Felicia struggled for answers, the terrifying activity only got worse.
I was always afraid of something, afraid that he would hurt me, like something would happen. It always just felt frightening, like it was scary. I was standing in the bathroom. I couldn't really see anything. I had my glasses off and I couldn't see behind me. I could only see like myself in the mirror. He hit me, I think, twice or 3 times. He hit me repeatedly. I got like shoved and hit, and I was like on the ground. Mom! It felt almost like I was stuck, like drowning under something. I couldn't breathe. Whenever he was near me, I felt like I couldn't breathe. I screamed and I fell. Mom! And I started crying, and when my mom came in there, I was starting to stand up and I was crying. When my mom got to the bathroom, he was gone, and I was trying to get up.
Get away! Get away from her! Get away from her! You get away!
She was yelling at the man that had pushed me.
You get away from her!
I mean, I go in there and she's crying, and you know, she said, "Mom, like someone pushed me really hard and like slapped me." She pulled up and she had a big slap mark on her back. I mean, he physically slapped my daughter, hampered. And she was crying. She was very upset.
It would be incredibly terrifying to have a child of yours attacked by a spirit because you can't see what's attacking them. It's a great way to upset the apple cart. It upsets the parents, it upsets the entire atmosphere in a household.
I believe he enjoyed seeing me scared.
And this is it. This is it. No more. And I was dead set. I was angry. I was angry that this, that the spirit was targeting my daughter and physically harming her. I just wanted to stop. I was scared. I was scared for my kid. I was scared for just my home.
Afraid of what the spirit might do to her daughter next, Felicia called in paranormal investigator Adam Wisleck for help.
I reached out to Adam because I was told that he would be able to help, that he would have some answers for me, because I was stuck. I didn't know what to do, and I needed somebody who knew.
I've been working in the paranormal field for 7 years now, and the amount of investigations that I've been a part of, probably getting closer to 200. Felicia sounded really frantic because something was bothering her daughter. And as a parent myself, you want to do anything you can to protect your child. The first time I walked into that home, it was very heavy. I did feel when I was in that home that Felicia and her daughter Olivia were in danger. I could tell just by that anger that the spirit, he was going to harm them.
Adam and fellow team member Donna began an electronic voice phenomena session. With Donna recording, Adam attempted to communicate with the spirit.
Who are you? What do you want? What do you want with this family?
She's mine. We have to hear this.
Donna was able to record an EVP of this male entity telling us that she is mine.
She's mine.
And that, I knew, was Olivia, and that she was in grave danger.
She's mine.
That statement, "she is mine," he was serious. And it was like something you would hear if somebody was getting in your face, and almost like a threat. She's mine.
She's mine.
It made me feel angry because, first of all, no, she's not yours and never will be. Second of all, you said that, that just makes the fight even more my way, because my daughter will never be yours. Never.
I want you to hold my hand.
Adam decided to confront the spirit using a technique known as astral projection.
When I'm going to do astral projection, I just need to take a couple deep breaths, and then I start to envision myself floating out of my body. And my job, was then to get up, go around, and start talking to this entity.
Felicia Sill's daughter, Olivia, was being targeted by an evil male spirit. After one violent attack, she was left with physical injuries. And Felicia called in paranormal investigator Adam Wisleck for help. Now Adam has put himself into the spirit world to confront the entity.
I knew at this point that the energy felt like he was in the basement. His reaction was sheer shock. He had no idea that I was going to be standing right there in front of him. And the first thing I did when I saw him, I immediately went over and I grabbed a hold of him. I'm in spiritual form, so my spiritual hands were grabbing his spiritual shoulders, and I was gripping him as tight as I would if I was somebody in the flesh.
Who are you? What do you want? What do you want with this family?
I want them gone.
And he was like, I don't want them here anymore. And I said, it's not up to you. You don't belong here anymore. This is not your home. You're gone. You are gone. You've been gone a long time, and you have no business being here anymore. One of the things that I noticed was he had a ring on. This ring was really big, and it had a Confederate flag on there. He was able to inform me that he was shot and murdered on the front lawn of that house. Where he was shot was in his chest.
He really did not think he was dead. Like, he felt like that was his house, and he didn't know he was dead.
The spirit did not want to leave that home because he was on a mission to torment Olivia, and he wasn't going to stop until he won. Plain and simple. But I was going to win this, no matter what it took. When the spirit was finally removed by me, I knew I'd won. So once I removed him and everything was done, I came back slowly, opened my eyes and started, breathing normal again. My initial feeling after he was gone from the house was that the heaviness, the anger that I felt when I first walked in there earlier is all gone.
The whole air, everything in my house changed. It felt like clean air, it felt nice. It was calm.
Felicia's immediate reaction was probably more of emotion, now knowing that this evil entity is now gone and will never be back again. She's going to have her daughter back. She's not going to have to worry about her daughter living in fear anymore.
I remember my mom picking me up from my Mima's and we got back to the house, and it felt amazing. Like, it was just so nice to be in a house where I wasn't scared of anything.
No, I can go in my daughter's room and she's sleeping sound. It's beautiful.
Felicia called me up, and her big thing was she was crying. And she told me that her daughter was sleeping through the night. And it broke me down into tears thinking about it, because it's like, I did something. I really helped these people out.
After the cleanse, Adam advised Felicia to bury the Confederate ring she had found and that he had seen on the spirit, in order to prevent the evil entity from ever coming back.
The ring that we had of his, that's gone bye-bye. I put it in a mason jar with some dirt and buried it. And then, I said a prayer and a blessing over it. I just, peace and love, man. You gotta move on. You know, and it feels good.
Sometimes the living can unwittingly welcome evil entities into their homes by bringing in haunted objects. But on other occasions, malicious spirits can attach themselves to the living and follow them home to wreak havoc on their lives.
Paranormal Survivor, Haunting in Oceanside, take one, Mark.
I live in a house in Oceanside with my husband, Matt. I lived there around 18 years.
It was a very peaceful home. Nothing has ever happened. We were happy, you know, just being the happiest go-lucky couple.
Oh, God. Josie and Matt were enjoying life to the fullest until one fateful night when they returned from an evening out.
There's a restaurant in the area that we live, and we heard it was rumored to be haunted by a bootlegger.
We wanted to go and check it out and hang out and have dinner there, and thought it would be kind of cool. From the stories we have heard, you know, around the neighborhood, that he was not a nice person in life. After being at the restaurant, we noticed some unusual activity in the home.
Two days later, I was downstairs and I was organizing my coat rack. All of a sudden, felt something brush against the top of my head. It was very soft, but like enough to startle me. And then I heard a growl very close in my ear. When I heard the growl, it felt very kind of heavy, like I could definitely sense something was there. I think it just kind of wanted to say like, oh, I'm here. It just wanted to get my attention. It frightened me so much, I just dropped everything. I ran up the stairs. I was very frightened. I was saying prayers, just very frightened.
It's very possible for a spirit to attach themselves to someone and follow them home. Basically, they're like hitchhikers. They jump onto your energy and they can come with you.
Josie's experiences would only become more frightening.
I was in my bed sleeping and I felt the bed shaking and it startled me and I woke up.
Josie and Matt had a happy life. But that changed for the worse after they returned home from a restaurant said to be haunted by the ghost of a bootlegger. Now the weird activity was about to get physical.
I was sleeping and I was actually held down in bed. Something held my arms above my head and I remember trying to fight it and feeling the fingers on my skin and trying to break free. I remember fighting with it, struggling with it to get my wrists free. I remember feeling the fingers on my skin, and I just tried to scream. Nothing would come out of my mouth, and I just kept struggling until finally I broke free. I woke Matt up and I told him. I said I was held down, and I showed him scratches on my wrists. Now it started invading my bedroom, which was my safe space.
Cut yourself.
I was pretty anxious when this happened. It was pretty bad. Kind of felt like there was nowhere else to go, you know? Like it could happen anywhere. Matt felt helpless. Like he told me that he kind of felt helpless because he couldn't protect me because he was at work, or, you know.
It's okay. It's okay. Relax.
It was a hard thing to go through.
Then one morning, Matt became a target too.
One morning, I was making the bed, and I noticed on his side of the bed, the sheet was all shredded. Like someone took a knife and just went like this down the sheet and shredded the sheet. I was startled when I saw it because I've never seen a sheet ripped like that. I had no explanation for it.
The ripped sheets were evidence of something evil. As Matt soon discovered, he had been attacked while he slept.
I was taking a shower and I was just doing your normal thing in the shower, and you know how when you get a scratch mark and you get water on your scratch and you feel the burn, and that's when I noticed the scratch marks. And I said, what the heck? It was like 3 marks. You could see clearly the 3 marks going like this, right across my belly. There's nothing hanging off of our shower head. There's nothing sharp in our shower that could cause that. Nothing has ever happened like that.
On edge after the attack, tensions started to run high between Matt and Josie.
What the hell is that?
The fact that it targeted my side of the bed worried me because I thought maybe I was the next target.
Look at that!
Knowing that something dark did that, you know, in your own bed, that was scary.
Oh no, what's going on? Just leave me alone, would you?
The energy in the home was really starting to turn negative. Even Matt and I were fighting with each other, and we usually never fight, so things got pretty intense.
I definitely think it was affecting our relationship because we were a happy-go-lucky couple, always looking to have fun, and we were always fighting when activity would be happening. We didn't really want to like be with each other, you know, because we were fighting so much.
Our Father, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation. God help me.
The attacks were pushing Matt and Josie to breaking point, but worse was to come.
We have this long wall unit that goes across our back wall of our living room. It's mainly to display collectibles, you know, glassware, stuff like that. And the cabinet doors are made of glass.
Matt noticed that we had these fingerprints.
Get out.
Homeowners Josie and Matt were being tormented by an evil and violent spirit. And now it had left its mark in an effort to terrify them.
Matt noticed that we had these fingerprints, and it looked like it was from the inside on the glass doors. Like someone had been pressing their fingers to the door. They were very, very large. Could not be possibly made by a person.
I just felt uneasy, like there was definitely something not right, and made me pause long enough to go grab my camera.
Okay, I gotta get a picture of this.
Yeah.
And I said, let me just take some pictures, see what's going on here.
And when he was reviewing the photos back, he noticed he had captured the face of a man. It was a creepy, scary man. The face was actually behind the glass, looking out.
You can see the nose, you can see the dark eyes staring at you, almost as if it's snarling at you. You could literally see the teeth because the mouth was open. And I think that's also the same entity that left the fingerprints, and it was in the same spot where the fingerprints are. It really gave you chills. That was the point where we said, all right, this is it. This is where we gotta get help.
Matt and Josie called in psychic medium Virginia Centrillo for help.
Thank you for coming.
I have been a medium for over 40 years. I am a liaison between the living and the dead. I talk with the dead, I get information from the dead, history from the dead. I find out why they're trapped or why they're stuck.
I was relieved. She was so warm and friendly, and I just knew that she would be able to help us.
There's something.
When I first walked into the home, as I was entering the door, I had a very strange feeling in my gut. I felt a heaviness, and I did feel there was something dark in the space, definitely. I felt this entity was looking to harm or hurt someone, and they didn't want to leave the space. I felt threatened. I started to receive some information about the entity that was in the home. I felt whatever they were into had to do with illegal substances like alcohol. I felt this person wasn't anybody to trust.
What's your name?
He was, I would say, about 5'11" or 5'10", and he had huge hands. I started to speak to him.
What's your name?
When Josie and Matt went to the restaurant, that's when they encountered this entity. I felt as soon as he set eyes on Josie, that was it. He was going home.
You brought something home with you. It wasn't here before. It wants to break up your relationship.
I felt the reason that this entity stuck to Josie is because she resembled a past lover that he was very much in love with, but also was not allowed to have or be with. Because this entity wanted to get next to her.
She picked up on the bootlegger right away, and she picked up on the attacks and possibly why he was connected more to my wife than me.
I felt this entity was very jealous of Matt.
I can help you.
I was definitely angry, and I know my wife was very angry because, you know, it changed us, and we didn't want it splitting our marriage up.
Evil spirits will always try to get a competing person or a competing spirit away from its intended target. The reason being that they want that person all to themselves. They don't want any interference at all.
Virginia was drawn down into the basement.
I hate you.
This entity was actually using a lot of profanity, and it was threatening me, and it wanted me to leave because it was very comfortable in this home. This entity wanted Matt out of there also and told me, I'm going to harm you and Matt. But I stood my ground, and then I started speaking out loud to it because I said enough.
Enough! You're not welcome here.
Get out.
Josie and Matt Haas were being tormented by the evil spirit of a bootlegger that had followed them home.
Get out.
They called in psychic medium Virginia Centrillo for help. But now she had become a target.
You're not welcome here.
He pushed me down the stairs. I felt off balance.
No, you will not do this to me. No.
Get out.
You will not do this to me.
And I stood my ground. I said, no, you're not doing this to me.
You will not do this to me. You will not.
Chief said that, yeah, there was a dangerous entity there. We were in a lot of danger.
Virginia gathered Josie and Matt to perform a crossing over ceremony and rid the home of the evil spirit.
I need you to think thoughts of love and light.
When I began the crossing over, I told them to wrap themselves in love and light, call upon their creator and their angels so he couldn't feed from them anymore.
Creator, guardian angels, wrap us in your light and protection.
Crossing over a spirit or soul that's trapped means opening the doorway to the other side that they forgot about. They forgot how to get home. They forgot about the light.
Wrap us in your light and protection. Creator and guardian angels, wrap us in your light and protection. Creator, wrap us in your light and protection. We managed to open the portal. Please don't let go of the hand.
Get out.
Wrap us in your light and protection.
I think he was afraid to meet his maker because of all the bad things he did on Earth. He was very threatening to me, this entity. He wanted us out. He made it clear to me, I want you gone. I don't want you here. I don't want Matt here. She's mine.
I need you to talk to him. I am not who you seek. I forgive you. Creator.
As Josie spoke to him and forgave him, then Matt spoke and said, I forgive you for what happened here.
I forgive you.
He revealed himself to me during the ceremony. I had gotten an image of the bootlegger. I could see a man wearing that period of time clothing.
Creator and guardian angels.
I felt the entity showed himself to Matt to apologize. I felt he said, you got me. You won. She's yours.
Creator and guardian angels, wrap us in your light and protection.
He started to get lighter and lighter as he began to let out his anger. And now this veil was opening up and he just stepped into it. And then it became very peaceful.
Oh God, it just felt so much lighter. It felt like all the negativity went out. I felt relieved. Relieved.
We felt more peace in the house, more calmness in the house. We were back to our normal selves. We were living peacefully again.
My light flashed before my eyes.
Get out! It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people.
I felt like I was going to die.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger.
I was terrified.
When spirits attack the living.
Did not like me, and it did not want me here.
I was afraid that I was going to either go insane or I would die.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Spooky House, take 6. Mark?
I had been through about 100 other houses, and this one really caught my eye due to the price and the size and the location. It was a dream home. It was. It was everything we were looking for. It was beautiful.
The dream house that we purchased in Toledo was very much a large, historic home. I wanted to grow a family. It was going to be a family home, something to have for the next 30, 40, 50 years.
Ian and Molly had fallen in love with the historic home until they discovered something disturbing about its past.
So we're out painting the garage trim, and this little boy rode up on his bicycle and he goes, "Do you live here?"
Did you just move in here?
We kind of looked down, we're like, "Yeah."
You know someone killed herself here, right?
He goes, "The guy who lived there before you, he stabbed himself in the heart with a drumstick, killed himself at his drum set." I contacted my realtor. I go, "I got this kid coming up telling me such and such happened." And she goes, "Unfortunately, a man about age 40 did take his own life about 8 months prior to you buying the house."
At first, Ian and Molly tried to ignore the news about the suicide.
We're lying in bed and you could hear drumming coming up from the basement. We were just like, oh, this must be from next door. Maybe they're having a party or something. And then it would happen night after night after night.
That was just the beginning of the disturbing activity.
One day I was walking into the house and I saw a white and gray mist floating up the stairs. When I saw it, I got goosebumps and I got a feeling of just cold and kind of sad. And it had turned and just disappeared.
I had come home from work and Molly was panicked.
I didn't know what it was, and it just completely just came up.
It was her voice. Her voice had a weird tremble to it. It was something that was really, really uneasy. When Molly was relaying to me this mist that she saw, I got this weird pit in my stomach. To know that something is being visually seen, there was something really unsettling about that.
It wasn't long before Ian saw something terrifying for himself.
Something woke me up from a very, very deep sleep. In my doorway was a large man. The terror, the dread, the unease that I felt, I could feel it in the pit of my stomach. I could feel it squeezing around my heart. It was absolute terror, just having this mass right in front of me. The feeling I got was that if I kept on staring at it, it was going to do something beyond harm. At this point in time, I figured direct confrontation would be the way to go.
We're living here now!
And I took a very firm voice and I said, look, I'm living here, Molly's living here.
This is not your home! Live with us or get out!
And I really secretly had hoped that that had worked. And it didn't. It didn't work at all.
Some spirits will attack the living because they want to inflict pain. They want to cause harm, or they want to cause fear. Basically, they're feeding off of it.
The paranormal activity only escalated.
One evening, it was in October, it was near Halloween. We're getting the house ready for the festivities.
We had gorgeous woodwork, and it was oozing this clear liquid. It looked like oil, and if you touched it, it would disappear in your hands.
And it was all along the top rail, and then it started oozing out.
Oh. And so I wiped it off, and it would come right back. Just, it kept oozing and over and over and over again.
And we looked at each other, we going, what the hell's going on here?
When we tried to clean it, it would just come right back. And this happened for about maybe a day, and then it just stopped.
The activity started to take its toll on Molly and Ian.
Are you kidding me right now? It made me a very angry person. I was mean, I was spiteful. Ian turned into a very mean individual, and Ian was never like that before.
You don't know what's going on in there either. That's why we
The
have...
more and more stuff that happened, the more and more angry I got.
Something was feeding off of that anger and making us more angry towards each other.
I've had enough.
The activity affected our marriage.
It caused so many issues, and I didn't think I was gonna get emotional.
Then one night, the activity took a dangerous turn.
One night, I suddenly felt like something was sitting or laying on me, holding me down.
After buying what they thought was their dream home, Molly and Ian Albert started to experience strange paranormal activity. Then things turned violent.
I couldn't move, I was paralyzed. I felt like I was being choked by a very large hand, and it wouldn't let me move. It was trying to choke the air out of me. I tried to move, I tried to struggle, I tried everything. I tried praying, I tried everything, and nothing to move.
I was awakened by the sound of her gasping for air. And it was very, very startling. And she was struggling violently to breathe. And when she woke up with this, I'll never forget seeing the little bruises that formed on her neck. There were little round bruises all the way around. I actually saw them form in front of me. I took an oath when I got married to protect my wife, and to know that I couldn't stop this stuff from happening, it made me feel helpless.
I felt like I needed help, and I needed protection, and I needed something, someone, anyone to come in and help protect me, because I felt my life was being threatened.
Molly called in paranormal investigator Harold St. John for help.
When I received the call from our client Molly, there was horrific claims of paranormal activity taking place in their home. Once I heard these claims, I was in fear of Molly's well-being. I was afraid for her life. Upon walking in the front door, the house was dark, the rooms were dark, an eerie green, as if like a storm was coming. I knew that we had our work cut out for us. During our research, we discovered that there was a man in his early 30s that lived in this home that had taken his own life. But more importantly, he had a very extensive criminal record, anti-stalking orders, restraining orders, crimes against women. I firmly believe that he was the entity that targeted Molly.
Harold decided to take a bold approach in order to make contact with the evil spirit.
Our case manager, Becky McLenathan, went into the home alone because she looked the most like Molly. And my intention was to use her as a target object, that the entity may confuse Becky with Molly, and maybe we would have an opportunity and a chance for it to rear its ugly head, so to speak.
Okay.
She went to Molly's bedroom first.
You want to pick on me?
Within 2 minutes of this session, Becky had documented a very dark, ominous EVP Class A. It was asking her, why are you sleeping with him? I got a sense and a feeling that this was a bully. Very negative, dark, very jealous entity that didn't like women. Becky laid in the bed as if she was ready for bed and going to sleep. At that time, she addressed the entity again.
I dare you to attack me again. Go ahead, try and choke me.
Basically was provoking him a bit, calling him a bully, and instantaneously the bed collapsed.
That absolutely terrified me because I had been sleeping in that bed. When Becky came back outside, when she was done upstairs, she looked terrified. She looked very scared.
Worried about the spirit's power and aggressiveness, Harold decided to perform a cleanse to rid the home of the evil spirit.
During the eviction, there was a smell of rotting flesh in the home, and it seemed to move from room to room.
The smell of sulfur or rotting flesh usually indicates that there is a demonic or evil entity present.
It just smelled like death. And it felt like something had a hold of my insides. So I rushed outside to get some fresh air. Something kicked my legs out from underneath me, and I dropped to the ground.
She fell to the ground very, very hard. She rolled up her pant leg, and there was a boot mark, a very distinct footprint bruise.
I firmly believe that the eviction process provoked this negative entity. He wanted to hurt Molly. He knew he was being cast out. He wanted to hurt somebody before it was over.
Be vanquished now and forevermore! Be gone!
The cleanse was successful, and the negative energy inside the home lifted.
I'll never forget this. I described it as lavender, lilac, and vanilla was the smell in the house. The rancid meat smell was gone. There was this very, very peaceful, serene feeling to the house.
The house got much lighter. We knew that our work was done.
We were beaming. We were all elated.
It felt like a huge pressure was lifted off of me. It felt like things were going to be normal again.
Unfortunately, the relief proved to be temporary.
The activity stopped for a few months before it returned again. And for no reason, it felt depressed again. It felt angry again and sad. And that's when I decided to leave. I couldn't stay there any longer. I was afraid that I was gonna either go insane or I would die.
I believe if Molly would have stayed in the home, her life very much could have been in danger. I'm concerned that Ian is still residing in the home, concerned for his safety.
I really honestly don't know how Ian could stay in that house. After everything that we had been through, I worry for his safety. I truly do.
It can get to me, it can make me sad about knowing that I've lost my marriage. It's my house, it's my home. I'm not gonna let anything kick me out of my home.
I do blame the house for the end of our marriage.
Some cases are never closed. Some cases haunt you for the rest of your life.
My biggest wish is that we had never bought that house.
Being attacked by an evil spirit can be a terrifying experience. But when it turns out that the entity inflicting physical harm is the ghost of a loved one, the consequences can be truly horrifying.
Paranormal Survivor, Till Death Do Us Part, take 1, Mark.
I had recently divorced, and I met Mike out at one of his music shows. He asked me out to dinner, and we went on a date. It felt like the start of something very good.
Life for Holly was good until she got a call about her ex-husband, Tony.
Hello? I found out that Tony had passed by phone call in the early morning from my sister. He had passed away of a heart attack. I was sad. It was someone I loved, so I was devastated. My immediate reaction was sadness for my kids. And how am I gonna tell my kids?
Though traumatic, Holly and her children eventually put the tragic news behind them. Then a year later, Holly got an unexpected visit.
On the first anniversary of Tony's death, I felt a presence like something was close to me. I had goosebumps, my hair all raised up. I looked into the window and I saw a vision of Tony wearing the tuxedo that he was wearing when we were married. I was able to get my cell phone out in time to snap a picture, and as soon as I snapped the picture, the vision disappeared in the window. And I was like, I've been feeling something all this time. And I didn't think it would be him because it was a honestly creepy feeling. Mike's jaw dropped when I showed him the photo I took. He said, "Is that Tony?" And I said, "Yep, that's Tony," because he knew what Tony looked like. I think he appeared at Mike's house because he was jealous of our new relationship. And he was unfortunately like that in life, a very jealous person.
That wasn't the last time Holly felt the presence of her late ex-husband.
I think he was trying to let me know that he was around, and it was a foreboding feeling. I'd get the goosebumps, or I would hear something creak, and I'd turn around, nothing would be there. And I think he was doing it all as a way to get my attention. I did feel like someone was watching me. I felt like someone was right close to me. It felt like someone was right here. When I walked through the house, I would always be slow to approach corners. And I would put my back to the wall while I rounded the corner so I could look and see what was around the corner. I always kind of felt like he was lurking, trying to scare me. Or I'd feel him in the corner of the room, like I'd walk and I would feel like, oh, he's stuck in the corner staring at me. I was completely convinced that this was Tony at that point.
Holly's fears were about to be confirmed.
Mike started to have night terrors about 2 days after I captured the picture. He would wake up in a sweat, punching, kicking, yelling, and swearing at someone to get the F away from him. Terrified.
Holly Buffington was being plagued by the spirit of her late ex-husband, Tony. Then, her boyfriend, Mike, started to have disturbing experiences of his own.
I would immediately try to wake him up and put my hand on him and say, honey, are you okay? What's going on? He told me he was dreaming about a big, mean, nasty person and that he would sometimes hear that this is Tony, I'm coming after you. It was scary. I felt bad. They said, if that's you, knock it off. Mike's a nice guy. There's no reason to do that. And Tony was an aggressive, fighting kind of dude, so I can completely see him terrorizing Mike.
If a spirit still has an attachment to a living person, then if that living person has a new boyfriend or is in a new relationship, that spirit may wish to interfere and break them up.
And they can be so jealous that they inflict pain or cause harm to somebody that they don't like.
The night terrors would make Mike feel uneasy. He started feeling very tired and stressed out and frightened of actually going to sleep at night.
Other unexplained things began to happen around the house, starting with a terrible odor.
The smell that took over Mike's house was a terrible stench like death. It smelled like rotting flesh. I thought at first that maybe an animal had become trapped in the wall. It would come maybe for 3-4 hours and then mysteriously disappear. If it was an animal, the smell would stay until you took the animal out of there. It would mysteriously disappear and be completely normal smelling. Oh my God. I was pretty concerned because it would make you sick. The smell would literally make you want to throw up when you encountered it. The stench and the smell got so bad that it could be smelled outside of the house, and the neighbors began to comment.
All the strange activity started to take a toll on Holly.
I started to get anxiety before I went over to Mike's house because I would anticipate that things were going to get terrifying there, or I was going to get scared while I was there. I was hearing whispers, nasty things, people mimicking things I was saying. I was hearing right in my ear in a nasty tone. It sounded like a man. Yeah. One time I had left Mike's and I said, bye, hun. And he said, bye, hun, from the door. And the second after he said, bye, hun, Mike, I heard, bye, hun, in my ear, in the nastiest tone that didn't even sound human. I instantly was covered in goosebumps. I think he was mimicking Mike because he was jealous of our relationship together and how well we got along. It made me feel angry. I think his motivation behind it was to end the relationship between Mike and I.
Nothing could have prepared Holly for what happened next.
I was nervous about the stairway because that's where I would really get a heavy kind of foreboding. I would start to sweat, and the feeling of someone just being right next to me really amped up on the stairway. I was going down the stairs and I felt a hand. The push felt just like a quick shove, and trying to grab onto the railing as I went, but I didn't have enough time.
A spirit can push someone down the stairs because they're able to harness a lot of energy in their environment, and they can take that energy and direct it to do whatever they please.
I felt terror. And I was trying to look and see who would have pushed me as well. I was horrified when I looked at the top of the stairs and there was absolutely nobody there. I think Tony is the one who pushed me on the stairs. Made me feel scared because the events were starting to take a more and more sinister turn.
Holly was badly shaken by the attack and now feared for her own safety.
Made me feel terrified to be stalked by someone that I couldn't see because you never know where they're gonna appear or what they're gonna do. I was terrified to be alone at this point. I didn't really want to be alone at all. After the push and all these things that had happened that led up to it, I contacted my shaman friend and asked for help. When the shaman came to the house, he walked around and got a feeling of the energy and what was going on. And then the smell appeared while the shaman was there. He was pretty shocked by the smell. And he immediately got out his smudging things and his ceremonial things to begin the cleanse. The shaman did a number of ceremonies with white sage and smoke, and he did every room, and in each room he would ask anything negative to leave, and he would ask all the positive energy to come into the room. And he also would instruct Tony to follow the smoke out to the light. The shaman believed because of the nature of the activity that was happening with the nasty smells, that perhaps Tony had a demonic or a negative entity actually attached to him in the afterlife. When Tony was younger, he kind of dabbled in some black magic kind of stuff. And the shaman, he said, when you call that kind of stuff on, it will answer you eventually. And you might not like it. So Tony might have been getting tortured by these things and came to us for actual help.
Holly Buffington had been attacked by the spirit of her late ex-husband. Terrified for her safety, Holly had called in a shaman who discovered that a demonic entity was actually behind it all.
Tony came to us for help. And reached out to the only person who he thought might be able to help him, which would have been me. For a split second, I smelled the rotten smell as we were at the end of the cleanse. That's when it all started to feel completely different. I think the demonic entity kind of went when Tony went at the same time. Once they were removed, the house felt entirely different. It felt lighter, the smell was gone. I felt happy and relieved, especially, you know, that's someone I loved. And so I felt happy and relieved that he had gotten onto his next place without being tortured, if that's what in fact was happening to him. And I felt very happy when Tony's spirit had crossed over successfully.
The cleanse was successful, and Holly finally found a measure of peace.
The paranormal activity ceased after that, completely. And Mike and I's relationship is still going strong and is great. This experience has solidified my belief that there is something after we pass from our human bodies. It made me definitely believe in an afterlife.
Violent spirits come in many incarnations, and on some occasions they can take the form of an unnatural beast, one whose sole purpose is to inflict physical pain and suffering on the living.
Paranormal Survivor, Beast in the Basement, take 4. Mark?
The house is 130 years old, I believe. 1884, it was built. It was originally the county's first schoolhouse. They converted it into a courthouse and a records room, and then after that, it was converted to a home. I was very excited to move into the house.
Frank and his girlfriend Krista moved in, but their excitement didn't last long.
When we first moved in, I felt very uneasy and uncomfortable in the whole place. I felt something didn't want me here, did not like me, and it remained that way for a long time. Krista was out of town. I was here cleaning up and doing more work, getting the house ready to be moved into. Decided I was going to bed down for the night. Laid down, started hearing noises. The footsteps, the opening and closing the doors, the whispering. I needed to get out of here because of the fact that it was so unsettling. I got freaked out and quickly ran out to my truck and slept in my truck that evening.
Despite his unease, Frank continued to get the house to a livable condition.
I was seeing things from the corner of my eye, feeling cold areas next to me, and then hearing the voices. I knew something wasn't right. I see 2 young children. They're boys, so their dress is trousers and a collared shirt. I'm seeing things that did not make sense, that I could not possibly be there. And you turn your head fully and it's not there, but you know you just seen it. And then canned goods would fall off the shelves in the pantry on their own. Electronics, battery-powered things would come on and off without being touched. They would play with things in the house just like a mischievous child would. It definitely brings chills to you. It frightens you. You try and use logic to what happened, and you can't, so you just put it out of your mind and move on. Kept it to myself, didn't want Chris thinking I was crazy.
The strange events continued after Krista joined Frank in the house.
Several times while we were lying in bed, Krista would hear growling sounds. And she heard it repeatedly until she finally said something to me and asked me if I had heard it. It's like a... The best way to describe the growl is like an animal wanting to let you know that it's there, like a warning. It made me concerned that it was now going to mess with her instead of solely me. You'll hear a door open and close, and I know I've got the kitchen door deadbolted and locked, but you'll hear a door open and close several times. And for the first time, instead of just seeing something move out of my peripheral, I saw the lady. She's a little taller than me. She's wearing an old style dress and shirt. I froze when I first saw her. At first, it shocked me, it spooked me. But the way she looked at me and just moved about her business, I wasn't threatened, I didn't feel uneasy, and then she just walked away. I told Chris I had seen the lady walking through the hall. She said, well, maybe it was some teacher or someone from when this was a schoolhouse.
The strange activity in the home became a nightly occurrence.
Most every night I can hear the opening and closing of the door, and I can hear the woman talking to me. She would talk to me, try and comfort me, tell me everything's okay, as if I was one of the children that were here. And I look out the door, and she was hushing the children and calming them and making them comfortable. She's getting them to calm down because they were frightened. Just tell them to relax, everything's fine, she's got it taken care of. I believe the old lady was protecting them from something, someone or something.
Frank was about to find out what that was.
Got up one evening to check out something in the basement and flip one of the breakers. I felt that I'm in danger any time that I would go to the basement. The energy that I was feeling was negative. It's the kind of energy that makes the hair on your arms and neck stand up and chills you. I saw this very large, very black entity, creature appeared.
When Frank Miller and his girlfriend Krista moved into an historic home, they found it was haunted by ghostly apparitions. But now, Frank had discovered something even more disturbing in the basement.
Tall, dark, big. You could tell that it was not human. It did not have a human's face. The face was so contorted. It was spooky as hell. It's like it dug into my mind and picked the creepiest thing out that I could think of, and that's what it was. Like a giant monster. It just came out of nowhere. It come at me with everything it got and made it known that it did not like me and that it did not want me here. It came right at me and disappeared. Terrified, scared the living hell out of me because I didn't know what it was and what it was capable of. Something like this, how do you fight it? You don't. I was too shook up to scream, tucked tail and ran. But first I shut and locked that door, and that door stays locked.
Frank was terrified by his encounter with the beast, but it was about to get a lot worse.
Me and Krista were asleep. Out of the blue, I felt something literally just climb up on my chest, hold my arms, and was choking me. I was gasping for air. And I started to feel panicked, and I'm paralyzed. I can't scream, I can't talk, I can't move, and this thing is on my chest, choking me, knowing that it's wanting to kill me. I was completely convinced that it was going to choke me to death. I was terrified of what it was doing, that I was paralyzed, I couldn't speak, couldn't scream.
An evil entity is going to cause physical harm. They're going to push you, shove you, or even choke you. And basically they're showing you their power, and they can show you how far they can escalate it. It can become very dangerous for your safety.
I wasn't gonna stop fighting, and eventually disappeared. I let out a scream, and it woke Chris up because she never heard me scream, cry, make any noises of any kind, and that scared the hell out of her. I don't know how to get rid of this thing. There was other things here that were pleasant that didn't bother me because I become used to them, but this was different, and I needed it gone.
Frank called in paranormal investigator Chris Page for help.
I was hoping a paranormal investigator would validate that everything here was real, that I wasn't losing my mind, and they would help me get rid of this darkness that had settled in my basement.
When Frank called me on the phone, he talked about the darker entity that was lurking within the walls of the home. It puts me on alert because we're not sure what strength that this creature has. When we first arrived to the home, you could almost sense as if there was something watching you. Almost like a tiger stalking its prey.
Upon entering the basement, Chris and his colleague Carlo were immediately on guard.
The atmosphere in the house when they arrived was very charged. I didn't know if this thing was going to just play possum or show its face.
Frank said that he didn't like the basement and obviously wanted to do that first. And almost from the beginning, you could feel like this thing was like circling around us. Like this thing is like stalking its prey. Carla noticed this dark mass, this shadow, had formed around the back of the stairs. It was shocking to see it.
In the basement, Chris and Carlo encountered the same dark entity that was attacking me.
After homeowner Frank Miller was attacked by a creature, he called in paranormal investigator Chris Page for help. Now Chris and his partner Carlo are themselves being stalked by the beast.
They actually got to hear and see what I live with every day.
It's almost like it's toying with you. It's trying to get you to look this way, but then it pops up behind you, and then you look over this way, and then it's throwing a voice behind you over this way. What is gonna happen? Is this thing gonna strike out? What are we gonna do if it does strike out? It's just this intense, insane period of time. And then it just all stops.
Worried what it would do next, Chris and Carlo moved to cleanse the house of the dark entity.
We're pretty confident that we could remove the energy because of our success rates over the years, but nothing's a sure thing.
I explained to them, as long as they got rid of the bad stuff, I wouldn't mind if the old lady and kids stayed. Gotten used to them. This was her home at some point. She's some type of guardian.
We use the sage along with Palo Santo wood and holy water. And the holy water we use is to do the sign of the cross above every doorway, every window. It's important for us to crack the windows during the blessing and cleansing to help release any of the spirits that are stuck in that home.
But the demonic beast would not go quietly.
You can feel like this thing is fighting back. It wants you to stop because it wants to remain.
Some evil spirits refuse to cross over because they want to stay in this dimension. It's a lower end frequency and they can feed off of the energy far better than they can on the other side. The other side is full of peace and love, and that's not what they're made of.
I had started to feel sick, like the nauseousness, the anger, just in a foul type of mood. I was taking on the energy to help remove that energy from the home.
And forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass.
While they were doing the cleansing, I could feel it getting lighter. I could feel much more breathable air and relief than what I had in a while. What I felt was a great sense of ease because at that point, something had retreated, drawn back, and been put in its place. It shifted during the cleansing, and you could just tell it felt so much better, so much nicer. It was like a weight lifted off me. You could tell right away.
The cleanse was successful, and Frank was finally free of the evil beast.
Chris believed that due to the age of the house, its location, and the number of years it's been around, different places it's been, from a schoolhouse to a courthouse to a family home, that there was a lot of traces of everything left behind here.
I believe that the entity in the basement could have been a criminal that was executed from the proceedings of this courthouse. I think the spirit of the criminal took on the form of that beast because it was shocking. The forming of the beast would have put more fear into anybody that lived here.
I was relieved that someone believed me. I was relieved that they got evidence that it's real. And I was ecstatic that they stayed and took the time to bless the home and get out whatever's in here.
My life flashed before my eyes.
Get out!
It was so frightening.
You are about to see real people
I felt like I was going to die.
reliving horrifying paranormal encounters for the first time.
I knew that I was in danger.
I had a feeling like this is never gonna end.
When spirits intent on evil torment the living.
I was terrified.
I felt like I was being hunted.
I buried this for nearly 30 years.
Be prepared to be afraid.
Paranormal Survivor, Man on the Wall, take one. Mark.
We moved into the house in Toledo after my parents separated. The house was built in, I believe, the 1890s. It was gorgeous. Going through a separation with your parents is challenging, but having a house that you can explore makes it better. I was about 11 when we moved into that house. It was just my sister, Marla, myself, and my dad. And you walk in to that front door and you don't feel welcome though. There's eyes on you. You feel like you're being watched. You feel like there's someone just waiting to jump out at you.
Tag! The ghost is gonna get you.
It was disturbing. It never went away, that feeling. It was always there. I felt like there were eyes on me. It scared me so bad I would try to not go out the front. I would always go out the side because that front room was scary. It was always scary.
Alex's unease in the home would only increase.
The house had, many rooms. It was the ultimate hide and seek house. You'd walk in to one room and come out the next.
15, 14, 13, 12,
My sister and I were playing hide and seek, and I was in the second floor closet.
9, 8.
And in that closet were suits and dresses, I'd say probably from the 1930s and 40s.
3,
and I moved one of the dresses too quickly, and it started to just deteriorate, just crumble in my hand.
Ready or not, here I come.
It was so frail that it was almost like ash. And I was terrified.
You're it! Marla, you scared me.
We heard the door slam, and there was no door shut. It was just the sound of the door shutting. There's no one in the house but us, so there was no one around that could have shut that door. I took it as a sign that I was not welcome in that area of the house. Over time, I started feeling that we weren't welcome in the house at all. And I don't think it was just my sister and I think it was my family. The first floor, to me, was the most ominous feeling. I felt like someone was angry with me, primarily in that kitchen area. this negative feeling. It was like there was something in there with me, and it hated me. I felt pressure in my chest. I felt like someone was trying to push me out. I was terrified, you know, feeling like I was being pushed out of a room by something I couldn't see. I could only feel.
Soon after, Alex began to experience horrifying dreams.
I was having nightmares. I would dream that I would look out the window and I'd see all these creatures crawling up the house, black. They were climbing up the house to get into the windows. I would wake up terrified, wake up with panic attacks of, you know, I'd have to look out the windows to see if I was dreaming or if it was real. These dreams were so vivid and so realistic that I thought that they might be real. I never had nightmares like this one before moving into that house. I definitely believe that being in that house contributed, caused that nightmare.
Then, Alex's nightmares became all too real.
I'd woken up from a nightmare, and I saw what looked like a hand reaching out. And the first thing it does is it just does one of these waves at me. I saw these hands come through, and then the torso and head of a man. And he was wearing what looked like a bowler hat. I was petrified with fear. I think that this figure was definitely evil. I feel like he wanted me to know that he could hurt me at any moment if he made that choice.
Some spirits have evil intent and want to intimidate the living because they want to feed off of that fear. So their goal is to make your life a living hell so that they can gain power from it.
My sister, she's in her bed sleeping, and she starts to move around, and he just looks back at me, puts his finger to where his lips would be, as if to say, shh, and disappears into the shadows again. When she woke up, I said, "Did you see that?" And she was just, "See what? I was sleeping. You woke me up." And then I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just stared at that spot, waiting for him to come back. I could feel that same energy, that same aura in other rooms of the house. It didn't matter if it was day or night. You'd feel him there. You'd feel that he was just waiting for you to walk into him. You always felt him there. I remember going into the basement after a really bad storm, and the power went out, and my dad was teaching me how to change a fuse. And as he explained it all to me,
Unless you want to freeze to death,
I could feel that the man in the hat was there,
the ice, the winter we get. I mean, it's like certain.
that he was in the room, and that he was just waiting and just watching. I felt like prey. I felt like I was just there, like I was being hunted.
"11-year-old Alex Diaconis had moved into a historic home with his family. What seemed like a perfect place to explore and play soon became a house of horror. as Alex was being stalked by an evil spirit.
It wanted me to be afraid, and me to know that it could hurt me, and me to know that it was there and always there. No, it was definitely terrifying.
Come on, there you go.
I mean, you go home to feel safe. Where do you go when home doesn't feel safe? For the most part, I felt very alone, just being that afraid. How do you get away from it?
Soon, Alex wouldn't feel so alone as the paranormal activity began to affect his family too.
My stepmom woke up my dad because she heard something. It was breaking glass. She heard what sounded like someone was breaking into the house. And my dad grabbed a knife and went down the stairs, and there was no broken glass anywhere.
Spirits will make certain sounds happen, like breaking glass or moving things or dragging things around, because they really want to scare the people that are there. They want them to feel fear, and they want them to understand that they're capable of doing things. And sometimes they may want to make those people feel that they're maybe losing it a little bit.
He went all the way into the basement, in every room of the basement, first floor, second floor. There was no broken windows anywhere in the house, but it was enough to wake her up and to panic him enough to go looking through the house with only a knife. When they couldn't find anything, my stepmom was still scared, so I think that kind of was a turning point.
Alex endured a year of torture, but then finally an escape from the evil spirit was in sight.
The house was becoming more and more expensive to fix. My dad just sold it and moved to another house in the city. And that was that feeling that I had that night where I saw the man in a hat. I wonder if that's one of the reasons why the house started becoming kind of a money pit. If he had something to do with it. If the house was his and he was trying to tell us that that house is his. And to get out. After leaving that house, I never saw the man in the wall again. I since then done research about him. And I'm not the only one who's ever seen him. The man in a hat is a phenomenon that's been seen by people throughout history. I definitely became more of a believer in the paranormal after that. You can't go through something like that and not accept that there might be something else out there.
Often evil spirits can reside in a home, lying in wait to inflict pain and suffering on the living. But on rare occasions, terrifying entities intent on causing evil can appear in a previously unhaunted home, completely out of the blue.
Paranormal Survivor, Mickey's Haunting, take one. Mark?
Our home was warm. It was nice to be in. We'd lived there 20 years. We've started raising our family there. Good memories. We've done a lot of work to the house, and it made it look really like it was our own.
Mickey and Mike Bailey lived a quiet life in Kent, Ohio. But one day, strange events started to occur in their home.
The first time anything really that I thought happened was I was sitting on the couch with my husband, and we were watching TV. And as we were watching TV out of the corner of my eye, I saw a shadow figure. The shadow figure was definitely a man. You could almost see a hat, a tall brimmed hat. The shadow was very large and very dark. I was scared because I was seeing something and I thought, oh, I'm losing my mind, or I can't believe I'm seeing what I'm seeing, questioning myself.
The activity in the home would become even more terrifying.
I had a day off, so on my days off, I take advantage, and I was trying to get caught up on the laundry, trying to make the bed. I turned around to grab something else, and there was a perfect imprint of somebody laying on the bed.
Mickey Bailey and her husband Mike had lived a quiet life in their Ohio home. But then, without warning, troubling events had started to happen.
You definitely could see on the pillow that it was a head, shoulders, and the body.
A spirit can leave an imprint on a bed because it's energy, their energy, and they use their energy in their environment to do whatever they wish. They can harness it, and they can literally use it to create whatever they want to.
So, and I know it wasn't there. I had just made the bed. When Mike saw it, he was really nervous about it because he knew that something was there. He saw it too, that it was a head and shoulders. Mike and I were not able to get a sound sleep that night at all. Soon after the incident with the bed in our bedroom, I had a jar of incense on the corner of my dresser. And the jar of incense right off the end of the dresser. I went over the dresser. I thought, okay, did the house, did anything move? Is the dresser uneven? Nothing. No windows were open. I couldn't just explain it. We were both in agreement that this was paranormal. So.
The paranormal activity became a daily occurrence and started to take a toll on Mickey and Mike.
This affected our daily lives by the extreme sleep deprivation, being tired. I was depressed. I was constantly nervous. I was constantly scared. Mike used to like to work out, and we'd have a weight room set up in the basement. And he was in the mirror one time working out and saw the shadow come up behind him while he was working out. So Mike started to say, you need to get out. I'm done with you. I can't take it anymore. Get out.
Get out! I said enough!
As Mike turned around to come up the stairs, he was shoved in the back between the shoulder blades. The hit was pretty strong enough to make him fall. I think Mike was definitely feeling it more than I was. It was becoming physical with Mike. Me, I was still seeing things. it was touching Mike and pushing him.
Much to their horror, the violent attacks only escalated.
One night, Mike and I were sleeping, and he woke up suddenly and felt that something was pressing on him to where he couldn't breathe and couldn't move. He felt like, he said, like something was sitting on his chest, heavy. He could not take a deep breath, and he could not move his arms or his legs or make a sound. He was scared. He felt that it was coming after him. Every time it seemed to get worse and worse for him. It started with seeing shadows, and now it was trying to suffocate him.
It's very possible for a negative or malevolent entity to choke someone. Basically what they're doing is they're instilling fear in you, and they're trying to take your energy. In some cases, spirits enjoy inflicting pain or fear on the living because that's what they feed off of. They want to cause as much fear and pain in you so it makes them stronger.
Seeing Mike go through that, I couldn't do it anymore. I was done.
Tired of the torment, Mickey decided to take matters into her own hands and tried to cleanse the home.
I went to a local store and bought some white sage. I went into every room of the house. I lit the sage. I let this room fill with smoke, and I asked whatever was there to leave.
Get out. This is not your family.
I said, you need to go.
Get out. This is not your family. You need to leave.
Everything I did in that house seemed to make it worse. Nothing helped.
Mickey's cleanse did not work, so she called in paranormal investigator Eric McGill for help.
When you hear claims and you hear experiences such as what Mike and Mickey were experiencing, you know that there's always an inherent risk of the activity becoming worse. So when you go into an investigation like this, you do need to take a very mindful and careful approach. Based on the severity of the claims and just all the experiences that Mike and Mickey had shared with us, we decided to bring our full arsenal. Cameras, EMF detectors, motion detectors.
Right off the bat, they started hearing things moving.
We started to hear noises down in the basement. It sounded like something heavy had just moved. And I asked Mike and Mickey, hey, is there anybody else here? And they insisted that we were the only ones in the home.
Eric and his colleague followed the noises down to the basement.
We weren't able to find a source of that sound. I was starting to really suspect that something paranormal was going on in Mike and Mickey's home. I had turned the corner and entered this room where to my right there was this old dresser and there was a television sitting on top of it. It was an old heavy tube style television. As I entered the room, I saw this television slide.
Mickey and Mike Bailey were being attacked by an evil spirit that had suddenly appeared in their home. They called in paranormal investigator Eric McGill for help, but now the spirit was turning on him too.
All of a sudden, this ball appeared out of nowhere. The ball was moving slow enough where I was able to physically follow it with my eyes, and it appeared to follow an intelligent flight path. This ball moved around for roughly maybe 5 seconds before it disappeared.
A spirit may communicate by using an object like a ball, because when they use something that seemingly appears from nowhere and is of a great, intense color, that's something that really requires attention. So they're doing this to gain attention and to show what they're capable of doing.
I was keenly aware at that point that we were dealing with something that had a lot of energy, capable of physically hurting us if we wanted to. It seemed like this entity could very well be malicious.
Concerned at how powerful the entity had become, Eric stopped the investigation and started a cleanse to remove it.
To a king's son.
Based on the severity of the activity, we felt that it was imperative to perform a house cleansing.
Oh God, and your righteousness to a king's son. May he judge your people with righteousness.
He went to each room with holy water and said a blessing in each room. As he was doing the cleansing, my heart was pounding.
Leave this place! You do not belong here! Leave this place! You do not belong here!
I could never find a good explanation as to why these two wonderful people were experiencing such negative and malicious activity in their home. This case had me stumped from beginning to end. You know, ultimately, we weren't able to give her any definitive answer on what was causing all this negative activity in her home. It's just, we knew that there was something going on, and we just wanted to try our best to help.
After the cleanse, the paranormal activity stopped and Mickey and Mike tried to get their life back on track. But after a few months, their worst fears were realized.
We were sitting on the couch watching TV, and Mike and I both saw the shadow. Our hearts broke. Our hearts felt like we were sick to our stomach immediately because we knew what was gonna happen next. I had a feeling like this is never gonna end. I didn't have any hope left.
Unable to endure the horror any longer, Mickey and Mike decided to take drastic action.
We decided to move because I was afraid and I couldn't stay there anymore. We decided to move to get away from it. We thought we had exhausted all possibilities and we were hopeless in that house, and we moved. When we were making the decision to move, I felt like this is the right thing to do, that we needed to do this for our family. Unless you've lived under a daily cloud of fear and anxiety, you don't know what it's like to not live like that. I feel wonderful. The daily anxiety is not there. Mike and I are back to our normal selves, loving each other, having a good marriage, and planning the rest of our lives together.
When an evil spirit is intent on causing pain and suffering on the living, they can torment an entire family, hell-bent on making sure they all suffer the full force of its wickedness.
Paranormal Survivor, A Haunting in Bethel, take 1. Mark?
It was a townhome, so it was big enough for all of us. I was very excited to move there. It was, my children were excited to have their own bedrooms. It was great to finally have a place of our own.
Lisa was thrilled to start the next chapter of her life with her husband Clark and their 2 sons. But that would all soon change.
The first few days, nothing strange happened. It was as normal. We were moving in, we were getting settled. The second week we lived there, we started hearing noises. Sometimes it would sound like somebody would be knocking on the wall, or we would hear somebody walking around upstairs. I felt like somebody was watching me, or that there was always somebody there. I was scared when things like that would happen. My husband worked 3rd shift, so at nighttime it was just me and the kids while my husband was gone.
The strange activity in the home started to affect Lisa's youngest child, Jim.
It became almost a nightly thing when Jim would wake up in the middle of the night. It always started probably around 10:30, 11 when he would wake up.
Lisa Blakely was excited to move into a brand new home with her family. But soon after settling in, Lisa started to experience strange activity. And now, her youngest son had become a target.
Mom!
He was hysterical, and we'd console him. It would take hours sometimes to try to make him feel better.
What's wrong? What's wrong, Jim?
He could never tell us why he woke up. He could never tell us what happened. I checked the closet. Nothing was there at all. But once I closed the door back up, the noises started up again. I felt helpless to see him so upset. I wanted to try to fix things for him. I wanted to make him feel better, and I didn't know what to do.
After enduring weeks of disturbing activity, Lisa decided to get Jim out of harm's way and sent him to live with his grandparents.
It was very upsetting for me. I missed him very much. I still had to make sure that my family was safe.
But the noises and strange activity only escalated.
I heard what sounded like somebody was in the house. I was positive somebody had broken in and was just tearing our house up. At first, I thought maybe it was burglars. I mean, all sorts of ideas ran through my head. I was just scared. And I went down there, and everything was perfectly fine. There was nobody there. The doors were closed and locked. The windows were closed and locked. Everything was in place. It was mind-boggling and confusing. I just kind of had to sit there and take it all in for a second, because that was probably one of the freakiest things I had ever experienced in that place.
Lisa had become too scared to sleep upstairs on her own and thought she'd be safer making her bed in the living room.
That night when I was trying to sleep on the couch, the chair started moving on its own. When it started moving, I was terrified. Yeah.
Then, Lisa heard a voice.
It was almost like a deep growling man's voice, where he would say, "Get out of my house." And it was constant over and over and over. "Get out of my house, get out of my house." So I got a voice to it. Get out of my house. And he didn't sound happy that we were there whatsoever.
The presence finally began to reveal itself to Lisa.
It was an all-black shadow, just like something you would see on a wall. Get out! Except it wasn't on the wall. I mean, that's the best way I can explain it. It was like my brain could not make sense of it. And Clark didn't get to see it. It was gone by the time we went in there.
Lisa had become so traumatized by the activity that Clark changed his shifts so that he could be at home with his wife at night.
I think Clark felt a sense of responsibility to make sure that he kept his family safe. He knew that we were all scared and we were worried, so he wanted to be with us.
Some spirits can be evil because they've had things happen to them in their life that causes them to have hatred, and that hatred translates into evil, and that evil then translates into lashing out at the living.
If Clark thought his presence would solve the situation, he would quickly be proved wrong. In fact, he would be the next victim.
Clark woke up to a low growling voice in his ear.
Lisa Blakely and her family moved into a new home, only to be plagued by strange and terrifying paranormal activity. Now, Lisa's husband Clark is being targeted.
He said it was very hard for him to explain it. He said it was saying something, but he couldn't understand what it was saying, and it scared him.
You heard it, right?
If you're experiencing paranormal activity in your home and you hear growling, that's usually a sign that you have something malevolent sharing your space.
Growling is very significant because it's a warning. It means that something is there that A, wants your attention, and B, is very, very volatile. So it can lash out and hurt you if you're not careful.
He said it didn't sound human. I was relieved when he finally believed me, and he was understanding at that point.
Frightened, Lisa and Clark called in paranormal investigator Laura Lewis and her team.
I called her at that point because we were quite a few months into living there, and I didn't want my son gone all the time. And you get to that point where enough is enough. I've taken enough. I'm not dealing with it anymore. So I need some help.
Lisa indicated that she and her family, including her husband and children, were concerned that they might be dealing with something paranormal where they lived. So we did want to get in there, see if we can help them, see if there was a reasonable explanation as to some of these noises they were hearing, and maybe have an explanation for the man that one of her children claimed that he kept seeing.
How about you? Are you experiencing anything as well?
When the investigators arrived, I felt a sense of relief. Finally, we're gonna kind of figure out what's going on, possibly get some answers.
As Laura made her way around the house, she felt drawn to Lisa's son Jim's bedroom. The investigators were recording higher than normal levels of EMF in the bedroom.
EMF is the electromagnetic field of a home or a building. But the EMF detector can also pick up on the paranormal. We had the EMF detector go off several times in Jim's room.
Even more startling was what Laura captured on her audio recording equipment.
We had captured several EVPs, and some of them were a little unnerving. We caught an EVP that said "fighting men," and it was actually a very clear EVP. Fighting men. We weren't aware at the time what it necessarily signified, but if you go through the history of the area of Bethel, you could tell that it was probably talking about the Civil War. One of the landowners on that property was actually in the Civil War, and he was killed in the Civil War. I think the fighting men is referring to that man having to fight in the Civil War. Fighting men.
The EVP that said, "Watch me get her." That sounded something malicious, and that sounded intelligent. That was nerve-wracking, thinking that there was something dwelling in my son's bedroom, which could account for why he was scared.
The threatening nature of the EVP convinced Laura to halt the investigation and move quickly to get rid of the evil presence.
Oh Lord, bless this house! Oh Lord, bless this house!
A blessing was performed, and we said a prayer afterwards.
Let us pray.
And I was hoping that it would maybe kind of ease whatever entities were there. And I was hoping that it would at least quiet things down. It only quieted down for at least 3 days after that, then it started back up. Noises, banging, stomping, a whole bunch of, just constantly. I mean, we're like, oh, wow, that didn't work. What else are we supposed to do? A month later, we decided that it wasn't worth dealing with all that. So we left. My family was glad to move out. They were happy. They didn't want to experience that stuff anymore. And I don't want my kids to experience that stuff. Nobody does. Clark and I had talked about it, and we had both made the decision that it's not worth staying there and dealing with that kind of stuff on a daily basis. I do not feel that it followed us. We never experienced anything again after that, ever.